1261. Mr. Bai's gift. Reversing the principles, reversing the principles. Could it really be like this? Venerable Yin stood frozen for a long time, then began to tremble uncontrollably. Shu Kei's aged face was also filled with excitement. No wonder Mr. Bai always told me to just wait. Besides the Xuanwang heavenly Tao descending to save itself, countless mortals are constantly embarking on the path of cultivation. The process of cultivation is the process of reversing the principles of the immortal mortal barrier. Thousands of years have passed, day by day, month by month. The faceless holy emperor said in a deep voice, counterintuitively, removing the immortal mortal barrier, something so simple in the eyes of cultivators, the initial step, the prerequisite, is essentially the same as the ultimate goal of cultivation, proving Tao and achieving immortality. Both are reversing the principles of heaven and earth. Hearing this, both Venerable Yin and Shu Kei revealed extremely complex expressions. Venerable Yin said, if the reversal principle Heavenly Lord were still here, it wouldn't be so easy for the mortals of the Xuanwang world to reverse the principles of heaven and earth and embark on the path of cultivation. But precisely because Mr. Bai has already fallen, the restrictions of the immortal mortal barrier have been weakened too much. Li Ping then interjected. Moreover, there is also the Eastern Extremes Heavenly Lord, who has deciphered the mysteries here. With the so-called pure body spirit pool formation, he has further reduced the difficulty of reversing the principles. Shu Kei's lips moved slightly, and it took him a long time to utter a sentence with difficulty. When I last saw Mr. Bai, I saw the death wish in his heart. I haven't been able to let it go all these years, but now, I might understand a little. Venerable Yin, however, fell into another obsessive state of muttering to himself. The people of the world are all reversing the principles of heaven and earth, but when you get down to it, it's still within the system of cultivation that transmits the Dharma. Even if we know this, what's the use? There must be something we haven't thought of. Li Ping said with certainty, the answer should be in the immortal mortal barrier. When it comes to the study of the immortal mortal barrier, I'm afraid no one in the current Xuanwang world is more profound than you. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you a little more. Although there are no more mortals with the immortal mortal barrier within the Great Qi, it's not difficult to find some from those conquered small worlds for research. I will have people fully cooperate with you, Li Ping said to Venerable Yin. Rest assured, Holy Emperor, Venerable Yin suddenly became excited. At the same time, within the myriad immortals alliance's Dharma evolution jade space. After the holy embryo saw the remnant world's great wall, Li Fan's calm heart was once again stirred up with ripples. Reversing the principles of heaven and earth again. Immortal mortal barrier. Li Fan suddenly remembered his experience of removing the immortal mortal barrier in the pure body spirit pool formation on Glass Island. The magma-like hot cool water ravaged his consciousness. Even with a firm will, he eventually fell into a state of ignorance and unawareness. His mind was blank, and he only acted according to instinct. Before entering the spirit pool, Li Fan, who had been cultivating the Xuanwang heart-clearing mantra day and night, instinctively ran this technique again. Finally, while completely removing the miasma from his body, Li Fan also inexplicably comprehended the advanced and sublimated version of the Xuanwang heart-clearing mantra. Xuanwang heart-refining mantra. Later, it became the current Xuanwang immortal heart mantra. This technique has been of great help to Li Fan along the way. The pain in the pure body spirit pool is not something ordinary people can endure. There is a high probability that they will directly fall into a coma. Even if they are still awake, in this extreme pain, there is no room for any other distractions. Carry the spirit and embrace oneness, cleanse away the profound contemplation, emulate nature. With his eyes closed, a flash of inspiration flashed through Li Fan's mind. Man unites with the Tao. Instinctive behavior under ignorance and unawareness is the closest to the Tao. This may be the reason why so many mortals in the world can successfully remove the immortal mortal barrier and reorder the principles of heaven and earth. However, in reality, this is not a complete reversal of principles. The fact that there is no qualitative leap in strength after removing the immortal mortal barrier shows this. Li Fan pondered. Firstly, because it is not completely relying on one's own strength to remove the immortal mortal barrier, and secondly, the light of the transformation Tao stone flashed in his mind, and Li Fan turned out his initial insights and constantly savored them. He seemed to have realized something. When the immortal mortal barrier was finally removed, it was as if I disappeared. It's like sensing the Xuanwang heart-clearing mantra I was running, and the heart-refining mantra spontaneously changed. Did it trigger some kind of condition? Li Fan also remembered the image of the eastern extremes before his death sent by the true honored Lord. The secret of reversing the principles of heaven and earth is hidden in the immortal mortal barrier. Before Li Fan's eyes, it was as if he saw countless mortals breaking the shackles of immortals and mortals and embarking on the path of cultivation over thousands of years. The birth of every cultivator is an experience of a process similar to reversing the principles of heaven and earth. Even if they themselves are unaware, this is indeed what actually happened. Reversing the principles of heaven and earth is tantamount to directly confronting the Dharma transmission and completely overturning the cultivation system he personally created. Talents like Mr. Bai and the eastern extremes also ended in failure. This shows how difficult it is. But Li Fan suddenly understood. He thought of the simulation process of his repeated reincarnations. The process of every mortal resisting the immortal mortal barrier can be seen as a simulation of reversing the principles of heaven and earth. The power of one person may have its limits. The power of tens of millions of people also has its limits. But the power of tens of millions of people, tens of thousands of times, is endless and cannot be exhausted. In the face of such grand power, it is only a matter of time before the new Dharma of Dharma transmission is broken. Li Fan's heart was shaken. The myriad spirits of heaven and earth, and the refining of spirits by all living beings, use pure quantity to shake the power of immortals that transcends the mortal. Endless living beings, eternally reversing the Dharma, is to further amplify the advantage of quantity on the time scale, from quantitative change to qualitative change. As long as there are still existences in the Xuanwang world who are unwilling to accept the fate of mortals, this technique will continue to exist. Li Fan's thoughts turned sharply, and he felt more sincere respect for Mr. Bai, who created such a wonderful technique. Ignoring the limits of lifespan, the means still take effect after death, crossing the river of time and affecting many years later. Unlike Li Fan, who possesses the treasure of returning to truth, this is already the limit that ordinary mortal cultivators can achieve in the usual sense. Of course, this is not of much reference value to Li Fan. What Mr. Bai needed the cultivators of the Xuanwang world to accomplish over thousands of years, Li Fan only needed to accomplish through constant returning to truth. But this does not prevent Li Fan from taking the results of Mr. Bai. In my opinion, the secret of reversing the principles of heaven and earth hidden in the immortal mortal barrier is the insights of countless cultivators over the years when they remove the immortal mortal barrier. All have been recorded and preserved. If the simulation experience of reversing the principles of heaven and earth time and time again can be absorbed. Li Fan prided himself on being able to ignore most of the treasures in the Xuanwang world, even the cat treasure from outside the high wall. But it must be admitted that at this moment, after realizing these countless experiences of reversing principles, he was moved. Unlike magic weapons, this experience gift pack is something that can directly enhance the essence of Li Fan's spirit. Enough to drastically shorten the gap between him and Dharma transmission and heavenly medicine. Although it is only a one-time thing, it is of great significance to Li Fan, and the sooner it is discovered, the better. At least it can save me 3 lifetimes of reincarnation time. Li Fan calculated in his heart. Then where exactly is this gift pack hidden by Mr. Bai? In the mirror of fallen immortals, or is it in the power of the immortal mortal barrier? Does it require any special conditions to trigger? If it weren't for the fact that he had already set the tone for sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight in this life, Li Fan would have wanted to personally go out and find out. However, years of experience still made him suppress this impulse. With Venerable Yin and Shu Ke working hard to research, it is definitely more efficient than me groping around myself. If they know, it is equivalent to me knowing. Anyway, it's all mine in the end, no need to rush. I can also see how much this gift pack weighs. After the Holy Emperor clone absorbs it, can it really shake Dharma transmission? HMPH, it really makes me look forward to it. Li Fan, who had been in seclusion in the Dharma evolution jade space for a long time, could not help but feel bored, and at this moment, his heart was also surging. The perspective returns to the Holy Emperor clone. Deciphering the mysteries of Mr. Bai's legacy is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. Before that, the time agreed upon by Li Ping and Ruomu had arrived. The Holy Emperor came to the outside of the White Flower Black Abyss again. He was not careless because he had an absolute advantage. To prevent Ruomu from jumping over the wall in desperation, the essence of source power was silently laid down as a layer of protection around him. Then Li Ping stepped back into the suffering life space. Perhaps it was because of Li Ping's nourishment last time, or perhaps Ruomu himself saw hope. In the originally dead and despairing withered yellow space, Li Ping actually felt a trace of life this time. Although extremely weak, the appearance of this trace of life that should not have existed already explained some problems. Li Ping also found something different from before. Those cultivators hanging on Ruomu's branches all disappeared. Greetings, Holy Emperor. The old Taoist priest appeared in front of Li Ping with a smile at this time. Ruomu noticed the direction of the other party's gaze. Without waiting for Li Ping to ask, he took the initiative to explain, "Since I have decided to rely on you, I naturally have to make some changes. It's good to get rid of the past behavior of being powerless and furious. Don't mention it, I'm really a little tired of seeing these human flesh fruits too much." Li Ping said lightly, "Where are they now?" Ruomu smiled slyly. "Naturally, they are returned to heaven." Saying that, Ruomu handed over a leaf. The leaves were cyan and yellow, and if you looked closely, there was a universe inside. It contained all kinds of golden pills piled up like a small mountain. These golden pills were like they were dissolving, incomplete. Li Ping could vaguely see the appearance of the heaven and earth strange objects in the core of the golden pill. "I am originally a spirit of heaven and earth, in charge of the power of Xuanwang's life and death. Although the power has been gradually taken back, the connection with heaven and earth has not been broken." Ruomu glanced at Li Ping, and then said, "Through my absorption and transformation, the power of heaven and earth swallowed by these cultivators can be returned to heaven and earth faster. You understand, I didn't embezzle it." Li Ping retracted his gaze on the leaves. "I believe you are not so stupid. Compared with my reward, these are simply insignificant." Ruomu nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement. "Come here," Li Ping suddenly said. The old Taoist hesitated for a moment, and finally slowly walked to the faceless Holy Emperor. Compared with Li Ping's huge body of 3 feet 3, the hunched Taoist priest seemed like a baby. Li Ping gently pressed his palm on Ruomu's head. Boom! The scene in front of Ruomu shattered in an instant. In an instant, he seemed to have left this suffering life space. He came to the endless dark starry sky. The golden vortex, like a galaxy, swirled mightily. In the center of the galaxy, you could vaguely see the majestic figure of the faceless Holy Emperor. That powerful and sacred aura seemed to be even better than the Xuanwang heavenly Tao that Ruomu was familiar with. As one of the oldest existences in the Xuanwang world, Ruomu naturally knew the meaning of this power. The last bit of dissatisfaction in his heart slowly disappeared. Ruomu showed his prototype, no longer the ugly human old Taoist, but a withered yellow, seemingly malnourished sapling. In front of the vast golden vortex galaxy, it was like an ant. The branches shook gently, which meant Ruomu expressed his surrender. The figure of the faceless Holy Emperor rapidly expanded, instantly filling Ruomu's entire vision. The golden galaxy also exploded. Endless starlight submerged Ruomu. When Ruomu woke up from the illusion, Li Ping's figure had disappeared. "Wait patiently. When you are needed, you will be summoned." Only Li Ping's voice kept echoing in his mind. And Li Ping's promise was not broken. Ruomu clearly felt that his bond with the Xuanwang world was slowly recovering. Although it is impossible to return to the peak of the year. But there is always hope. And, Ruomu looked at the palm of his hand. In addition to the original green leaf, there was an extra small green bottle at some point. It was obviously left by the faceless Holy Emperor before leaving. A section of forbidden manipulation techniques naturally emerged in his mind. Ruomu followed the gourd and opened the small green bottle. A pure vitality emerged from the green bottle. Even if it is not as good as the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao personally nourishing, it is definitely a great tonic for Ruomu in his current state. Ruomu greedily swallowed all the vitality in the green bottle in one gulp. Until he could not pour out a drop, he reluctantly gave up. However, Ruomu realized that the vitality in this small green bottle had not completely disappeared. But it is spontaneously and slowly generated. What surprised Ruomu even more was that the generation of this vitality did not draw any energy from the outside world. It was like the vitality was completely derived from the green bottle itself. It's really a good treasure. Ruomu smacked his lips very unpleasantly. It doesn't seem to be something from the Xuanwang world. Ruomu pondered for a moment, and then smiled self-deprecatingly. Why bother so much? It's enough to have something to eat and drink. It can't be worse than before. After losing it, you realize the preciousness of what you once had. If anyone wants to take these things away again, even if the other party was a Dharma transmitter, Ruomu would dare to bite them a couple of times. 1262. Slate falls into the pond. The Earth Vein Ancient Tree was also within the Faceless Saint Emperor's network of origin essence. Therefore, when Ruamu surrendered, the Earth Vein Ancient Tree also felt a faint sense. However, it couldn't be certain, and the feeling of unease in its heart grew day by day. Now that we are all subordinates of the Saint Emperor, and with the Saint Emperor's protection, does he still dare to do anything to me? The ancient tree could only comfort itself in this way. The Earth Vein Ancient Tree clearly knew that in this world, perhaps only the Saint Emperor could protect its life. And the more useful it was to the Saint Dynasty, the safer it would be. Thus, the Earth Vein Ancient Tree couldn't wait to prove its worth to the Saint Emperor. Unfortunately, since arriving in the Great Chi of the Saint Dynasty, it had felt as if it had been forgotten. No one had actively sought it out. Even the task previously assigned of sorting out the Earth Veins of the Great Chi small world had not been inspected by anyone. This made the Earth Vein Ancient Tree quite depressed. However, on this day, the opportunity to perform that the ancient tree had been waiting for finally arrived. The visitor was none other than the Saint Emperor's fifth disciple, O Shangtian. Is this the diagram of the Earth Vein flow of the Xuanwang world? O Shangtian asked, pointing to the image in front of him. Dense and numerous, it resembled an underground network, extending to all parts of the Xuanwang world. Like blood vessels in the human body, it constantly contracted and pulsed. It looked quite strange. The Earth Vein Ancient Tree nodded and said, Little Venerable has keen eyes. O Shangtian seemed to enjoy the ancient tree's flattery and readily accepted the title of Little Venerable. I heard Senior Sister Linling say that when traveling in the Earth Vein flow, the power of the Xuanwang world's heavenly Tao spontaneously conceals it, making it difficult for ordinary people to detect. Is that so? O Shangtian asked again. That's right. The Earth Vein Ancient Tree handed over a withered branch. Little Venerable, please take a look. O Shangtian felt the power of the Earth Vein flow surging within the withered branch and frowned slightly. I don't see anything special about this. How can it shield others' perception? The Earth Vein Ancient Tree smiled slightly. Little Venerable must know that gathering sand forms a high tower, and drops of water converge into a river. A little bit of Earth Vein power may not seem eye-catching, but when the entire Xuanwang world's Earth Vein flow gathers, it is truly vast and mighty, like a thunderous force. In the end, the circulation of the Earth Veins is also an important part of the normal operation of the Xuanwang world, and I am merely temporarily in charge of its authority. Compared to the vast principles of the entire Xuanwang world, ordinary cultivators are like ants, and being overlooked is only natural. O Shangtian stared blankly at the diagram of the Earth Vein flow, lost in thought. After a long while, he came back to his senses, returned the Earth Vein withered branch, and instructed, It so happens that I am going out this time to carry out a task assigned by my master, and I may need your help. This was what the Earth Vein Ancient Tree had been waiting for, and it was overjoyed upon hearing this. Little Venerable, please give your orders, and I will definitely assist you wholeheartedly. There is a predecessor in the Xuanwang world with unfathomable strength, carrying a stone tablet. Do you know of him? O Shangtian asked, looking at the Earth Vein Ancient Tree. The Earth Vein Ancient Tree's expression suddenly changed, and the previous eagerness vanished in an instant. He stared at O Shangtian with some disbelief, and after a long while, he tentatively asked, Little Venerable, is the Saint Dynasty going to take action against the Stone Tablet Senior? Forgive me for speaking frankly, but the Stone Tablet is a true Changsheng realm cultivator, and has attained the Tao for many years. O Shangtian waved his hand impatiently. I naturally know the strength of that so-called Stone Tablet. A Changsheng realm cultivator, so what? Compared to my master, he is nothing. Don't worry, I am only responsible for luring him to a specific location. Hearing O Shangtian say this, the Earth Vein Ancient Tree breathed a slight sigh of relief. Since the mysterious and unfathomable faceless Saint Emperor could subdue its father, it should not be a problem to deal with this stone tablet. The ancient tree perked up. Little Venerable, may I ask how you need me to cooperate? O Shangtian explained the detailed plan, and the ancient tree nodded thoughtfully, indicating that there was no major problem. The matter should not be delayed. I will set off immediately after seeing my master. The ancient tree then said, My main body is still in Xuanwang. As long as Little Venerable summons me, I can appear at any time. O Shangtian hurriedly entered the Saint Emperor's seat. When he walked out, the anxiety on his face had disappeared without a trace. I have the Chenkin Bone Hand, and the 7-colored Jade Void Luminous Light to protect me, and this time I have also received a treasure bestowed by my master. I have also studied formations for so long. As long as I lure him to the fishing pond, the task will be considered complete. It shouldn't be a big problem. But isn't the fishing pond our Saint Dynasty's treasure land? Why does the master want me to lure a great enemy there instead? Is he not afraid of any accidents? Shangtian couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. But in the end, he couldn't be bothered to worry so much. He left the Great Chi small world and went straight to the Nine Mountains prefecture of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. With the help of the surging earth vein flow, in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he had already arrived within the borders of the Nine Mountains prefecture. Shangtian tried it out, and sure enough, the spatial laws here were somewhat chaotic and fragile. If he rashly used the instantaneous movement technique, it was very likely that he would directly tear the space, be sucked into the spatial turbulence, and disappear without a trace. However, flying doesn't seem to be a problem. These 9 mountains can stump ordinary cultivators, but they can't stump me, who has the 7-colored divine light. Thinking this, Shangtian deliberately manipulated the 7-colored jade void luminous light to form a protective circle around his body. Like the great sun in the sky, it constantly emitted its own rhythm to the outside world. With a slight thought, a set of armor, also exuding a 7-colored luster, suddenly appeared on Shangtian's body. The master's words simultaneously rang in Shangtian's ears. This thing is called the luminous armor, and it is refined from the 9 heavens thunderbolt and the morning glow. After wearing it, the speed of flying can be compared to lightning. It can also ignore most of the attack methods. Shangtian tried it out. Looking at the top of the mountains in the distance, with only a trance, he arrived at the top of the mountain in the next moment. So fast, Shangtian, who was the instigator, couldn't help but be horrified. Under the double blessing of the luminous armor and the 7-colored jade void luminous light, his speed had reached an unbelievable level. Even though he was so ostentatious, flying in the sky with 7-colored brilliance radiating from his whole body, because the speed was too fast, none of the cultivators in the entire 9 Mountains prefecture could detect it. Even the Tao integration guardians of the Myriad Immortals Alliance were the same. Shangtian was a little cautious at first, but after finally confirming that no one could detect him, he gradually relaxed. He even felt a sense of wantonness in his heart. Happy, really happy. In the vast 9 Mountains prefecture, he had flown back and forth several times in the time it takes to breathe. The feeling of galloping made Shangtian a little intoxicated. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Just flying like this will lure out that stone tablet. Is it that mysterious? I'm so fast, shouldn't he be able to find me, right? Should I slow down a little and try? Just as Shangtian's thoughts were a little divergent, a sense of inexplicable crisis suddenly arose in his heart. An image suddenly appeared in his mind. The sky and earth suddenly darkened. As if there were some invisible restraints, no matter how he flew, he couldn't escape the area shrouded in darkness. In despair, his body could only slowly slide towards the center of darkness. Quote exclamation mark quote. Shangtian was shocked in his heart. He knew that this was the spontaneous warning of his other innate treasure besides the Chenkin bone hand, the Book of 10,000 Deaths. What the hell is that? The stone tablet. The scene he had foreseen made Shangtian's hair stand on end. He decisively detonated a formation diadem that he had prepared for a long time. In an instant, countless formations were arranged and completed, protecting Shangtian in the center. The illusion of the Book of 10,000 Deaths slowly dissipated. But the sense of crisis in Shangtian's heart did not subside because of this, because as the array setter, he could clearly feel that the hundreds of thousands of formations he had personally arranged around him were rapidly disappearing at an incredible speed. But from beginning to end, he did not see the person who broke the formation. It was as if something was silently devouring it. The horror in his heart grew stronger. While the protective formation was still effective, Shangtian threw out several more formation diadems around him. Layers of formations unfolded one after another, and a phantom could not help but slowly reveal its figure. Shangtian didn't dare to look too much. Earth vein. Silently shouting in his heart, Shangtian plunged straight into the ground from the sky. Disappearing in an instant, and the thousands of formations he left behind were strangely compressed into a book-like entity, all slowly floating in front of the suddenly appearing figure. The figure gradually revealed its true appearance, a scholar-like appearance, with the stone tablet behind him particularly eye-catching. Whenever he took a page and finished reading it, the page disappeared from his hand, the fluorescence flickered, and then it seemed to be imprinted on the stone tablet. The scholar was not in a hurry to chase after the fleeing Shangtian, but instead unhurriedly read all the pages in his hand. The originally calm face gradually frowned. Xuanwang world, when has the formation already developed to this point? That world light, could it be an outsider? All the pages in his hand disappeared, and the scholar glanced at the location where Shengtian was sensed. What a fast speed, he even has the earth vein ancient tree as a helper. The scholar sorted out the recent records of the stone tablet. No relevant records were found. More and more foreign domains are coming, and the stone tablet, which claims to be omniscient, is ultimately slowly becoming unworthy of its name. Wu Yu, you are right. There is never anything eternal. Immortals are the same, and the power that we Changsheng realm cultivators are proud of is also the same. Although this matter clearly revealed the aura of conspiracy, as if trying to seduce him to go. But there was no fear in the stone tablet's heart. Instead, he was more curious. Taking a step, he had already arrived at the location where Shengtian was before. However, Shengtian seemed to have been prepared, already one step ahead, diving into the earth vein. The earth vein surged, roared, and rumbled, and even a stone slab would have difficulty finding the figure of an ant within it. However, the stone slab was not in a hurry, knowing that the other party would inevitably appear again. Therefore, it simply stayed in place to wait. Interesting. It seems that the person behind the scenes understands me somewhat. Instead of being annoyed by being played, a faint smile appeared on the stone slab's face. Just like that, the stone slab was gradually drawn to a peaceful mountain Taoist temple. Shengtian no longer fled, but stood respectfully behind a tall and stalwart figure. The stone slab's gaze also shifted from Shengtian to this figure. After observing for a moment, the smile on the stone slab's lips finally disappeared. Instead, a hint of puzzlement and solemnity emerged. The person before him gave him a feeling that was both somewhat familiar and somewhat of a warning of danger. I can't sense the aura of being one with the Tao. Is he not in the eternal realm? Or, like me, is he practicing ancient longevity methods? The stone slab secretly speculated. Just standing there, aren't you tired? Come in and have a seat. After a moment of confrontation between the two sides, Li Ping took the initiative to speak. With just one sentence, the tense atmosphere was broken. It was not like enemies meeting, but rather like old friends who had not seen each other for many years, greeting each other familiarly. A strange feeling suddenly arose in the stone slab's heart. However, he still gently said, "All right." Following Li Ping, he entered the Taoist temple below. Passing through the Taoist temple, Li Ping did not stop, but continued to walk to a pond behind the Taoist temple. "Taoist friend, how long have you been carrying this stone slab on your back?" Li Ping asked. The stone slab was slightly startled, and then without concealing anything, replied, 36,942 years. 36,942 years, Li Ping repeated the number. It sounds like a long time. But it's only been over 30,000 years. Compared to the lifespan of the Xuanwang world, it's insignificant. Not to mention the star sea outside the Xuanwang world, Li Ping said with some emotion. The stone slab also echoed, yes, 30,000 years, a blink of an eye. For the world itself, it may not be worth mentioning. But for an ordinary person like me, it's really been a bit long. Ordinary person, Shengtian couldn't help but mutter softly at this time. Li Ping smiled, Shengtian, do not be rude. What this senior said is correct, he is indeed just an ordinary person. Shengtian did not dare to disobey the Holy Emperor, and quickly bowed to the stone slab to apologize. The stone slab didn't bother to argue with him at all, but stared straight at Li Ping. You seem to know me very well. Li Ping did not admit it. It's just that, I feel somewhat empathetic. I'm just an ordinary person, but I'm burdened with a destined mission. Upon hearing this, Shengtian lowered his head even further, fearing that he would reveal the slightest bit of abnormality. The stone slab was thoughtful, constantly sizing up Li Ping. That tall figure was different from ordinary cultivators in the conventional sense. The several auras entwined and attached to his body were also extremely mysterious, making the stone slab dare not underestimate him. Taoist friend, what is the purpose of leading me here? Could it be just to have a simple chat? Finally, the stone slab asked directly, ending the exchange of veiled remarks between the two. I am here to help you get rid of your burden, Li Ping said in a deep voice. These straightforward words could not help but make Shengtian raise his head, a flash of excitement in his eyes. The stone slab narrowed his eyes, and could not help but become wary. It seems that you have misunderstood me. I really want to help you get rid of your burden. Li Ping's tone revealed a hint of disappointment. The faceless Holy Emperor pointed to the surroundings. Could it be that you haven't noticed anything wrong here? Hearing this, the stone slab's attention shifted from the faceless Holy Emperor to the left and right. Looking around, his gaze finally landed on the calm little pond. 1263. The Holy Emperor steps on the way to salvation. Although it seemed the pond held no mysteries, instinct told the stone slab that something was hidden here. The stone slab slowly walked to the edge of the pond, the clear water reflecting the scholar's appearance, causing him to pause slightly. Then, shaking his head, his appearance changed in an instant. I'm a little curious about what you originally looked like, the faceless Saint Emperor Li Ping said from behind him. Hee, I can't even remember it myself, the stone slab said with a self-deprecating laugh. Then, he began to carefully observe the pond. The water wasn't deep, a glance revealed everything. The stone slab observed for a long time but couldn't find the pond's secret, and he began to doubt his judgment. He turned to look at Li Ping. Li Ping didn't explain but suddenly asked meaningfully, before the great calamity of the Xuanwang world, many immortal treasures existed. Now, over 10,000 years have passed, and these treasures have long disappeared. The existence of immortal artifacts has become a legend, and even cultivators rarely mention them in casual conversation. Does the Taoist friend know the whereabouts of these immortal treasures? The stone slab's expression didn't change. Immortal artifacts. I never cared about them. Halfway through his sentence, he seemed to realize something and abruptly looked at the fishing pond again. After pondering for a moment, his appearance changed again. An old fisherman wearing a straw raincoat and carrying a fish basket instantly appeared before Li Ping. With a flash of green light in his hand, the fisherman-like stone slab cast the fishing rod. The next moment, his body suddenly froze. Without reeling in the line, the stone slab stood motionless, as if frozen in ice. After a long time, he took a step back, breaking free from the illusion before him. What was that? The stone slab asked, staring directly at Li Ping. What was what? The Saint Emperor asked knowingly. The fish pond, the starry sky, the stone slab pressed on. Li Ping shook his head slightly. That is the bait. Bait. The stone slab was inexplicably stunned. The angler is also being fished, Li Ping said in a cold voice. Even if the Taoist friend sees the treasures of the entire starry sky and remains unmoved, what if it involves your path to liberation? Can you still be so calm? Li Ping's tone was faint. The stone slab had lived in the Xuanwang world for too long and had seen too many things. So, after hearing Li Ping's words and pondering for a moment, he quickly understood his meaning. The path to immortality is severed, and the outer starry sea of Xuanwang should already be a ruin. Unless, a realization flashed in the stone slab's eyes. What, do you want to go out and see? Li Ping asked. The stone slab denied it. Things in the world are generally the same. Even if it's another world, what can it be? I just want to take off the heavy stone on my back and have a good sleep. His topic returned to the fishing pond. I don't know when this thing came to the Xuanwang world, but it's certain that it was after the Great Calamity. To be more precise, it was after the re-emergence of the law dissemination and the creation of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The Saint Emperor put it even more plainly. In other words, this fishing pond is likely to have been implanted into the Xuanwang world along with fragments of other cultivation worlds. It should be so, but the treasures of the immortal path have already transcended our understanding. We can't guarantee it, the stone slab said, leaving room for doubt. The path to liberation you mentioned, is it to make me bite this bait? The stone slab looked at the Saint Emperor with a strange expression. Li Ping said frankly, that's right. Isn't the Taoist friend feeling extremely painful? You are one with the creation stone slab. I think only immortal treasures that surpass the power limit of the cultivation world can separate you from the stone slab under all of heavens. As for what will happen after being fished away by the power behind the fishing pond, that's not something I can guarantee. The stone slab really wanted to say, I have no grievances with you, Taoist friend, why do you want to harm me? But the words stopped at his lips. Clearly, this faceless venerable had no malice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed the entire plan directly. On the contrary, the stone slab felt that this person was quite candid. Moreover, a familiar aura on the other party's body made him feel inexplicably at ease. I'm just too tired of living and want to get rid of this burden, not that I don't want to live, the stone slab politely declined the Saint Emperor's kindness. If the Taoist friend is just troubled by the information that the creation stone slab is constantly displaying, then things are easy to handle. Li Ping revealed his true intentions at this moment. Oh, the stone slab's eyes clearly held suspicion. Does the Taoist friend recognize this object? Li Ping reached out, and a brilliant blue crystal floated quietly in his palm. The stone of transformation, I naturally know it. You want to? The stone slab shook his head. To be honest, I've tried all sorts of methods to alleviate the pain. I've also tried the Great Evolution sect's secret art of the divine transformation, but the creation stone slab is the embodiment of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao's authority. The Heavenly Tao is high above, looking down on all things. After merging with me, it can't tolerate anything else. That was before. Times have changed. Li Ping directly interrupted the stone slab's words. The stone slab paused slightly. Moreover, I can also help you. As these words were spoken, the faceless Saint Emperor's aura changed. Above the Taoist temple, clouds gathered. A peculiar rhythm appeared out of thin air, echoing the Saint Emperor. The familiar, close feeling in the stone slab's heart became even more obvious. You are. Even though he had lived for tens of thousands of years, he still couldn't help but exclaim in shock at this moment. The Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord. But he quickly denied it. No, that's impossible. And the stone slab looked up, gazing at the sky. His expression changed from shock to solemnity. The authority wielded by the Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord was independent of the creation stone slab, yet above it. Although the stone slab would still record his deeds, it would be only a few strokes, only the vaguest outline. But the stone slab sensed the aura on the faceless Saint Emperor's body, which was clearly different from the Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord recorded in the records. The Xuanwang Great Heavenly Lord wields the Heavenly Tao. Although there are countless connections to the Heavenly Tao, it's more like a separate individual. But with some kind of blessing, he can manipulate the Heavenly Tao's laws as easily as using his own arms. But this person before me. An idea inexplicably arose in the stone slab's heart. An incarnation of the Heavenly Tao. Although it was a bit unbelievable, it was the most reasonable explanation. Li Ping also seemed to sense the stone slab's thoughts and no longer displayed his connection with the Heavenly Tao. He didn't directly explain, but instead returned to the previous topic. With the stone of transformation helping you share and sort out the events happening in the Xuanwang world, it should make you feel more relaxed. But relying on the stone of transformation alone is not enough. The stone slab's gaze narrowed slightly, waiting for the other party's next words. The Ferrying Calamity sect, the Taoist friend should be familiar with it, right? Li Ping asked. Hearing these three words, the stone slab's expression became slightly unfriendly. The Ferrying Calamity sect's world-observing divine eye has the same marvelous effect as the creation stone slab. Coupled with the endless paper figures, that Ferrying Calamity book can also record everything it monitors. The Ferrying Calamity book, plus the stone of transformation. It should be able to barely offset the side effects of the creation stone slab. As for the rest, with the Taoist friend's tenacious will cultivated over tens of thousands of years, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with it, the faceless Saint Emperor said slowly. The stone slab fell silent, inwardly considering the feasibility of the other party's suggestion. First, the quality of the stone of transformation in the Taoist friend's hand is not good enough. After a moment, the stone slab spoke. It's okay, I can find a better one, the Saint Emperor said straightforwardly. The stone slab paused, then continued. Second, the Ferrying Calamity sect offended the law dissemination back then, and the entire sect was sealed and hidden from the world. Because of their cultivation technique, eternal tribulation world, they can even interfere with the perception of heaven and earth. Plus, it was the law dissemination who took action, so. I know where they are hiding, the Saint Emperor said calmly. The stone slab was stunned by this. It seems that this person is even stronger than I imagined. Since the other party had said so much, the stone slab naturally wouldn't be coy anymore. Please help me, Taoist friend, he said sincerely. This was the sentence Li Ping was waiting for. Follow me. His figure flickered and instantly appeared on the horizon. The stone slab followed closely, leaving behind Shangtian, who was completely bewildered. He hadn't heard the conversation between the Saint Emperor and the stone slab. Ever since Li Ping pointed to the fishing pond, Shangtian had lost his perception of these two powerhouses. Until this moment, when they left one after the other. Wasn't Master going to deal with that stone slab? Why aren't they fighting? Could it be that like that ancient earth vein tree, it's also joining our holy dynasty? Oh, Shangtian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, Li Ping and the stone slab had already arrived outside the ferrying calamity sect, at the law dissemination seal. Watching Li Ping skillfully dissolve the law dissemination seal, the doubts in the stone slab's heart grew more and more. This is a seal left by the law dissemination. Even an incarnation of the heavenly Tao shouldn't be able to break it so easily, right? Or is it that after so many years, the Xuanwang heavenly Tao has recovered to the point where it can wrestle with the law dissemination? Li Ping didn't care what the stone slab thought, and led him straight into the ferrying calamity sect. Climbing mountains, descending mountains, endlessly repeating courtyards. All rapidly changed before him, and finally the ferrying calamity sect's main hall appeared before the two. Go in. The stone slab followed him in, only then confirming that this was indeed the former location of the ferrying calamity sect. He could feel that countless paper figures, both alive and dead, were hidden in this dark hall. They were one of the Xuanwang world's immortal Tao 10 sects, enjoying the cultivation resources produced by the Xuanwang world. But when disaster struck, they chose to avoid the world and escape the calamity. They are truly like those so-called world-observing divine eyes, veritable parasites of the Xuanwang world. Li Ping's words were ice-cold, mercilessly criticizing them. The stone slab narrowed his eyes, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Eternal tribulation world, using the world's calamities for cultivation. This is inherently a technique that harms heaven and earth. If heaven and earth are thriving, without calamities, I'm afraid these people would also interfere and create calamities. Such a sect should have been exterminated long ago, Li Ping continued. As if hearing the Saint Emperor's words, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew through the gloomy hall. Thinking that by transforming into paper figures, they can escape everything. A golden chain emerged from the Saint Emperor's body. Silently, it shot into the depths of the dark hall. Like mist being stirred, the blackness in the ferrying calamity sect's main hall rippled like water. The stone slab looked at the golden chain, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then, within Li Ping's body, a golden vortex-like phantom slowly emerged. 10,000 chains, following the direction of the vortex's rotation, whistled out. Bang, bang, flying into the darkness, they seemed to collide with something, constantly making muffled sounds. The Saint Emperor's aura was too strong, and even the stone slab had to temporarily take a step back. The stone slab couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This person's strength is much stronger than the usual longevity realm. And it seems to be more than just the power of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. Cracking sounds rose and fell in the hall. As the golden vortex nebula in the Saint Emperor's body reversed, the golden chains contracted. It also seemed that something in the darkness was being bound by the chains and dragged out forcefully. If ordinary cultivators were to see this scene, they would definitely feel terrified. However, the stone slab felt a rare excitement in his heart. When a paper figure with a somewhat terrified face emerged from the darkness, the stone slab's eyebrows couldn't help but rise. It's these guys. The paper figure gesticulated wildly, still trying to struggle. The end of the chain binding him burst out with a dazzling light, and the paper figure suddenly wilted as if struck by lightning. Terror, accompanied by listlessness, several different expressions could actually appear on the empty paper face, which was truly quite wonderful. Li Ping reached out and grabbed the paper figure firmly in his palm. Around the Saint Emperor, 10,000 golden chains continued to fly, and more paper figures were dragged out of the darkness by him. The hall began to shake unstably, and even the entire ferrying calamity mountain seemed to be in danger. HMPH. Li Ping stomped his foot fiercely, and golden halos radiated from under his feet towards the surroundings. The space that was about to fall apart was frozen and still as if it had been frozen in ice. Li Ping lowered his head, his faceless gaze locking onto the paper figure in his hand. With a slight force, a wail suddenly came from the paper figure in his hand. Taoist friend, be gentle, Taoist friend, be gentle. We have no grievances, why do you use such a cruel hand? The paper figure no longer pretended to be dead but said quickly. Taoist friend, are you worthy? Li Ping's tone was full of disdain, and he exerted a little more force in his hand. Along with this, the 10,000 golden chains around him also emitted a dazzling light in sync. In the hall, the paper figure's painful voices suddenly rose and fell. Venerable One, spare me, Venerable One, spare me. The situation was stronger than the person, and the paper figures finally stopped being stubborn and begged for mercy repeatedly. However, Li Ping didn't stop immediately. The vortex nebula continued to rotate, retracting the chains. He gathered all the ferrying calamity sect's paper figures in one place before stopping the torture. This is the famous ferrying calamity sect of ancient times. Li Ping looked at the pile of paper figures stacked together in front of him and said in a deep voice. Not worthy of being famous, not worthy of. It's just for survival. Among the paper figures' wails, there was a rather unique voice. 1264. The details of the Dharma transmission. The Holy Emperor's golden chains moved slightly, and one of the paper figures was pulled in front of Li Ping. Unlike the others, this paper figure didn't show much fear on its face. Instead, it seemed listless and weak. Its thick eyebrows were raised in a defiant manner, giving it a somewhat comical appearance. Seeking survival. If the skin is gone, what will the fur cling to? If the Xuanwang realm is destroyed, where will you survive? The Holy Emperor said coldly. The thick-browed paper figure smiled wryly and said, Our Due sect's strength is very ordinary. If the Xuanwang realm is really destroyed, there's nothing we can do, is there? We can only accept it. Could it be that the Venerable will blame the mortals of this world for not standing up to save the Xuanwang realm? Do what you can with what you have. Li Ping didn't argue with the Due sect's paper figure. The golden chains exerted force again slightly, sharp-tongued and unrepentant even when facing death. The golden light slowly condensed, gradually changing from chains to thin threads, wrapping around the thick-browed paper figure in circles. The other captured paper figures cried out in alarm and fear. But only the thick-browed paper figure seemed to sit upright, its expression becoming solemn. Muttering in its mouth, years become empty, calamities are eternal. Hundreds of lifetimes, thousands of tribulations, melt my golden body. The golden source power that had always been effective for the Holy Emperor lost its effect for the first time at this moment. Li Ping only felt that the power applied to the thick-browed paper figure was cleverly neutralized by an invisible force. Even absorbed by the other party, becoming a part of its foundation. The golden threads slowly dissolved, and the thick-browed paper figure stood still. Only the color of the paper figure's body changed from an old yellowish white to a brilliant gold, close to the essence of source power. The stone tablet, which had been watching all along, suddenly looked a bit serious. Friend, be careful. This is the Due sect's unique skill, Eternal Tribulation World, which can transform all the power of calamity in the world into nourishment for its own cultivation. Li Ping sneered. Just a shrinking turtle. You want to use my power to cultivate? Then I will satisfy you. A dazzling golden light, like a raging flame, erupted from the Holy Emperor's body. The blazing light illuminated the entire Due sect space in a golden hue. The golden flames, seemingly condensed into substance, were all poured into the golden body of the paper figure along the remaining chains. Those paper figures that were not the Holy Emperor's main target, but were merely affected, all let out earth-shattering wails as if being roasted by flames. It was conceivable how strong the pressure on this golden-bodied paper figure was. It looked distorted, as if it was about to melt. But the thick-browed paper figure still stood still, its expression indifferent. This scene secretly startled the stone tablet. Although after transforming into paper figures, their original appearances could not be recognized. But under the Holy Emperor's mighty power, to still be able to remain calm and safe was rare even in the Due sect at its peak. The stone tablet was guessing the identity of the thick-browed paper figure. At the same time, the faceless Holy Emperor didn't lessen the torment of the Due sect's paper figure. The golden flames burned even more vigorously. Although they didn't completely burn the paper figures, they slowly plated them with a layer of indelible gold. Especially the thick-browed paper figure, wrapped in flames, its body's golden light became even more striking. You want to avoid the world and hide from disaster, but I will not allow it. The rise and fall of Xuanwang is everyone's responsibility. The Holy Emperor's voice was like thunder, and the essence of source power suddenly erupted. Illuminating every corner of this space, the brilliance of its light even made the stone tablet close its eyes to avoid it. When the light faded, the darkness in the Due sect's main hall completely disappeared. The uncomfortable, dark aura was also gone. The paper figures, freed from the chains, fell to the ground in a chaotic mess. Compared to before, they seemed to have gained some vitality. And the leading thick-browed paper figure had directly turned into a little golden man. The golden man still had that listless, dejected appearance. He sighed and said, The Venerable wasting so much source power essence on us waste is really a waste of natural resources. It's too uneconomical, Li Ping said in a deep voice. If everything in the world was decided by pure rationality, I'm afraid the Xuanwang realm would have perished long ago. How could I let you make noise here? Before he finished speaking, a large X suddenly appeared on the golden paper figure's face, blocking his mouth. Immediately afterwards, the other paper figures were also the same. The Due sect's main hall, which was originally like a vegetable market, suddenly became quiet. One absolute Taoist. At this time, the stone tablet looked at the golden paper figure and asked tentatively. The golden paper figure couldn't speak, but just blinked at the stone tablet. It was unknown whether it was an admission or a denial. The two didn't have time to reminisce. After losing the support of the essence of source power, this space slowly became unstable. Let's go out first. Li Ping took the stone tablet and a group of paper figures who had lost themselves and flashed to outside the Due sect. This ancient immortal sect, which had been suppressed and sealed by the transmission law, also revealed its true face at this moment. A book unfolding from the middle. There were no words in the book, only reliefs of mountains and empty architectural landscapes. As the book turned naturally, the appearance presented within also changed. However, they were all silhouette-like, looking comical and eerie. Li Ping's giant hand grasped the Book of Due, and the mountains and scenic spots within were instantly dyed with a layer of gold. Collect! The Holy Emperor shouted in a low voice, and the densely packed, stacked paper figures, including the thick-browed little golden man, all uncontrollably flew into the Book of Due. Bang! Li Ping pressed down with his right hand, closing the book. All the anomalies disappeared in an instant. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Although my means of breaking the transmission law restriction are very clever, restoring the restriction while breaking it. But I can't guarantee that the anomalies here won't be discovered by the transmission law. Follow me, Li Ping said in a deep voice, his figure already disappearing into this sealed space. The stone tablet followed the Holy Emperor all the way, passing through the Xuanwang realm space channel and arriving in an endless void. At their speed, they flew in the void for a while before sensing the aura of the world ahead. That is, the stone tablet was slightly stunned. One beginning sect's 5 elements grotto heaven. It's actually here. Doesn't that mean that the Changsheng realm who moved the grotto heaven back then? The stone tablet was still thinking, but Baihua had already greeted them. After her gaze lingered on the stone tablet for a moment, Baihua transmitted something to Li Ping. Li Ping nodded slightly, then Baihua nodded to the stone tablet before flying back to the 5 elements grotto heaven. This is where I rest and recuperate. What does the friend think compared to the Xuanwang realm itself? Li Ping brought the stone tablet to the great Qi small world. With a sweep of his divine sense, the general scene of the small world appeared in the stone tablet's mind. Even though some places were obscured by mysterious forces, and he couldn't know everything. But just the surface revealed shocked the stone tablet greatly. Although the reputation of the creation stone tablet recording all things in the world is now somewhat unworthy of its name. But at least the events that initially occurred in the Xuanwang realm's continent were all known to the stone tablet. However, compared to this great Qi small world, it was like being hundreds of years behind, an era apart. Even the stone tablet itself couldn't understand the various things within. In addition, he also sensed the aura of old acquaintances here. For example, the earth-vein ancient tree, and that beast-taming sect disciple. Following all the way to the Holy Emperor's seat, the stone tablet's shocked emotions slowly calmed down. I have carried the stone tablet for so many years, thinking that everything in the world is in my mind. I didn't expect that what I see and hear today would make me realize that the things of the world have already transcended my expectations, the stone tablet said with some loss. Friend, there's no need to be discouraged. Constant change is the right way. If the world stagnates for thousands of years, wouldn't it make us look incompetent? Li Ping smiled slightly. The stone tablet didn't know how to respond for a moment and remained silent. Since contacting this incarnation of the heavenly Tao, the shock he had received was too great. Compared to the scenes he was seeing now, the Xuanwang realm in his mind was like a play on a stage, a purely fake image played for him to see. This made the stone tablet feel a little lost. I knew long ago that the 5 Elders Society, the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and even the other supreme powerhouses in the Xuanwang realm, all those who knew of the existence of the stone tablet behind me, would try to avoid the stone tablet's records. But I never expected that the truth of the world had already developed to this point. Li Ping vaguely saw the thoughts in the stone tablet's heart and slowly said, the Xuanwang realm, the last place of survival in the Dark Star Sea. The Xuanwang realm itself, fragments of other worlds, survivors of the star sea, and the power outside the high wall. All are gathered here. The complexity of its form, let alone you, even the transmission law, the Xuanwang heavenly Tao itself, cannot grasp everything here. Yes, the stone tablet sighed and nodded. He also thought of the fishing pond he had seen before. In the Xuanwang realm, how many such hidden treasures are there? He, this ancient remnant of the Xuanwang realm, finally felt a sense of being out of touch with the times. Things are different, the story is no longer there. A long time ago, scenes of the initial Xuanwang realm appeared in the stone tablet's mind, making him a little dazed. It was still the Holy Emperor's voice that interrupted him. The fusion of the realms is a foregone conclusion. There will be a battle between me and the transmission law. But no matter who wins or loses, it will not change the fact that the Xuanwang realm is reborn in decay. Li Ping didn't mention helping the stone tablet solve the matter of mental overload, but suddenly said this. The stone tablet's thoughts couldn't help but converge, and he looked at Li Ping intently. The key to the problem lies in where the new orthodoxy of the Xuanwang realm lies. Does the friend know the details of the transmission law? Li Ping locked his divine sense onto the stone tablet and asked in a deep voice. The stone tablet pondered for a moment and replied, back when the Dharma transmitter first appeared, our immortal Tao 10 sects investigated him. This person is indeed a native cultivator of the Xuanwang world. His life trajectory from childhood to adulthood is clear and recorded in detail. The Dharma transmitter's name is Xuanyuan Tuo. He grew up in a rural village. Because he was weak and sickly as a child, his parents gave him the nickname Godan, dog egg. Before the age of 50, his life trajectory was no different from that of an ordinary farmer. It wasn't until after he turned 51 that he suddenly attained enlightenment and rose to prominence. Precisely because of this, the immortal Tao 10 sects couldn't find out his origins in their initial investigation. Because he truly attained Tao suddenly. The stone tablet slowly narrated. Scenes from that year also appeared in the Holy Emperor's seat. Xuanyuan Tuo. Li Ping watched the somewhat simple and foolish young man in the picture gradually transform into a taciturn middle-aged farmer, and then gradually change into an old man with white hair. It is indeed possible for a mortal to attain Tao suddenly. However, it usually happens when they are young. The evolution of the Dharma transmitter is almost like it only appears when his lifespan is about to end. It's really puzzling and suspicious, Li Ping commented. The stone tablet nodded. The 10 sects had such suspicions at the beginning. However, we used secret techniques and verified with the heavenly Tao, confirming that there was no case of someone seizing his body or an outsider impersonating him. But the Dharma transmitter is indeed mysterious and abnormal. He seems to be innately knowledgeable. Back then, several Changsheng longevity experts from the 10 sects launched sneak attacks, but he somehow resolved them. Since then, he has completely exceeded our control. Perhaps, if the 10 sects had launched a full-force attack at the beginning, the result might have been different, the stone tablet said with some emotion. The hall suddenly fell silent. After a long time, Li Ping suddenly asked, Heavenly Tao verification, what if the other party's means of stealing the identity transcends the heavenly Tao? The stone tablet was stunned. At first glance, this sentence seemed unreasonable. But upon closer inspection, the stone tablet realized that it was precisely because the 10 sects were too confident in their own methods that they had come to this unwavering conclusion for thousands of years. Now that things have come to this, what's the use of questioning the Dharma transmitter's background? After a brief moment of loss, this thought emerged in the stone tablet's mind. Filled with confusion, it looked at the Holy Emperor again. The Holy Emperor's voice echoed like thunder in the hall. As I said before, the key to the newborn Xuanwang world lies in the word, orthodoxy. It's like a brand new body pieced together from broken limbs. Who will be the brain is very important. Right now, the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao still believes itself to be the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao. But soon, it may not be so certain. Li Ping said in a faint tone. The stone tablet knew that the other party was the incarnation of the heavenly Tao and would not speak without purpose, and its expression changed. Fellow Taoist, please explain in detail. The things you see on the stone tablet can all be viewed from an outsider's perspective. However, when the worlds merge, the memories are like personal experiences, both real and illusory. Over time, one cannot distinguish between falsehood and truth, the self and the other. Especially, Li Ping's gaze looked towards the Xuanwang main world, millions of miles away. Now the heavenly Tao is weak, and its ability to resist is already negligible. If one day, the remnants of the heavenly Tao of various worlds collapse like a flood and rush in together, I'm afraid that the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao will be the first to be unable to withstand it, going crazy and losing itself. Li Ping's tone carried a hint of self-deprecation. After this, if someone guides and erodes it with a relatively complete Heavenly Tao will, they can steal the sky and change the sun, altering the orthodoxy of Xuanwang. At that time, although it will still be called the Xuanwang world, from the inside out, it will no longer be the original Xuanwang. Upon hearing this, the stone tablet fell into deep thought. The object that the Holy Emperor was referring to was obviously the Dharma transmitter. 1265. The eyes of the gods of the world. As the saying goes, when the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. Now that the Xuanwang world is no longer the Xuanwang world, those who rely on it for existence, like you, fellow Taoist, will likely face reckoning. Even those who have achieved longevity in this world will find it difficult to escape, the faceless sacred emperor concluded. As soon as Li Ping finished speaking, a sense of crisis naturally arose in the stone tablet's heart, as if its inner intuition was echoing Li Ping's conclusion. I had never considered this before. I just wonder what the other longevity beings are thinking. We haven't interacted for many years. After pondering for a long time, the stone tablet spoke in this manner. Li Ping sneered, those few are still planning to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. However, it doesn't matter, it's fine if they remain neutral. They were never within my plans anyway. The stone tablet skipped over this topic. So, you say the key is for Xuanwang to be the orthodox. How can that be achieved? And if it's really as you say, if we make any unusual moves, Xuanfa will surely notice and stop us. Li Ping remained silent for a long time, without responding. Instead, he suddenly said, I should first help you resolve the trouble brought by the stone tablet behind you. The stone tablet knew that in the eyes of this sacred emperor, it was not yet someone to whom he could reveal his entire plan. Therefore, it did not press the issue and cupped its hands, saying, in that case, I thank you in advance, fellow Taoist. If it doesn't work out, it's also fine. Once I take action, there's no reason for it to fail. The sacred emperor's words left the stone tablet speechless. Clang! The Book of Crossing Calamities was thrown by Li Ping onto the main hall. The pages turned rapidly without any wind. One by one, gilded paper figures emerged from the book, arrayed like soldiers, lined up in order. Leading them, of course, was the thick-browed golden paper figure from before. It was unknown what means the sacred emperor had used, but after being suppressed for less than half a day, it seemed to have undergone earth-shattering changes compared to when it had just left the sect of Crossing Calamities. The stone tablet's gaze focused on the paper figures of the sect of Crossing Calamities. Li Ping, however, noticed the anomaly in Mao Bao within the sacred dynasty's treasury. As if it had discovered something extremely interesting, it flashed to Li Ping's side. Standing on Li Ping's shoulder, it affectionately nuzzled his head, its eyes fixed on the paper figures below. A strange atmosphere instantly enveloped the sacred emperor's throne hall. The paper figures, which had originally been shaking their heads and making small movements from time to time, suddenly froze like ice sculptures. They didn't dare to move at all. The leading golden paper figure even began to circulate the eternal tribulation world technique. However, the golden light on its body flickered like a candle in the wind, appearing precarious. It should be known that even when facing the sacred emperor's coercion to refine the entire sect of Crossing Calamities, the entire sect had never been so afraid. But at this moment, they seemed to have encountered a true natural enemy. The stone tablet, which had been paying attention to the paper figures of the sect of Crossing Calamities, naturally noticed the abnormality in the hall. It looked at the sacred emperor sitting high above with some suspicion. Li Ping judged from the stone tablet's expression that it had not discovered the existence of Mao Bao on his shoulder. Giving a subtle glance at the eager Mao Bao, many thoughts flashed through the sacred emperor's mind. It's not seeing food and wanting to hunt, but pure curiosity. Although the entire sect of Crossing Calamities also cannot see Mao Bao's existence, they instinctively sense the deadly crisis of calamity due to their cultivation technique. They're actually this afraid. Interesting. Mao Bao, beyond the high wall. Li Ping separated a strand of golden source power to appease the restless Mao Bao. Mao Bao, after looking around at the paper figures below, seemed to suddenly lose interest. It only licked some source power from Li Ping before flashing back to the sacred dynasty's treasury below to rest. The strange atmosphere in the hall gradually returned to normal. No one took the initiative to mention the strangeness in the hall just now. It was just that the sect of Crossing Calamities, from a ragtag bunch of rural vagrants, had directly become a 100 battle-hardened army, moving according to the sacred emperor's will. The thick-browed golden paper figure, having received Li Ping's permission, looked at the stone tablet and explained, the creation stone tablet is connected to the basal laws of the Xuanwang world. It's like the annual rings of a tree, spontaneously recording everything that happens in the Xuanwang world at every moment. With the volume of the world, not to mention tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of thousands or millions of years worth of events, large and small, are nothing. But when all of this is borne by humans, it will naturally be extremely painful. The leader of the sect of Crossing Calamities cupped his hands towards Li Ping. Actually, if Honored One wants to resolve this matter, it's quite simple. First, increase this one's carrying capacity. Second, create a buffer. The sect of Crossing Calamities, leader, acting as if he didn't recognize the stone tablet at all, beckoned towards the book of Crossing Calamities not far away. As the pages turned, countless scenes recorded by the eyes of cosmic observation flashed across them. Our sect of Crossing Calamities, like the creation stone tablet, has been monitoring the Xuanwang world to a certain extent over the years. However, the difference is that none of us directly contact this vast amount of information. Instead, we first record and preserve it, and then divide the work to review it. One person's strength is naturally insufficient to cope. The strength of an entire sect is more than enough. The golden paper figure looked at the stone tablet again. If you are alone and want to alleviate or even get rid of the burden of the stone tablet, you need to borrow external objects. In the past, being rejected by the heavenly Tao was naturally difficult. But now, with the Honored One's help, it shouldn't be a problem. From the wording of the golden paper figure, the stone tablet was even more certain that the other party was the former acting leader of the sect of Crossing Calamities, one absolute Taoist. However, since the other party refused to admit it, it had no choice but to pretend not to recognize him. After one absolute finished speaking, Li Ping then said to the stone tablet, "Fellow Taoist, please wait for me for a moment." With that, the sacred emperor's figure disappeared from the sacred emperor's throne, and even the entire Great Qi small world could no longer sense his aura. In the hall, only a group of paper figures from the sect of Crossing Calamities and the standing stone tablet remained. The stone tablet looked at one absolute, wanting to speak but hesitating. Since we have already joined Honored One's command, all past events are like fleeting clouds and cannot be mentioned again, one absolute said, not looking aside. Of course, if you were like us, as colleagues, perhaps getting close would not be a problem. This attitude of handling affairs was very much like one absolute's appearance back then. The stone tablet nodded slightly, indicating that it understood the reasoning in the other party's words. In the Xuanfa sealed space, even when facing the golden flame refinement, our sect of Crossing Calamities actually did not have much fear. Because we did not feel a true, unavoidable calamity. But just now, within this hall, a terrifying disaster, never felt before. Be careful, that one is not simple. One absolute's voice came almost imperceptibly to its ears, and the stone tablet's heart tightened. It wanted to chat with the other party a bit more, but the golden paper figure refused to respond in any way. But the faceless holy emperor, Li Ping, returned to the main hall after a short while. This transformation stone should be of sufficient quality. He threw a blue crystal towards the stone slab. Your Excellency is wise. A high-grade transformation stone is definitely sufficient as a recording buffer, one absolute of the Crossing Calamity sect hurriedly said before the stone slab could respond. Actually, a mid-grade one would have been enough. A high-grade one is a bit of a waste, the little golden figure said, his tone somewhat ingratiating. The stone slab shook its head slightly upon seeing this and directly reached out to grasp the transformation stone in front of it. After trying it, although the rejection from the heavenly Tao laws was weaker than before, it still didn't allow the entry of external objects. The stone slab looked at Li Ping. It's just a mere high-grade transformation stone. I hope it meets your expectations, fellow Taoist, the Holy Emperor said elegantly. Follow me, Li Ping instructed, and the stone slab and all the paper figures of the Crossing Calamity sect followed him to the sky above the Great Qi small world. At the intersection of the unknown formation's power that enveloped the entire small world, golden threads could occasionally be seen spiraling and circling, forming a void. Above the void, the color of the sky was no longer azure blue but a patch of pitch black. It was as if it were connected to an unknown existence. Arriving here, a sense of inexplicable crisis resurfaced in the stone slab's heart. What formation is this again? The stone slab had become somewhat numb, but out of instinct, it still observed the traces of the formation here. The paper figures of the Crossing Calamity sect, however, all had normal expressions, as if they were unaware of the danger here. Li Ping took a step and arrived at the center of the void, sitting cross-legged in the air. An inexplicable aura surged from the Holy Emperor's body, and before long, a straight beam of golden light shot out from the top of his head, flying into the unknown blackness. It was as if it had opened up some kind of passage, stirring the blackness, and the color gradually approached the normal sky around it. The stone slab looked up and, from the end of that void, sensed an extremely familiar aura, the aura of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao. "Fellow Taoist, come here," Li Ping said at this moment. The stone slab floated gracefully and sat opposite the Holy Emperor in midair. The aura of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao poured down like a waterfall from the crown of its head. The stone slab felt a long-lost comfort. The pain of being tormented by countless images was also relieved at this moment. At the same time, being infused with the aura of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, the stone slab also keenly sensed subtle changes occurring within its body. This is the millennium change of Xuanwang. The stone slab seemed thoughtful after experiencing it for a while. The stone slab it carried only recorded the events that had occurred in the Xuanwang main world in recent years. However, outside the original Xuanwang world, due to the fusion with fragments of other immortal cultivation worlds, various changes had occurred, which it was originally unable to sense. But at this moment, with the infusion of the Heavenly Tao aura, it was able to personally experience the dramatic changes in the world. The stone slab vaguely felt that not only was the rejection of external forces by the Xuanwang laws within its body weakening, but the stone slab itself was also inexplicably changing. Some blurred images from the implanted state territories also appeared in the stone slab's records. However, because the fusion was not yet complete, the words appearing on the stone slab were also very blurry. It was as if they could be easily erased with a light wipe. If given tens of millions of years, allowing the Xuanwang world to slowly devour other worlds on its own, perhaps it could still guarantee the so-called Xuanwang orthodoxy. The stone slab on my back would also record everything that happened in the absorbed state territories. But unfortunately, reality won't give it that much time. Just as the stone slab was pondering, the voice of the faceless Holy Emperor suddenly came to its ears. Transformation into divine oneness. The stone slab immediately came back to its senses and pressed the high-grade transformation stone in its hand against its brow. It tried to integrate it into its body. Sure enough, it was completely different compared to before. The power of rejection from the Heavenly Tao within its body had weakened too much. And with the injection of the Heavenly Tao aura above, the rejection was becoming increasingly slight. Use divine touch to sense, use calculation to fuse. Object and self combine, transform into divine oneness. The stone slab silently recited the secret technique of the Tian sect, and the blue crystal gradually melted into its sea of consciousness like ice melting into water. The whole process went very smoothly. Just as only the last sharp corner of the transformation stone was still exposed, the anomaly in the void above caught the stone slab's attention. What is that? Only to see streaks of withered yellow light flying out from the end of the pitch-black passage. At first, there were only dozens of them flying together, but slowly, the yellow light in the passage became more and more numerous. Tens of thousands, like swarming bees, densely packed. The yellow light also carried an aura that made the stone slab feel uncomfortable, though not threatening. The yellow lights flew continuously to the Holy Emperor's face. Li Ping reached out and caught them one by one. Only then did the stone slab realize that these lights were actually paper figures with strange expressions. Unlike the vivid and lifelike figures of the Crossing Calamity sect, these were purely paper figures. While exuding a decaying aura, even without facing them directly, the paper figures seemed to be staring at the stone slab, making people feel irritable. World-observing divine eyes. The stone slab was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing. This thing is harmful and useless to the world, so it must be recovered, Li Ping said indifferently. Didn't the Crossing Calamity sect say that once implanted, it couldn't be recovered? Back then, the stone slab seemed to have remembered something, and was stunned for a moment, unable to resist looking towards one absolute Taoist. That one absolute Taoist didn't even see the stone slab's gaze, but only respectfully said to the Holy Emperor, although the world-observing divine eyes are somewhat dilapidated, they can still be reused after being refined again. The raw material for this thing comes from beyond the heavens, and our Crossing Calamity sect doesn't have much left. Such a precious and rare object, we originally planned to recover it after passing through the tribulation. It's just that it's been brought forward. Looking at One Absolute's calm and natural expression, the stone slab forcibly suppressed the urge to teach him a lesson. Occasionally using them to scout out the enemy's situation is not bad. But if they are all over the world, then there's no need for that, Li Ping said indifferently, feeling the increased Xuanwang affinity due to the removal of the world-observing divine eyes. Your Excellency's teachings are correct, one absolute Taoist of the Crossing Calamity sect replied with a smile. The stone slab simply stopped looking at the two of them and focused on fusing with the transformation stone. When the transformation stone completely disappeared, a dazzling crystal appeared in its sea of consciousness. The countless accumulated scenes seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, they frantically poured into the transformation stone. At the same time, the voice of one absolute Taoist constantly echoed. That was the Crossing Calamity sect's unique method for storing and recording information about the world. 1266. The cracks hide the dark power. Listening to the unparalleled recitation, the stone slab understood. Within the Tao transforming stone in his sea of consciousness, miniature stone slab figures instantly split off. The creation stone slab's recorded images, descending like snowflakes, were diverted into these different sub-bodies. The effect was so immediate that the stone slab instantly felt a sense of relaxation it hadn't experienced in ages. This is just a buffer. To completely resolve my hidden worries, I need to perform storage. The stone slab seemed to realize something. With a thought, the thousands of miniature sub-bodies expanded, directly merging into the evolution Tao stone. The original azure crystal, tempered by the stone slab's methods, transformed into a miniature version of itself. Through the eyes of the Tao transforming stone slab, one could see billions of different stone slabs, arranged in a crisscross pattern, like an endless reflection in facing mirrors. I've already squeezed the calculation power of this Tao transforming stone to its limit. As expected of a celestial wonder, just one high-grade piece can effortlessly bear the information of the creation stone slab. The stone slab couldn't help but praise inwardly. Moreover, I still control this recorded data. After being sorted and analyzed by the countless sub-bodies of the Tao transforming stone, I can find it even faster than before. With the hidden danger eliminated, he didn't immediately rise. Instead, he indulged in the peace he hadn't experienced in tens of thousands of years. No longer would countless images and noises fill his sea of consciousness at all times. The emptiness almost brought the stone slab to tears. After a long while, the stone slab finally stood up. He solemnly bowed to the Holy Emperor in front of him. Thank you, Taoist friend, for the grace of rebirth. It was merely a small effort. Although the Holy Emperor said this, he accepted the gratitude without pretense. Leaving the center of the formation, the Holy Emperor waved his hand, and the whole above was concealed by mysterious energy. Returning to his throne, Li Ping also spoke frankly. Although I helped Taoist friend resolve the worry of chaotic information, I won't use this as leverage to demand anything from you. Whether you are willing or not is entirely up to you. The stone slab could tell that the Holy Emperor was sincere, and he was greatly moved. He said directly, my fate is intertwined with the Xuanwang world. In the past, I was tormented by endless pain, so I had little interest in worldly affairs. But now that I'm free, I naturally won't stand idly by. Li Ping only nodded slightly at the stone slab's assurance. He didn't bring up the previous guarantee of the Xuanwang orthodoxy plan again. Instead, he asked about something else. What do the two of you think of the Grand Archmage? If I contend with the law transmitter, will he intervene? Upon hearing this question, the expressions of both the stone slab and One Absolute became slightly strange. Seeing that One Absolute didn't intend to speak, the stone slab took the initiative to answer. As far as I know, the Archmage has been recuperating above Tao source state all these years. External affairs. I'm afraid it's difficult to attract his attention. The stone slab glanced at Taoist friend One Absolute. When the Immortal Tao 10 sects were forced to the brink by the Great Calamity, they tried to seek help from the Archmage more than once, but they couldn't even get in the door. After leaving Heavenly Capital back then, there was never another chance to return. The stone slab's tone was slightly sentimental. Xuantian King was a man of outstanding character. Your 10 sects, for your own selfish desires, colluded with the Archmage, an outsider, to destroy the Xuantian sect. You can be said to have helped a villain do evil, the Holy Emperor said blandly. The stone slab smiled wryly, not trying to justify himself. Taoist One Absolute's expression remained unchanged. Your Majesty is wise. What happened back then was indeed the fault of the 10 sects. But everything is like fleeting clouds, scattered with the wind. The original instigators are all long gone. As for Xuantian King, he and the Archmage were bound to fight. Even without our 10 sects, it would have been the same. Moreover, according to those who witnessed it, Xuantian King's disappearance was also quite strange. It wasn't entirely the Archmage's doing. With Xuantian King gone, the Xuantian sect was nothing but a disorganized mess. It was only natural for the 10 sects to inherit power. During the Xuantian sect era, the pressure on the cultivators of the world was too great. After the 10 sects took power, they mostly adopted policies of recuperation, and all the large and small sects ushered in a rare period of peace. One Absolute said slowly, not trying to excuse the 10 sects, but simply stating the facts. The stone slab also cooperated by projecting the images of that time into the Holy Emperor's hall. Watching the rapidly flashing scenes, Li Ping nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, Li Ping said, "The Archmage vaguely transcends this world. Although the possibility of him interfering is very low, we can't help but be wary." The stone slab and One Absolute were slightly stunned, not expecting Li Ping to still not change his plan. "But I have my own ways. You don't need to worry. How much do the two of you know about the current Myriad Immortals alliance?" Li Ping started another topic. The stone slab pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. The headquarters of the Immortal Alliance is located in the Xuantian treasure mirror space, forming its own world, shielding it from the creation stone slab's perception. Although I have records of the scenery of some states and regions of the Myriad Immortals Alliance over the years, I actually know very little about the core secrets of the Immortal Alliance. However, the highest levels of the Immortal Alliance, the law transmitters, are all surviving cultivators from the Xuanwang world back then. I have their information here, but it's limited to before they hid in the Xuantian treasure mirror. Since the Myriad Immortals Alliance was rebuilt, they have been collecting resources from the Xuanwang world to enrich their own exclusive world. With the blessing of the law-transmitting treasure, their strength is definitely vastly different from what it was back then. The information I give can only be used as a reference, the stone slab said solemnly. A blue light spot, condensing a large amount of light and shadow information, slowly flew to the Holy Emperor. Absorbing it, countless images instantly appeared in Li Ping's mind. "With these, it's enough," he said in a deep voice. Just then, Taoist One Absolute coughed lightly, the scenery inside the Immortal Alliance headquarters. "Our crossing Calamity sect has some clues." Oh, this time, even the stone slab was a little surprised. "That's not right, One Absolute. When your entire sect was suppressed by the law transmitter, the current Myriad Immortals Alliance didn't even exist yet, right?" Feeling the stone slab's suspicious gaze, the golden figure of One Absolute smiled slightly. This matter was also a coincidence. When the headquarters of the Immortal Alliance was being built, a space of world-observing divine eye happened to be excavated and planted into the headquarters space of the Immortal Alliance. Although it's not a core or important location, it has still seen some things over the years. It's not as if we know nothing at all. As One Absolute spoke, as if presenting a treasure, the book of Crossing Calamity kept flipping, and the changing light and shadow slowly condensed into a page. It slowly floated to Li Ping. Li Ping absorbed this page and quickly browsed the recorded images. After a long time, in the Xuanwang world, are there still such world-observing divine eyes that I can't sense? The Holy Emperor spoke again, without praise, but asked this question. Taoist One Absolute quickly stated, "Except for the special reason of the Xuantian treasure mirror's isolation, all other divine eyes have already been recovered by your Majesty." However, Taoist friend One Absolute hesitated. "Speak without worry. Those locations where the world-observing divine eyes were originally placed, although the divine eyes have now been recovered, the space there has been stained with some of the divine eye's characteristics because the divine eye has been stationed there for too long." Hearing this, the stone slab's expression immediately became serious. One Absolute continued, "In other words, our Crossing Calamity sect can still sense what's happening near those points. However, the effect isn't as good as the divine eye's observation." Seeming to confirm his statement, One Absolute flipped through the book of Crossing Calamity, projecting all the countless light and shadows recorded at those different points. The range was smaller than what the world-observing divine eye controlled, and the images were also very blurry. But as One Absolute said, only the performance was reduced, and the most critical monitoring function was indeed not missing. One Absolute, what exactly is the origin of this world-observing divine eye? The stone slab pondered for a moment, somewhat shocked. He also asked the doubt in Li Ping's heart. One had to know that the fact that the divine eye caused the nature of the space it was in to change was not as simple as it seemed. If one really wanted to get to the bottom of it, this could already be considered defying the laws of heaven and earth in a certain sense. Taoist One Absolute didn't hide anything. Back then, when the Heavenly Sword sect created the realm-splitting divine weapon, split the realm and left, shaking the Xuanwang world, I went to the Heavenly Sword sect's ruins to take a look. That realm-splitting crack, the space was shattered, and I don't know where it led. If ordinary cultivators rashly entered it, they would only die and their souls would be destroyed. But our Crossing Calamity sect's eternal calamity world can temporarily preserve us in it. The expression in the stone slab's eyes immediately became wonderful. However, I also risked my life to enter the realm-splitting crack. Following the aura of the realm-splitting divine weapon, I went all the way in, just wanting to confirm whether the Heavenly Sword sect was successful. Unfortunately, the realm-splitting crack recovered faster than I imagined. A power I had never seen before, which didn't belong to the Xuanwang world, was actively repairing the wound. Losing track of the realm-splitting divine weapon, I also reached the limit of what I could withstand, so I had no choice but to return. This world-observing divine eye was refined using the power I collected in the realm-splitting crack. Taoist One Absolute's words stopped abruptly. But the scene described in his words made the other two in the hall have to overthink. The stone slab suddenly understood. So, this world-observing divine eye wasn't intentionally refined into this shape by you. But its power essence manifested. Taoist One Absolute nodded. Otherwise, how would our Crossing Calamity sect suddenly come up with a method that even the law transmitter is helpless against? The Holy Emperor's throne suddenly fell silent. In Li Ping's perception, this little golden man of the Crossing Calamity sect was not lying. Then the meaning of his words was a bit terrifying to think about. Does this mean that there are still higher level forces, like the world-observing divine eye, monitoring the Xuanwang world? And what kind of existence is behind it? Is it outside the high wall, or? The stone slab suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed. But the words came to his lips, but he stopped again. Li Ping naturally noticed the stone slab's abnormality, but he just locked onto him slightly with his divine sense, without taking the initiative to speak. The stone slab understood Li Ping's concerns and waved his hand. Taoist friend misunderstood. I just suddenly remembered a legend about the origin of the Xuanwang world. It's information that I accidentally found in the bottom layer of the creation stone slab. It's at least hundreds of thousands of years old. As soon as these words came out, they attracted the attention of Li Ping and all the paper figures of the Crossing Calamity sect. The stone slab frowned, recalling as he said, in the era when the calamity had not yet descended and the immortal Tao was prosperous, among the endless starry sky, our Xuanwang world seemed a bit different. In addition to more frequent exchanges with the upper realm and numerous immortal artifacts, our Xuanwang world also had existences called Grand Celestial Venerables. You should know that after cultivators ascended, they basically completely lost contact with the lower realm. But this Grand Celestial Venerable could not only contact the upper realm, but also receive items from the immortal realm to the Xuanwang. Moreover, the Grand Celestial Venerable also had many powers in the Xuanwang world that were difficult for cultivators to reach. Speaking of this, the stone slab looked at Li Ping. Li Ping shook his head slightly. I have no memory of this. The stone slab didn't take it to heart and continued, but the Grand Celestial Venerable at that time was also different from the Grand Celestial Venerable we know today. Their cultivation and strength were not necessarily very high, more like a official position. The stone slab pondered for a moment and spat out these two words. Like an official position conferred by the upper realm. As long as they were recognized by the upper realm, even a mortal who couldn't even tie up a chicken could hold the position of Grand Celestial Venerable. Now it's completely different. Without absolute strength, one can't get the approval of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao. They will definitely not be able to achieve the position of Grand Celestial Venerable. I don't know when the difference between these two began to emerge. But what I want to say is, the power in the realm-splitting crack that mimics the world-observing divine eye doesn't necessarily come from outside the starry sea. Perhaps it's a characteristic that the Xuanwang world itself has. The stone slab looked at Li Ping again. This view made even One Absolute of the Crossing Calamity sect lower his head and think. The original Grand Celestial Venerable, who could control the world with a mortal body, should have relied on a power similar to the world-observing divine eye, hidden deep in the Xuanwang. But I don't know when, the connection between this power and the Xuanwang world was inexplicably severed. The stone slab's words echoed in the Holy Emperor's throne. Even Li Ping had no way of knowing these ancient secrets before. Before the immortal path was severed, there must have been changes in the Xuanwang world that ordinary cultivators could not detect, Li Ping said in a deep voice. It's just my guess. The intention is not to worry too much about the power outside the Starry Sea. Even if there is external interference, since they haven't shown up after the Xuanwang world has existed for so many years. It seems that they can't reach here either. The stone slab said softly. I think so too, Taoist One Absolute echoed, returning to his previous calm expression. Now what we have to face first is the threat of the law transmitter. As for these, Li Ping also came to a conclusion. Although we don't need to pay too much attention, we have to be wary. The Holy Emperor still said the same thing as when he mentioned the Grand Archmage of Heavenly Capital, making One Absolute and the stone slab stunned. I have my own ways. You don't need to worry. 1267. The Sun family combines the Tao fetus. The Holy Emperor's words are not a false promise. Whether it's the Grand Archmage of Tiandu, or those secretly monitoring Xuanwang, they will certainly not transcend the realm of immortals. Although Li Ping is currently only at the Changsheng realm in the Xuanwang world. On this land where too many strange things have happened, as the avatar of the heavenly Tao, he possesses the means to perish together and act as a deterrent. Li Ping needs some time to sort out the gains he obtained from the stone slab and the Ferrying Calamity sect. He stored the Ferrying Calamity book away, placing it in the treasure vault for suppression, giving the stone slab a rare moment of leisure, allowing it to disguise itself as immortal and travel through the Xuanwang world. Li Ping himself first arrived in the Xuanwang world. Floating Light Province, Great Rift Valley. Deep beneath the ground. Ignoring the shallow protective formations around, Li Ping arrived at the depths of the ruins. Here, he sensed two extremely terrifying forces, which even made him feel faintly uneasy. One came from the two statues or two remains in the ruins. The second came from the One Beginning sect ruins themselves. The hidden worries can all find solutions here. Li Ping stared at this long desolate ruin, which seemed to have just been destroyed, and pondered to himself. He did not use the power of the golden source essence, but instead silently recited in his heart, Cat Treasure. At this time, Cat Treasure was in the treasure vault under the Holy Emperor's seat, teasing the trembling Ferrying Calamity book with its paws. Sensing Li Ping's call, the figure pressing on the Ferrying Calamity book did not disappear, but another small cat body also appeared on Li Ping's shoulder. Meow. Cat Treasure called out to show its response. Take everything here away, Li Ping patted its head. Cat Treasure glanced at the One Beginning sect ruins, a hint of disgust flashed in its eyes. However, it did not disobey Li Ping's order. Its figure instantly became as ethereal as data blue light. Cat Treasure slightly opened its mouth. Blue starlight expanded, enveloping the entire underground ruins. After Cat Treasure returned to its original state, the original location of the One Beginning sect ruins, including the buildings, formations, space, and everything within it, all disappeared, leaving only pure nothingness. Cat Treasure yawned, becoming a little listless. The One Beginning sect ruins were not directly destroyed, but completely and entirely taken into Cat Treasure's belly. Li Ping could release it again with a single thought. In fact, simple spatial cutting and transfer, Li Ping could completely do this himself with his current strength. But the reason why Li Ping let Cat Treasure do it was firstly to prevent his own source essence power from disturbing the remaining Annihilation Wind disaster in the ruins. Secondly, was to test Cat Treasure's power nature. Not only was it indifferent to the remains of the Grand Archmage of Tiandu. Even the Annihilation Wind disaster, which is extremely sensitive to the power of immortals, was unmoved. Although Cat Treasure is not an immortal artifact, it seems to be following a completely different path. The previous experience of his disciple Sun Erlang in the True Kingdom appeared before Li Ping's eyes. Just as the Holy Dynasty of Great Enlightenment, under the operation of the Great Faceless Holy Emperor, became increasingly powerful. Li Fan, the holy embryo far away on the other side of the Star Sea, also ushered in a great harvest. On this day, the echoing star power from the invisible high wall erupted again. Hiding in the fragmented realm Great Wall, the holy embryo Li Fan could faintly feel the slight trembling of the surrounding world. The trembling of different fragments, intertwined and harmonized, condensed into a strange force, resisting the vast immortal power that could easily destroy the Star Sea. Affected by the echoing star power, although the holy embryo Li Fan's body was involuntarily attracted towards the high wall, his eyes did not show the bewilderment and panic he had when he first encountered it. Instead, he was immersed in the joy of enlightenment. Echoing star power is the remnant of true immortal power. And the fragmented realm Great Wall is the corpse of the mortal cultivation world. Although the cultivation world was vulnerable in the face of immortal power when it was alive, it can unite after death to resist it together. The holy embryo Li Fan's eyes became brighter and brighter. This is the spontaneous evolution of the Tao of the entire dark star sea. It is no longer the existence called the lower realm when the immortal realm still existed, but a newborn Tao lineage reborn from destruction. The destruction of the immortal realm, regardless of the reason, shows that the immortal realm has deviated from the most fundamental Tao in the world. And the dark star sea, which still exists today, is instinctively and slowly evolving towards this most fundamental Tao. This ebb and flow is also the reason why the fragmented realm Great Wall can contend with the power of true immortal seal characters. The dark star sea has not yet completed this sublimation, but if given enough time, perhaps the dark star sea within this high wall can develop into an existence comparable to the original immortal realm. The holy embryo Li Fan seemed to have realized something. In his perception, the overall rhythm of the fragmented realm Great Wall was becoming clearer and brighter, like a loud song. His speed of drifting towards the invisible high wall also slowly slowed down. One day of enlightenment here is equivalent to 100 years in the Xuanwang world. In this sense, it is not wrong to call this place the immortal realm. The holy embryo Li Fan's body finally came to a complete stop, floating within the fragments of the worlds. A segment of sword light was slashed out behind him, and he flew in the opposite direction accordingly. Somewhat strangely, the sword light he slashed out changed its original direction after flying straight for a distance. It flew towards the nearest world fragment. After locking onto the target, it accelerated. Like a silver-white spider silk, it was firmly embedded in it. The holy embryo Li Fan continued to move away from the high wall, step by step walking out of the fragmented realm Great Wall. What was left behind were thousands of sword-light threads that slowly disappeared into the darkness. With the fragmented realm Great Wall as an anchoring object, I not only don't have to worry about being absorbed by the high wall again, but I can also traverse the star sea at a faster speed. The holy embryo Li Fan turned into an invisible ray of light, rapidly returning towards the profound immortal boat. The divine sense he left behind at the beginning was no longer sufficient to cope with the increasingly complex situation. It was time for him to appear. Both the clone and the holy embryo were accumulating strength. And the backhand Li Ping left in the Sun family was also ushering in the moment of incubation. Sun Luan looked at Wu Ninglu with a solemn expression, instructing her on the various matters that needed attention during the process of Tao integration. However, Wu Ninglu only nodded subconsciously. Most of her attention was focused on the tightly bound heaven and earth spirit not far away. Heaven and earth spirit, white silk, like light smoke, like flowing light. Without substance, but magnificent and emitting a hazy glow, it is extremely attractive to the minds of cultivators. This is one of the foundations of our Sun family. It was originally to compensate Sun Ang, and I found it after many hardships. I didn't expect him to achieve Tao integration later on his own opportunities. Luer is on duty in the Guardian Hall, and this Heaven's Path spirit belongs to you as compensation. If you achieve Tao integration, it will also be of great benefit to the fetus in your womb. Sun Lu often said this, but the expression on his face betrayed him. It was not until Sun Luan snorted coldly that he was forced to restrain himself a little. The Sun family is still under the control of Sun Luan. Luer, you can do it. We will protect you, Sun Luan said solemnly. Wu Ninglu looked at the 3 Tao integrations of the Sun family, and the excitement in her heart was beyond words. After lurking in the Sun family for so long, it was finally time for the harvest. Although this harvest deviated somewhat from her original purpose, but if I become a Tao integration, do I still need to look at their faces? The world is so big, where can't I go? Moreover, formally joining the Sun family is also a wise move. Counting our husband and wife, 5 Tao integrations in one family. Even in the Myriad Immortals Alliance, it is one of the top families. Wu Ninglu's mind was excited, and she almost got hit by the hazy illusion of white silk. Luer, concentrate. Fortunately, the 3 Tao integrations of the Sun family took action in time to resolve the attack. Wu Ninglu did not dare to neglect any longer, restrained her mind, and seriously dealt with the heaven and earth spirit in front of her. Although White Silk's attack power was not very good, that hand of hazy illusion was really troublesome. It would not only cause damage to the entity, but also erode the mind of the cultivator who was hit. Even if all the attacks of the illusion were avoided, if entangled for a long time, it would be difficult to avoid falling into various successive illusions in the encirclement of the white light. But after all, the 3 Tao integrations of the Sun family had been preparing for a long time. A stick of incense was lit, dispelling all the illusions in front of Wu Ninglu. There were also special magic weapons used to restrain White Silk's illusion light. Even if the difference between Wu Ninglu and her strength was too great, she was still slowly worn down to death. Seeing that the heaven and earth spirit was dying, and her path to Tao integration was close at hand, Wu Ninglu couldn't help but feel ecstatic in her heart. I said how so many young Tao integration cultivators came from in the Myriad Immortals Alliance. With this kind of treatment, even a pig can achieve Tao integration, right? I really thought they were peerless geniuses before. Thinking this way, the sharp blade in Wu Ninglu's hand finally pierced through the body of the heaven and earth spirit White Silk. Boom! A fierce light burst out from the other party's body. Wu Ninglu only felt an extremely powerful force, constantly transferring to her body. Is this the taste of Tao integration? Wu Ninglu's eyes were full of infatuation, unable to extricate herself. Just as she was immersed in this unprecedented powerful force, she didn't even notice that the fetus in her womb was sharing this force. Li Fan's divine sense attached to the fetus was not satisfied with the quality of the heaven and earth spirit White Silk. It's still too weak, not to mention comparing it to Mo Sha, even compared to Kai Yan, it is inferior. Perhaps I can help. Li Fan's divine sense watched the power of the heaven and earth spirit constantly pouring into the fetus, and also divided a part of itself and poured it into it. This divine sense was originally a trace that was divided out, so weak that it could be ignored. But that was for Li Fan. For the unborn fetus, it was a great tonic. Especially Li Fan's wisp of divine sense, there were countless insights into the principles of Xuanwang heaven and earth. Mixed in the origin of the heaven and earth spirit White Silk, it was swallowed by the fetus. And the most direct change this caused was that the fetus, which had been strengthened in an instant, began to compete with the mother for resources. Wu Ninglu was not stupid, and finally discovered the abnormality in her body. Although she was a mother, when it came to the fruit of Tao integration, how could she let it go? So Wu Ninglu instinctively competed with the fetus for the ownership of the origin of the heaven and earth spirit. However, Wu Ninglu soon discovered in horror that she could not beat this evil spawn. Damn it, if this continues. Wu Ninglu's face changed, and after hesitating for only a moment, she had already made a decision in her heart. Just as she was about to make a ruthless move and end the life of the fetus in her womb. What are you doing? Sun Luan shouted violently, but interrupted her behavior. Wu Ninglu then discovered in astonishment that her body had instantly lost control. After all, she had not yet achieved Tao integration, so how could she be the opponent of the 3 Tao integrations of the Sun family? Wu Ninglu could not speak, and could only use her expression to ask Sun Luan for help. But Sun Luan, as well as Sun Luchang and Sun Luju, did not care about her life or death at all. They just stared intently at the fetus in her womb. The 3 of them ignored Wu Ninglu in disgust. Brother, have you ever heard of this kind of abnormality? With a congenital body, seizing the creation of heaven and earth. The future achievements of this child are limitless. If possible, will he even be born with Tao integration? You can try. Even if it doesn't work, being born with transformation God is a sure thing. Good, 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 our Sun family has added another Qilin son. The eyes of the 3 of the Sun family shone. Listening to their conversation, Wu Ninglu's heart became extremely cold. But the matter had come to this, and she had no room for regret. Feeling the power constantly flowing away, but concentrated in her abdomen. In this extremely contradictory situation, Wu Ninglu's consciousness gradually dissipated. The heaven and earth spirit, White Silk, fell. The mother, Wu Ninglu, died and her Tao dissipated. Only a fetus was born from the mother's body in the field. Not crying or making noise, one finger pointing to the sky, one finger pointing to the ground. Quietly looking at the 3 Tao integrations of the Sun family. Sun Luan and others were overjoyed. This little baby doesn't seem to have a name yet. Well, I originally wanted to wait until the next time I went to visit Luer to ask him. No need to ask him. Although he is his son, he is even more of a descendant of our Sun family. Can't we elders make a decision? I think, let's call him Sun Wei. Born with Tao integration, he will surely promote the power of our Sun family. Vulgar. Vulgar. I think it should be called. Several people did not feel any pity for the passing of Wu Ninglu. They were just happy around the Sun family's Qilin son. And the newly born baby, but looked at his mother's body, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. A space of extreme darkness. Am I dead? Where is this? A consciousness finally recovered after an extremely long sleep. First there was a burst of confusion, and then all the memories of her life quickly appeared in her mind. A soaring resentment arose spontaneously. Sun family. And that damn bastard. Kill. No other content could be stored in her mind, only the intention to take revenge remained. Do you want to take revenge on them? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Wu Ninglu's ear. Who? Wu Ninglu woke up with a start, looking around with resentment and bitterness. 1268. Sky Sword news appears. Darkness surrounded Wu Ninglu, and she couldn't locate the source of the voice. The voice continued to laugh eerily, constantly provoking her. Come out, Wu Ninglu roared frantically. The voice ignored her, instead illuminating the darkness with a series of images. Wu Ninglu looked on, her hatred intensifying. It was the scene of the Sun family's prodigy, Sun Tianxi being born in harmony with the Tao, shaking the world, and all the major families of the myriad Immortals alliance sending people to congratulate him. This even included her own family, the Chen family of the Medicine Hall. Despite having previously fallen out with the Sun family, they still sent envoys to offer congratulations. Not wanting to offend a smiling face, and for the sake of the newly born Sun Tianxi, they generously accepted the congratulatory gifts. As for Wu Ninglu, the inexplicably missing biological mother of Sun Tianxi, no one cared about her at all. Originally, all this glory and praise should have been mine. The stark contrast in their circumstances drove Wu Ninglu in the darkness even more insane. She cried and screamed, like a wailing ghost. At this moment, the voice finally spoke again. Do you want to take revenge on them? Instinctively, Wu Ninglu wanted to burst into curses, but the little reason she had left allowed her to slowly calm down. She answered without hesitation, I do. Senior, save me. Ha. A burst of wild laughter came from the darkness. Your body and soul have already disappeared from this world, leaving only a few remnants of your divine sense. Even if you could be resurrected, what could you possibly do against the Sun family's 5 cultivators in harmony with the Tao? Wu Ninglu's mind went blank upon hearing this. That's right, not to mention her current state. Even if she successfully devoured the power of heaven and earth and achieved harmony with the Tao, how could she, alone, be a match for the Sun family, a rising force? Wu Ninglu was filled with despair, but suddenly she thought that this senior, who had saved her from 3 cultivators in harmony with the Tao, certainly wouldn't just be teasing her. The reason he said that, Wu Ninglu suddenly realized. I beg senior to teach me. Whether I succeed or not, Ninglu is willing to be a servant, to serve you. Wu Ninglu said through gritted teeth. HMPH, you're just a lingering thought, do I need your permission to control you? A powerful pressure enveloped Wu Ninglu, and in the terrifying suffocation, Wu Ninglu felt that her cautious consciousness could be completely destroyed at any moment. Her thoughts grew weaker and weaker, and Wu Ninglu's heart was filled with despair. Just then, the pressure around her suddenly disappeared. Fortunately, you're not completely stupid. The voice, like heavenly music, sounded in her ears again. At the same time, an extremely profound text appeared in her mind. The 3 calamities and 100 tribulations bright God method. With a single thought, 10,000 ghosts are born. This is a supreme divine art sufficient to compensate for the difference in the number of cultivators. Wu Ninglu greedily read every word of it. Sun family, Sun family. Supported by the terrible obsession for revenge in her mind, the first baleful and terrifying thought demon slowly gestated. Hiding in the darkness, Li Fan's distracted gaze nodded slightly as he watched the beginning and end of this change. Although the Sun family's sage can be said to have been cultivated by his own hands, it doesn't prevent him from creating a natural nemesis for the other party. As for when this future peerless ferocious god, who only has the desire for revenge left, will be released, or even whether she will be released, it's all still unknown. Everything is just a contingency plan he left at will. In this world, many preparations have been completed. Next, just wait for the good show to begin. Judging from the Holy Emperor's character and the current comparison of the strengths of both sides, the first battle between the 2 sides won't be too long. 3 months later, the first contest between the Holy Dynasty and the Myriad Immortals Alliance began in a way that no one expected. The conflict originated from a sword light from beyond the sky. That day, golden light was like a rainbow, shining across the sky. At the edge of the Star Sea, beneath the high wall, the profound merchant immortal ship floated through the tribulation. In the 7-colored rainbow light that the entire profound yellow world could see, 16 characters shone brightly. It seemed to be a peculiar form of information dissemination, and even when someone from the Myriad Immortals Alliance tried to remove it, it didn't work at all. They could only let the rainbow light quietly float in the sky for 7 days before slowly fading away. However, the shock brought about by these 16 characters was far from over. On the contrary, it intensified. Command the abyss, sever the palm immortal city. Shang Xiaojun recalled these 16 characters, lost in thought. I knew he wasn't dead. At the edge of the Star Sea, beneath the high wall. He's already gone so far. The ethereal and unrestrained demeanor of the holy embryo Li Fan reappeared in Shang Xiaojun's mind, filling his heart with a hint of nostalgia and a faint sense of loss. Outside the profound yellow world. If I had abandoned everything and gone with him, what would it be like now? After a long days, Shang Xiaojun finally came back to his senses and began to do business. He began to send messages to the first canon, Ji Hongdao and others. Have you seen the rainbow light in the sky these days? That's the white-clothed sword immortal I introduced to you before. I used to say that there was a lot of exaggeration in my words, how about now? After showing off to his heart's content, Shang Xiaojun inquired about the amount of clear void-flowing crystal in his private treasure vault. Although the Myriad Immortals Alliance had already listed it as a prohibited item, in fact, the major families of the Immortal Alliance all had hidden stashes. Before, they had almost gradually forgotten about this thing, but with the appearance of the 7-day rainbow light, clear void-flowing crystal once again returned to the public's field of vision. The world doesn't know how the holy embryo Li Fan left the profound yellow world. So they instinctively guessed that the method adopted was the same as the 16 harmonious Dao who left the Myriad Immortals Alliance before. The 16 harmonious Dao went deep into the Star Sea for unknown reasons, but the information conveyed by the rainbow light was clear. At the edge of the Star Sea, in a place called the High Wall, there is a profound merchant immortal ship. This profound merchant immortal ship has supreme magic that can float through tribulations. In just 16 characters, countless cultivators were shaken, fantasizing and unable to control themselves. The wonderful thing about the holy embryo Li Fan's message is that it's vague. It fully exploited the subjective initiative of the profound yellow cultivators, making them imagine the profound immortal ship becoming more and more mysterious. Some cultivators even searched through ancient books and found records of the profound merchant immortal ship from ancient times. It can travel and trade between the worlds, and so many years have passed, it's obviously much more developed than our tribulation-ridden profound yellow world. Profound merchant immortal ship, just hearing the name makes people yearn for it. Do you think that the rainbow light before, could it be? Fellow Taoist, be careful what you say. Regardless of the facts, clear void-flowing crystal has indeed become the most sought-after item in the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Although the Immortal Alliance issued another ban, it couldn't stop the families from secretly collecting clear void-flowing crystal. After all, there were too many cultivators doing this time. It really reached the point where the law couldn't punish the masses. So they could only use the bottom-level cultivators without foundation to barely deter them. In fact, even the high-level Immortal Alliance officials had different opinions. Sun family. Sun Luan returned to the immeasurable mirror's secret room, worried. Brother, are you worried about the recent rainbow light message? Immeasurable mirror spirit Sun Luyao asked. Hey, it's more than that. The key is that this matter is too involved. Fu Du, the mirror holder who was punished by the law transmitter to cultivate in seclusion, came out ahead of schedule because of this. He specifically asked me about TNC. This old thing, Sun Luan said hatefully. His meaning is that although this time the law transmitter Zhang Chang is suppressing it, after all, it's too big of a deal. The entire Myriad Immortals Alliance, all the cultivators now want to know what the situation is outside the profound yellow world, at the edge of the Star Sea. If they don't give an explanation, I'm afraid it will lead to the instability of the Immortal Alliance's foundation. But the Celestial Venerable has lost contact since the last message. In order to stabilize the situation, the Immortal Alliance plans to announce to the world soon that it will recreate the clear void rainbow light and fly out of the profound yellow world. Driving the rainbow light requires cultivators in the harmonious Tao realm. Our Sun family has been too famous recently, a family of 5 harmonious Tao, everyone in the Myriad Immortals Alliance knows about it. I'm worried that if they really look for suitable cultivators to go to the starry sky, our Sun family may not be able to escape. It's really a disaster. If I had known, I shouldn't have publicized TNC's birth in harmony with the Tao so much. It was our miscalculation, we were momentarily blinded by our heads. Sun Luan sighed. Immeasurable mirror spirit Sun Luyao frowned upon hearing this, feeling that it was difficult to handle. According to the clues I collected inside the heavenly profound mirror before, the crisis outside the starry sky is probably heavy. Even if there was a clear void rainbow light precedent before, this trip is also difficult to predict whether they will live or die. If they really arrange for our Sun family's harmonious Tao to go, we must be prepared to sacrifice. After a long time, he said in a deep voice. We have already discussed it. This matter is basically unavoidable. If the decree really comes down, let Luyang go. I'm just afraid. Sun Luan paused and sighed, his voice suddenly lowered a lot. I'm afraid that the arrangement for our Sun family is not just one person. The underground secret room suddenly became much quieter. Brother, I have a good plan. At this moment, Sun Luyao suddenly suggested. Sun Luan listened carefully, his eyes lit up. Not long after, small news spread in various places of the Immortal Alliance. The high-level officials of the Myriad Immortals Alliance have agreed to the plan to recreate the clear void flowing crystal, and this time the cultivators who can leave the profound yellow world and enter the starry sky may be more than before. However, the specific number of cultivators is likely to have been divided by the upper layers, and it has long been decided internally. Some powerful families even have more than one. Such shocking news spread like wildfire. The cultivators who heard it were all indignant and angry. Outside the starry sky, how great is the opportunity? They just said they would divide it. They didn't consider the feelings of those grassroots harmonious Tao who worked hard to suppress the various states. Although the Immortal Alliance quickly refuted this news, the storm of this matter was destined to be difficult to quell as long as the list was not determined for a day. Even many of the state domain guardians who had not returned to the Immortal Alliance headquarters for many years returned, just for an answer. As for the Immortal Alliance's repeated emphasis that there may be fatal dangers in going out to the Star Sea, and the probability of being able to return safely is almost negligible, they were all treated as excuses under their anger. They also have a set of refutation rhetoric. They all say that if you hear the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening. What is there to fear from a mere danger? Who hasn't walked a bumpy road to achieve harmonious Tao? If they are trapped in the profound yellow world for a lifetime, it would be no regret to die in the Star Sea. The state domain guardians are the cornerstone of the Immortal Alliance's rule. Now that these people are united, even the lot transmitters are a little headache. Finally, after careful discussion, they also gave an answer. The Immortal Alliance will carefully consider the formulation of the personnel list and try to be fair and just so that the world can be convinced. With the lot transmitters personally guaranteeing it, a group of town guards left the Immortal Alliance headquarters. But at the same time, it also confirmed the rumor that the Immortal Alliance was going to recreate the clear void rainbow light. For a time, the Immortal Alliance cultivators were also discussing this privately. With the first time, the second time, the Myriad Immortals Alliance's behavior of exploring the starry sky will certainly not stop there. Although they don't have harmonious Tao now, maybe they will in the future. And even if they have no hope of harmonious Tao in this life, then the clear void flowing crystal is something they can always get, right? They can't eat meat, can't they follow and drink some soup? In the private market transactions, the price of clear void flowing crystal rose again. As long as it appeared, even if the price was higher, it would be immediately snapped up. And some smart people have already begun to go to various secret realms and small worlds, digging 3 feet into the ground, looking for the traces of this clear void flowing crystal everywhere. Holy Dynasty, Daki. In the Holy Emperor's seat, Li Ping's disciples were listed. They already knew about the commotion in the Myriad Immortals Alliance. However, all matters of the Holy Dynasty are decided by the Holy Emperor's words. Li Ping didn't speak, they could only pretend that this matter didn't happen at all. Master, do we want to get involved in that clear void flowing crystal? Rushing out of the profound yellow world to explore the unknown Star Sea, it's exciting to think about it. Oh Shengtian was still the boldest, and asked with a smile. Since the Myriad Immortals Alliance wants to die, let them go. The more harmonious Tao they run out, the better it is for us. The Holy Emperor decided the direction of this matter with just one sentence. Shangtian showed a somewhat regretful expression. But the others were thinking about the meaning of the Holy Emperor's words. Next, you must be strictly guarded and ready for battle at any time. But the Holy Emperor's words next made them feel a shock. Sun Erlang nodded. Those myriad Immortals Alliance cultivators are now like crazy people, looking for that clear void-flowing crystal everywhere in the various small worlds. Our holy dynasty is fine, they will definitely not meet them. The most important thing is those many affiliated small worlds that we have already conquered. Li Ping said. Don't have a head-on conflict for the time being, but you don't need to deliberately avoid it. Be decisive when you do it, and don't reveal any information about the holy dynasty. The Holy Emperor's words made the disciples eager to try. Sun Erlang, disciple is here. Yishu has been with us long enough. You and him, go back to the Taiyan sect again, the Holy Emperor said lightly. Disciple obeys. Sun Erlang bowed. 1269. Stone Mother returns to the star. The Holy Emperor's meaning was very clear. With the Holy Dynasty and the Myriad Immortals Alliance on the verge of war, it was time for the Taiyan sect to make its final decision on which side to support. When Sun Erlang found Yishu in Holy Capital City, he was already prepared and waiting with a smile. Young man, let's go. Sun Erlang didn't act coy. He cupped his fist in salute, and the two went straight to the Taiyan sect. During your time in our Holy Dynasty, Senior, have you gained any special insights? On the way back, Sun Erlang tentatively asked. Yishu smiled. The Holy Dynasty's scenery is different from the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and even more different from the myriad of years of the Xuanwang world. We have also benefited greatly. The sect has already reached a consensus and has also received the approval of the Stone Mother. You'll know when the time comes. By the way, this time you might even have the opportunity to meet the Stone Mother. Yishu's words stirred Sun Erlang's heart. Wanting to probe for more inside information, Yishu changed the subject and talked about his recent experiences in Daki. The Holy Dynasty's people are well fed and clothed, so they have a higher pursuit of spiritual matters. Although their realm strength is mediocre, some of their ideas are truly interesting. I met a scholar this time who wrote a book of strange tales. It describes what would happen in the Xuanwang world without the celestial worthy of spreading the Dharma. Sun Erlang was slightly stunned, and then he heard Yishu say, unlike the simulated world you experienced, although the spreading of the Dharma is not obvious in that novel, there are still disasters and chaos descending upon Xuanwang. There are 3 honored ones who rise from humble beginnings, becoming a force that sweeps the world, dividing the world into 3 equal parts. One uses education to nurture the people, becoming the teacher of heaven and earth. One uses the pure and noble virtues of a sage to make the people around him sincerely submit and form an unshakable alliance. This is the supreme sage of humanity. One uses infinite power to establish a celestial dynasty on earth. Wherever his armies point, all things submit. This is the Taizan Immortal Emperor. When Yishu said this, Sun Erlang's expression became very subtle. The 3 honored ones fought fiercely, and it was difficult to determine the winner even after hundreds of years of fighting. The details in between, deduced by individual effort, although somewhat rough and unable to withstand careful scrutiny, are still very interesting and unique. Sun Erlang couldn't help but ask, in the end, who won? This open double-angle bracket romance of the 3 kingdoms of Xuanwang close double-angle bracket is not finished yet, and the scholar's door was blocked by people. Everyone claimed that he was disrespectful to the Holy Emperor and wanted to teach him a lesson. Although the Holy Dynasty officials did not intervene, as the Taizan Immortal Emperor made some mistakes in open double-angle bracket romance close double-angle bracket, the storm became even greater, and there were almost casualties. The scholar didn't dare to write anymore. The plot stagnated, and I don't know who the final winner is. Yishu smiled noncommittally. Sun Erlang coughed lightly. After I go back, I will send those people away and let him write in peace. It's just a book of strange tales, how could the master not tolerate these? Yishu said meaningfully, although the Holy Emperor really won't care, the people of the Holy Dynasty may not think so. Sun Erlang wanted to argue, but he had already arrived in the territory of the Taiyan sect. Inside the floating city within the crystal wall in the sky, Sun Erlang stepped in again. Unlike the last time, the cultivators he encountered along the way were all smiling and greeting Sun Erlang. They all seemed very familiar with him. Sun Erlang knew that the Taiyan sect shared all information, which was actually equivalent to a whole. But the feeling that the other party knew him, but he didn't know the other party's details, still made Sun Erlang feel a little awkward. Fortunately, the journey was not far, and Sun Erlang soon came to the Tian sect center and met Chen Tianai. Chen Tianai was holding a book and reading it seriously. Yishu did not come in. "Greetings, senior." Sun Erlang saluted, but Chen Tianai didn't move, as if he hadn't heard. After a long silence, Chen Tianai spoke, going straight to the point. "Regarding the war between the Holy Dynasty and the Myriad Immortals Alliance, our Tian sect has decided to not help either side." This answer was really beyond Sun Erlang's expectations, and he was stunned on the spot. Even if they pretended to support one side appropriately, being a fence-sitter and watching the tigers fight each other would certainly ensure temporary peace. But after everything subsided in the future, they would definitely be subject to the most severe reckoning. Logically speaking, the Tian sect should not make such an unwise move. Sun Erlang looked at Chen Tianai with full of doubts. "We made this decision, in addition to the Stone Mother's tens of thousands of deductions, all of which yielded nearly average answers of who would win. More importantly, we have decided to leave the Xuanwang world temporarily," Chen Tianai said shockingly. "Huh," Sun Erlang was suddenly stunned. "Is it because of the widely discussed emptiness rainbow light recently?" Sun Erlang asked. "Yes, and no. In fact, our Tian sect has long planned to cross the stars. However, the dangers of the Sea of Stars have always been postponed indefinitely. However, the sword message that came across the Sea of Stars before made us change our minds." Chen Tianai smiled slightly. "The sword message illuminated the Xuanwang sky for 7 days. During this period, we conducted a detailed analysis of it, and gained some small gains. Since the sword message can cross the Sea of Stars, then our Tian sect can trace its origin and follow the traces of its arrival to find the location where the message was sent," Chen Tianai said confidently. "The other side of the Sea of Stars, beneath the high wall, is truly fascinating," Chen Tianai said with emotion. Sun Erlang also seemed to feel the same will of the entire Tian sect. Knowing that this matter was irreversible, Sun Erlang's thoughts turned quickly, wanting to return as soon as possible and inform his master about this matter. "Young man, don't worry. After this farewell, I don't know when we will meet again. Why not meet the Stone Mother?" Chen Tianai looked at Sun Erlang and suggested. Sun Erlang hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. At the moment of agreeing, the surrounding room scene also disappeared. As if being in the Sea of Stars, the surroundings were pitch black. Only a bright blue light came from the depths of darkness, turning into a thin line, speeding through the Sea of Stars. At the moment of seeing this blue line, Sun Erlang had an understanding in his heart. "This is the Transformation Stone Mother. The original Transformation Stone. I am not originally from Xuanwang, but by chance, I came to this world while traveling in the Sea of Stars." A voice emerged from Sun Erlang's mind. It was not through the 5 senses or divine sense communication, but directly through the resonance between the transformation stone crystals in Sun Erlang's sea of consciousness. Sun Erlang's expression became solemn to show respect. The Stone Mother narrated to herself, "Where I come from is no longer testable. But where exactly I am going, there is an answer." The Stone Mother's words shocked Sun Erlang's mind. "Where to go? What do you mean by this, Stone Mother? The other side of the Sea of Stars is not the other side. It's just a corner. If it weren't for the high wall blocking it, I should have escaped long ago 10,000 years ago. In addition, being cut and divided before, I also lost the ability to cross the Sea of Stars. Helplessly, it ended up like this, and so many years have passed in an instant." The scene in front of Sun Erlang suddenly changed. The blue line that was originally flying straight in the Sea of Stars suddenly changed direction for some reason and fell towards Xuanwang. It was discovered by cultivators in the Xuanwang world. With its help, the Tian sect jumped to become a famous sect in the world. The original objects that were cut off can no longer be restored. Unexpectedly, the world of Xuanwang changed drastically, and disasters descended. In order to resist the calamity of incompatible laws, the Tian sect cultivators took the initiative to decide to merge with the Transformation Stone. Information is immortal, and transformation reappears. After tens of thousands of years of separation and reunion, the Transformation Stone has become what it was when it first came to the Xuanwang world. Scenes changed rapidly, causing Sun Erlang's mind to shake. He couldn't help but ask. Senior has stayed in the Xuanwang world for so long, and is almost omniscient. As long as you stay in Xuanwang, it is not a false statement that you will not be damaged by 10,000 calamities. Why do you have to leave? There are too many variables and unknowns outside the sea of stars. Even senior, I am afraid that you do not have absolute certainty of survival, right? Why must you go? The answer to this question is the same as why you cultivators must cultivate. The words from the stone mother left Sun Erlang speechless. The high wall is blocking the sea of stars. But there are some things that it cannot stop. The stone mother's tone was strange. Some are lost, and some are unknown where the confidence comes from. Little guy, don't think too much. I'm just planning to go and take a look first. If we really can't cross the high wall, we may very well come back. As for the reason for wanting to see you this time. The illusory blue line in front of Sun Erlang suddenly shot towards Sun Erlang's head like a solid object. Before he could react, Sun Erlang was hit by the blue ray. Sun Erlang checked his whole body, but did not feel any abnormality. It's just that the transformation stone crystal in the sea of consciousness seemed to have become a little different. Little guy, don't be nervous. I just left a mark. In order to avoid not finding the way back when I plan to return in the future. Of course, we won't treat you badly. Concentrate your mind. The stone mother's words were accompanied by the transformation stone flashing at the same frequency. In Sun Erlang's perception, countless pictures came overwhelmingly, almost completely submerging his sea of consciousness. He quickly concentrated his mind and slowed down the reception of the pictures. These large amounts of scenes, some are the Holy Dynasty falling into a bitter battle and suffering heavy casualties. Some are the Holy Dynasty winning consecutive victories, and the myriad Immortals alliance can only linger in the central 4 states. But without exception, they are all things that have not yet happened in the real world. These are all the products of my deduction, so I will give them to you for reference. Sun Erlang relaxed and quickly thanked the stone mother. But I want to warn you that you should not trust these deductions too much. This Xuanwang world is like a bottomless pond. If it is calm, every ripple on the surface of the pond can be deduced. But if the fierce creatures at the bottom of the pond all appear and stir up unrest, the deduction of the ripples will inevitably be very different from reality. Your master must know this truth. So in fact, whether or not we have the Taiyan sect will not change much. The stone mother's voice was still echoing in his ears, but Sun Erlang, who had recovered, had already appeared outside the Taiyan sect. The originally not very obvious crystal wall was covered with a layer of mysterious blue light. The entire Taiyan sect became more and more transparent, as if it would completely disappear from this world at any time. Little man, you must live well. Otherwise, our Taiyan sect can't find the way home. Yishu's seemingly smiling words came. It was like an illusion. In a daze, the floating sky city in front of him had completely disappeared from Sun Erlang's perception. Leaving as soon as you say, it's too fast. Sun Erlang slandered, but he felt a sense of loss in his heart. He stood there for a long time before returning and reporting the details of the matter to his master. Looking at the faceless holy emperor sitting above, silent, Sun Erlang couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But the holy emperor's next words made him a little stunned. What mark? It's just the stone mother's teasing. The transformation divine stone is a rare object in the world. Even the teacher can't understand the rainbow sword message for a while, but she has already cracked it in a short time. They can trace the source and cross the sea of stars, so how can they not even find the way? Master, then exactly. Sun Erlang was a little puzzled. The mysterious feeling brought by the collision of the blue line and the transformation stone in my sea of consciousness is indeed true. The holy emperor smiled very rarely. It's your boy's good fortune. The transformation stones in the world, strictly speaking, are just fragments separated from the stone mother. Although cultivators can use the method of transforming the gods into one to take it as their own. But fragments are ultimately fragments. Even the most extreme transformation stone is ultimately not as good as the stone mother. However, the blue radiation that the stone mother applied to you is like turning stone into gold. The holy emperor's tone was a little strange. Although the quality is only high grade at present, it has been enlightened and there are infinite possibilities in the future. In the future, it may become the second stone mother. This. Unexpectedly, the other party actually left such a great fortune to himself after leaving. Sun Erlang couldn't help but be stunned. Don't worry too much. Individuals have their own fortunes, maybe it's just that the stone mother thinks you look better. The holy emperor said lightly. Yes. Although Sun Erlang responded like this, judging from his expression, he was obviously unable to adapt for a while. By the way, Master, the Stone Mother deduced tens of thousands of results. After you calm down, analyze and report it. I respectfully obey my orders. Sun Erlang left the Holy Emperor's seat in a daze. Unknowingly, he came to the place where Yeshu had said before, where the scholar who wrote open double-angle bracket Romance of the Three Kingdoms of Xuanwang close double-angle bracket was located. I saw that there were still many people gathered in front of the house. Although they didn't do anything excessive, they stared at the exit with fierce eyes. As if the scholar inside had an irreconcilable hatred with them. When they saw Sun Erlang, their faces lit up, and they couldn't wait to come forward and tell the scholar's evil deeds. But Sun Erlang frowned slightly and interrupted. Everyone dispersed knowingly. Sun Erlang strode into the house. The scholar was drunk. Sun Erlang picked up the manuscript on the table and looked at it. 1270. Lu Jing causes dispute. The handwriting was extremely sloppy, with large sections crossed out and erased. However, Sun Erlang could still make out the general idea. The Immortal dynasty ruled by the Tai-Zan Immortal Emperor was becoming increasingly powerful, with talented individuals emerging in endless streams. In battles against the other two nations, they repeatedly emerged victorious. The Teacher of Heaven and Earth and the Supreme Sage of the Mortal Realm had no choice but to join forces to resist the might of Tai-Zan. This plot was clearly not what the writer truly wanted to write. Not only was the writing style and wording much weaker than before, but even the attitude towards writing was perfunctory. Perhaps he couldn't bear it any longer. The writer didn't even finish the story and was unwilling to continue writing. He spent his days drunk, living in a daze. Sun Erlang was not surprised by this outcome. In the Holy Dynasty of Great Qi, the Tai-Zan Immortal Emperor and the Faceless Holy Emperor shared too many similarities. As long as he suffered even a slight disadvantage in the plot, the writer would be condemned by everyone. Under such real-world pressure, the Tai-Zan Immortal Emperor could naturally only enjoy eternal smooth sailing in the story. Over time, his strength far surpassed the other two sages. However, Sun Erlang was a little curious about what the writer originally intended for the plot to be. With a thought, Sun Erlang separated a wisp of divine sense and plunged it into the writer's sea of consciousness. Before long, amidst the many chaotic thoughts, he found the content related to the Three Kingdoms of Zanhuang. It should be said that the writer was, after all, a native of the Holy Dynasty, and having bathed in the Holy Emperor's grace for many years, the subconscious reverence for the Holy Emperor led him to envision an ending where the Tai-Zan Immortal Emperor ultimately overcame various difficulties, suppressed the other two victors, and unified the Zanhuang world. However, there were failures, setbacks, and even a time when he was in desperate straits, hanging by a thread. Sun Erlang had to admit that, compared to the modified version he saw in reality, the writer's original plot arrangement was more dramatic and gripping. The so-called writing is like viewing mountains, disliking flatness. In comparison, the external version is bland and tasteless. Although Sun Erlang thought so, the content of this book involved his master after all, and he didn't dare to make decisions without authorization. He flashed back to the Holy Emperor's throne and reported the matter to Li Ping. It was just a small matter, but for some reason, it caused the Holy Emperor, whose state of mind was usually unshakable by external things, to experience rare and uncontainable ripples. The Tai-Zan Immortal Emperor is me, the Supreme Sage of the Mortal Realm is me, and the Teacher of Heaven and Earth is also me. Finally, the Holy Emperor slowly uttered a sentence that echoed in the cold Holy Emperor's throne. Sun Erlang was first stunned, and then suddenly realized. He left with a happy expression. However, Li Ping's state of mind, which was usually difficult to shake with external objects, was stirred up by this incident, creating ripples that were difficult to quell. He might have understood why Chuan Fa had been out of touch with the world and out of the public eye ever since he created the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Hong's world. Zhongming, a golden core cultivator stationed in this world with the great Qi of the Holy Dynasty, suddenly received a report from his subordinate. Some uninvited guests from the Myriad Immortals Alliance seemed to have broken into this small world. 3 nascent souls, 7 golden cores. Zhongming frowned tightly. Although he immediately sent a message to the Holy Dynasty for reinforcements, the thought of the large empty bright crystal mine that had just been discovered here made Zhongming's uneasiness impossible to quell. This Hong's world is not big, and the aura carried by the empty bright crystal is very unique. Even if I use array symbols to cover it up a little, I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape these people's detection. It seems that this battle is unavoidable. Zhongming quickly calculated the power he could currently mobilize. Including himself, there were only 5 golden cores at most. It could be said that the strength disparity was huge, and defeat was certain. If he chose to retreat, the Holy Dynasty would not impose any serious punishment. However, the pride of being a soldier of the Great Qi made it impossible for Jiang Ming to retreat directly without even having the courage to fight. Jiang Ming was very decisive and directly unleashed the only heaven-veiling talisman. As the name suggests, the heaven-veiling talisman can conceal the secrets of heaven. As everyone knows, after the cultivators of the Zanhuang world fall, there will be strange phenomena descending from the sky. The life of the fallen cultivator, and even the specific method of death, will be displayed in great detail on the sky. Under normal circumstances, it's fine, but if it's a life and death battle like today, any casualties on either side will spread instantly, greatly increasing the difficulty of the battle. However, with the heaven-veiling talisman, it can reverse the situation and even turn it into a combat condition favorable to oneself. The heaven-veiling talisman can not only conceal the strange phenomena of the cultivator's fall, but also accurately identify the enemy in us, and treat them differently. If we kill the opponent's cultivator, no strange phenomenon will be generated. But if our cultivator is killed, there will still be strange phenomena descending to remind us. Although I don't know the specific principle of how this talisman works, there is no doubt that just this one heaven-veiling talisman can reverse a bit of the odds. Relying on this talisman alone is not enough. Jiang Ming looked at a white jade arrow in his arms again. It's a pity that, with the qualifications of our team, we can only apply for one army exterminating arrow at most each time we go out. If I could get more, don't even mention these nascent soul cultivators, I wouldn't even fear a transformation god. The army exterminating arrow is a weakened version of the Holy Dynasty's sky patrolling arrow. Although it is weakened, it can cause devastating damage to cultivators in the nascent soul realm and below. And it comes with tracking and aura locking functions. Once it is targeted, there is no chance of escape. There is only this one, and it needs to be maximized. Soon, Jiang Ming had an idea in his mind. Fu Zhe. This humble one is here. A mid-golden core cultivator in earth-yellow clothes under Jiang Ming immediately responded. You use the rushing stream talisman to transport these empty bright crystals to this underground location. Jiang Ming marked the specific location on the map. Fu Zhe did not hesitate at all and took the storage ring handed over by Jiang Ming. A yellow light flashed on his body, and he disappeared above the ground. The storage ring contained all the empty bright crystals that Jiang Ming and the others had mined, which was only a small part of the huge mine here. However, if it was detonated and then specially guided, the overflowing aura would be enough to attract the attention of the myriad Immortals Alliance cultivators on the ground. Bing-san, you set up formations along the way to block them. Remember, don't make it too easy for them, and don't offer those killing formations. A middle-aged man with a sallow complexion responded and left. Jiang Ming methodically completed the deployment of his own forces in a short period of time. However, even if these few people had unique skills, they were still stretched thin in the face of the absolute power gap. An accident occurred in the first step of the plan. Those myriad Immortals Alliance cultivators were not ordinary people either. The person responsible for luring them to the ambush site was named Chu Di. In this team, he was particularly outstanding in escape techniques. Unexpectedly, just after showing his face and before he had time to use his escape technique, he was trapped by a white-clothed man in the Myriad Immortals Alliance group using a heaven-opening domain. This heaven-opening domain was quite unique, and did not manifest any specific situation. It only shone a white halo to suppress Chu Di. After trying various methods, seeing that there was no hope of escape, Chu Di resolutely blew himself up, ending his life. Feeling the disappearance of his subordinate's life force, Jiang Ming's heart clenched, and his fist tightened. The cultivators from the Myriad Immortals Alliance clearly didn't expect the other party to be so resolute, committing suicide at the slightest disagreement. The atmosphere instantly turned strange. Wait, Brother Lin Bai, something's not right. After a while, one of them reacted. Why isn't there a phenomenon of death? Is it a feigned death? Doesn't seem like it. Their souls are indeed extinguished. Lin Bai's expression turned solemn as he looked up at the sky. Soon after, his face turned unsightly. Be careful, someone is concealing the secrets of heaven. Although he reminded them, the others not only weren't afraid, but became extremely excited. Concealing the secrets of heaven. Such an unremarkable little world actually requires such methods. It seems there's a secret. We ran around several places for nothing. Finally, we're about to gain something. Even if it's not Voidstream Crystal, if we can uncover the secrets of this place, it won't be a wasted trip. While the group was discussing, they suddenly felt the earth tremble slightly. At the same time, a familiar aura came from underground. The group was collectively stunned at first. Then, their faces filled with disbelief. It really is Voidstream Crystal. In their perception, in addition to the diffused Voidstream Crystal aura, there also seemed to be several figures rapidly flying away from the source of the underground tremor. They realize they can't hide it anymore and want to escape. The group subconsciously thought this. Although they really wanted to go down and investigate, they were still somewhat wary and didn't act rashly, instead all looking at Lin Bai. After pondering for a moment, Lin Bai quickly made a decision. Split into 2 groups. Brother Qian, you take 3 people to chase after those escaping cultivators, and the rest follow me. Without being verbose, the Myriad Immortals Alliance quickly split off 4 people, chasing towards the horizon. Lin Bai then led the team towards the place where the Voidstream Crystal aura was coming from underground. Along the way, although there were some formations blocking the way, they were easily broken through. These formations are at least set up by nascent soul formation masters. Moreover, many of the formation patterns are ones I've never seen before. Interesting. The group became increasingly excited. Soon, they arrived at their destination. A giant crater left behind after an explosion, where fragments of Voidstream Crystal could still be seen. Damn, they're so ruthless, they actually destroyed it directly. What a waste. The price of Voidstream Crystal the size of a fist has already risen to 50,000 contribution points. And there are no sellers. There are still some fragments, quickly pick them up, can't waste them. Originally, the Myriad Immortals Alliance group was still somewhat organized. However, after seeing the Voidstream Crystal fragments all over the ground, the greed in their hearts was aroused, and they couldn't hold back any longer. They rushed into the crater, scrambling to grab them. Although Lin Bai was also somewhat envious, he habitually observed his surroundings first. After not finding anything dangerous, he also flew into it. Strange, this doesn't seem like the original underground mine of the crystal. Could it be a warehouse where they collected and stored it? Lin Bai picked up a small piece of crystal, and this thought emerged in his mind. Just then, his expression suddenly changed. A white jade arrow, at some unknown time, silently shot out from the dark depths of the ground, towards the people in the crater. Careful, Lin Bai shouted subconsciously. He fully deployed his domain of the cave heavens and set up hundreds of command flags around his body for assistance. However, the white jade arrow was even faster than expected. An incomparably dazzling ball of light was born underground. In an instant, it swallowed all the cultivators in the crater. Even their domains of the cave heavens were completely dissipated. Not far away, watching the deaths of the Myriad Immortals Alliance members, Zhang Ming's heart didn't waver in the slightest. Brother Chu Di, have a good journey. Without dragging things out, Zhang Ming quickly rushed towards the other subordinates who were acting as bait. Compared to his side, their situation was extremely miserable. Without a weapon like the army annihilating arrow, they could only rely on small tricks to hinder them. They were quickly caught up by the people from the Myriad Immortals Alliance. They were caught in a bitter battle. By the time Zhang Ming led the crowd to arrive, only 2 people were left struggling to support themselves. The Qian named cultivator from the Myriad Immortals Alliance was still trying to persuade them, fellow Taoists, why bother? These are just external possessions, how can they compare to your own lives? We absolutely have no intention of taking your lives. Although he said that, the offensive in his hands didn't weaken at all. The armor on Zhang Ming's body erupted with a crimson glow. Turning into a red line, he crashed straight towards the Qian named cultivator. Brother Qian, be careful. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Even with the blessing of protective armor, it wasn't enough to make up for the gap between Golden Core and Nascent Soul. He was still dodged by the opponent. The sneak attack failed, and instead, he was severely injured by the opponent. The light of the armor suddenly dimmed. What protective treasure! It didn't even crack after taking my full strength attack. The Qian named cultivator's tone was somewhat surprised, and even mixed with some greed. It seems, we are destined to die here. Zhang Ming thought this in his heart. However, he didn't regret it. He had delayed for so long, the Holy Dynasty's reinforcements should arrive soon. Before the giant void stream crystal mine was discovered by the Myriad Immortals Alliance, the Holy Dynasty would be able to reoccupy this place. After I die, my family will be proud of me. Perhaps, I can even receive personal praise from the Holy Emperor. Jiang Ming's heart was calm. Looking at the opposing Myriad Immortals Alliance cultivator, he said in a cold tone, "Burn soul." The few remaining subordinates, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate at all. In the burning of their souls, their originally weakened auras suddenly erupted again. "Are you crazy?" the Myriad Immortals Alliance cultivator screamed in disbelief. For these doomed people, they didn't need to confront them head-on. Even if their strength was overwhelming, the Myriad Immortals Alliance cultivators were mainly focused on ensuring they weren't injured and dodging. The cultivation increase effect brought about by burning souls slowly disappeared. Jiang Ming and the others finally reached the end of their lives. Just before his consciousness was about to dissipate, Jiang Ming seemed to see a familiar figure. General Sun. Jiang Ming's heart was relieved. Boundless golden light enveloped him. Jiang Ming seemed to see the great faceless Holy Emperor on a vortex-like galaxy. Sun Erlang gathered the remaining thoughts of Jiang Ming and the others, and then looked at the Myriad Immortals Alliance members. Infinite killing intent instantly enveloped them. After a moment, the Myriad Immortals Alliance members accompanied the Holy Dynasty warriors to their graves. Sun Erlang looked at the quiet sky, and his heart stirred. Pointing towards the sky, the phenomenon of death slowly emerged. However, it was contrary to the facts, completely fabricating the information of their deaths. 1271. One man becomes a million troops. On the firmament of Hong's realm, an anomaly appeared, signaling the fall of the Myriad Immortals Alliance's party. Nascent soul cultivator Lin Bai, having cultivated for 165 years. Died in the Hong's realm while vying for the Void Clarity Crystal, besieged by Qian Sheng, Qian Ming, and Qian Su, succumbing to severe injuries. His body perished, his Tao dissipated, returning to the heavens. Clearly, they were killed by the vanguard team of the Holy Dynasty, but the cause of death displayed on the firmament was a conflict with the Qian family. This was Sun Erlang's first use of the open black lens bracket heaven-swapping talisman close black lens bracket, and the effect seemed quite good. Sun Erlang meticulously recorded the scene in the sky with a projection stone, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Then, according to Jiang Ming's last message, he found the Void Clarity Crystal mine here. He carefully gathered it up, roots and all, and deliberately scattered some remnants that had fallen from the main body of the mine throughout the Hong's realm, finally erasing all traces of the conflict. Having done all this, Sun Erlang quietly left. After a long time, the obscured and altered secrets of the Hong's realm slowly returned to normal. Myriad Immortals Alliance, Yueyang Prefecture, Qian Family. Qian Wanling, the Qian family's patriarch at the peak of the transformation god stage, wore a gloomy expression. Qian Sheng, Qian Ming, Qian Su, and others stood below, somewhat puzzled. "Tell me about the good deeds you've done." "What good deeds?" Qian Sheng was immediately stunned. "Brother, why did you suddenly call us here looking like this? What's going on?" Qian Su was also puzzled. Qian Wanling slammed the table, still hiding it. "The Lin family is already at our door. Lin Bai was the Lin family's hoped-for successor, and you killed him just like that. Do you think they'll let it go? Void Clarity crystals are good, but you have to have the life to spend them. Driven mad by greed. Utterly foolish." The Qian family patriarch looked at his brothers, his eyes almost spitting fire. If blood wasn't thicker than water, he would have killed them all with a single palm strike. Wait, Qian Ming suddenly realized something, his expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, "What Lin Bai, what Void Clarity Crystal?" "Brother, you must be mistaken, right? We killed Lin Bai, are you kidding me?" Seeing that they still didn't admit it, Qian Wanling was utterly disappointed. "You're even hiding it from me for the Void Clarity Crystal." "Very well." Qian Wanling was furious and immediately took out a memory stone, releasing the anomaly of the fall in Hong's realm. Looking at the heavenly phenomenon before them, the Qian family's three brothers were dumbfounded. "That's not right, brother. We really didn't do this. Someone is framing us. Brother, you have to believe us." After a brief moment of shock, the three brothers exclaimed and cried out in protest. Qian Wanling stared at them intently, unable to find any flaws in their expressions. These fools aren't good enough actors to pull this off. Could it be? Even Qian Wanling became hesitant. Then where were you all recently? Hearing this, Qian Sheng and the others hesitated. However, under their brother's murderous gaze, they had no choice but to tell the truth. That day, we were cultivating and absorbing the sun's energy at a small building by Yueyang Lake when we suddenly sensed an anomaly in a nearby earth vein, as if some treasure was about to be born. So we went to investigate. Unexpectedly, just as we arrived, the earth vein's power suddenly went berserk, and we were swept into the earth vein, losing control and unable to help ourselves. We only escaped recently, Qian Sheng said truthfully. Seeing the increasingly gloomy look in his brother Qian Wanling's eyes, he quickly added, really? If you don't believe me, look, because of being immersed in the earth vein for so long, the spiritual power in my body has inevitably been tainted with a strong earth vein aura. Hearing this, Qian Wanling scanned the three of them and indeed found obvious traces of earth vein power. Then he fell silent. The Qian family's three brothers thought that their brother still didn't believe them and wanted to continue to argue. But they heard Qian Wanling sigh deeply. What does it matter if I believe you? Will the Lin family believe it? Will the world believe it? This memory stone records a scene that has been certified and cannot be faked. Moreover, it also involves the treasure open black lens bracket void clarity crystal close black lens bracket. Our Qian family is in trouble. Qian Sheng also slowly came to his senses, his eyes filled with anger. Who is so deliberately trying to frame us? Qian Ming's eyes were even red. Don't worry, brother, we won't implicate the family. Saying that, he was about to turn around and leave. You fool, are you trying to die by going out now? Scolded by Qian Wanling, he stopped. Looking at his three brothers' aggrieved and angry appearances, Qian Wanling sighed again. Finally, he made a decision as the head of the family. Now that things have come to this, being misunderstood is unavoidable. The only thing to do is to report this matter to Lord Fan Li. Fan Li was a Dao integration cultivator who guarded Yueyang Prefecture. He usually didn't like to stay in Yueyang Heavenly City and instead built a small building by Yueyang Lake to live in. I'll personally make a trip. Remember, stay at home and don't go out, Qian Wanling earnestly instructed, then changed his appearance and left through a secret passage in the house. Leaving the Qian Sheng three brothers feeling apprehensive and at a loss. Not long after, Fan Li, who was taking a nap in the small building in Yueyang, frowned when he heard Qian Wanling's account. Just then, the Lin family's patriarch, Lin Yufei, also came over. Lord Fan, you must stand up for our Lin family in this matter. The Lin family's spies stationed outside the small building in Yueyang immediately notified Lin Yufei after seeing Qian Wanling appear. Lin Yufei hurriedly arrived, looking at Qian Wanling, who was sitting upright in the small building, and did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. Your Qian family is too presumptuous. You simply disregard the laws of the Immortal Alliance. Brother Lin, please calm down. We are being framed, Qian Wanling said with a wry smile, apologizing. Framed? Is the heavenly phenomenon that day fake? Is the image recorded in the memory stone fake? It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Qian Wanling's words seemed like an excuse to Lin Yufei, and he flew into a rage. He was about to attack on the spot. Quiet, Fan Li snorted coldly, suppressing the two's tense behavior. He carefully examined the image in the memory stone again, his brow furrowed. This image was not fake. But he had indeed noticed the anomaly in the earth vein some time ago. The Qian family wouldn't dare to use such a ridiculous excuse to fool him. What exactly was going on? For a moment, Fan Li felt a headache. He knew that if this matter was not handled well, it might become known throughout the world. You two, come with me to this Hong's realm, Fan Li said in a deep voice. However, even with Fan Li's personal presence, he was ultimately unable to determine the truth of the matter from the remaining clues in Hong's realm. However, there was indeed a large amount of residual aura of void clarity crystals there. Qian Old Thief, Lord Fan personally cast a spell to recreate the image of the heavenly fall. Seen with his own eyes, what else do you have to say? Brother Lin, is it possible that this heavenly anomaly is fake? Bullshit. From today on, our Lin family and your Qian family are irreconcilable. Seeing that the hatred not only had not been resolved but had instead deepened, Fan Li felt a headache. He looked up at the sky above Hong's realm. Has the heavenly Tao changed again? Returning to Yueyang Prefecture, after several experiments and multiple verifications, Fan Li confirmed that the heavenly Tao cultivator's fall anomaly was still valid. However, he still had some doubts in his mind, and Qian Wanling always insisted that the Qian family's three sons were wronged. After Fan Li personally questioned the three of them, he was convinced that they were not the murderers. Helpless, Fan Li had no choice but to report the matter to the Immortal Alliance headquarters. What he didn't know was that this was already the second similar report received by the Myriad Immortals Alliance. However, due to the inherent nature of the Immortal Alliance's system, such matters had not yet attracted the attention of the Immortal Alliance's true higher-ups. Unnoticed, seeds of chaos had already been sown. Great Qi. Sun Erlang was very satisfied with the effect of the heaven-swapping talisman, based on the news he had gathered from various secret agents of the Holy Dynasty. Because over the past few thousand years, the accuracy of the Heavenly Tao's fall anomaly had been precisely verified. The Myriad Immortals Alliance cultivators, who had formed a mental set, would naturally not suddenly doubt it. But it can only be used unexpectedly. If it's used too much, it won't work anymore. It has to be used at key moments. Sun Erlang shook his head. He had already truthfully reported the heroic sacrifice of Zhang Ming's team to the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor very rarely announced this matter to the world and used great power to create a floating palace above the holy capital. The palace shone with golden light, suspended high in the sky. From any corner of Great Qi, one could see the palace's brilliant light, like the great sun in the sky. The Holy Emperor said that all the soldiers who sacrificed themselves for the Holy Dynasty would have their statues formed in the palace after death. Although they lost their physical bodies, they could live forever as heroic spirits. The golden, radiant phantoms of Zhang Ming and others flying out of the floating palace confirmed the Holy Emperor's words. The citizens of Great Qi cheered for the Holy Emperor's divine grace, and the fear of death slowly evolved into a fervor to enter the floating palace and become immortal heroic spirits. Sun Erlang knew that the so-called heroic spirits should be a trace of remnant thoughts preserved by the master with divine power. Although it was still far from true immortality, it was a way to salvage something after death. Rather than having one's soul scattered and completely annihilated, it was good to leave a last trace in the world. But for Sun Erlang, minimizing the sacrifice of soldiers was the right path. He came to the secret place where the Holy Dynasty forged its instruments of conquest. The army annihilating arrows and heaven-swapping talismans all came from here. "Greetings, senior skillful craftsman," Sun Erlang said to the skillful craftsman hermit, who was busy. The skillful craftsman did not respond, but focused on the black puppet that was constantly flashing in the space in front of him. Sun Erlang didn't mind and also looked at the puppet. What speed! The black puppet constantly teleported, its body floating, even escaping Sun Erlang's divine sense lock. Slow. Still too slow. The supply of source power is limited. If you want to bring the mass-produced type's functions to the imagined ability, it's still a bit difficult, the skillful craftsman said with regret. Sun boy, go up and spar with him, the skillful craftsman suddenly said. Sun Erlang nodded and instantly came to the test field. The black puppet stopped moving quickly and instead launched a full-force attack on Sun Erlang. There were two main attack methods. One was spraying black dead light with an aura of annihilation. The other was detonating the formation module to trap and injure the enemy with a standard formation. It could almost fight an ordinary nascent soul peak cultivator, but it was clear that it couldn't hurt Sun Erlang at all. While easily dodging the black puppet's attacks, Sun Erlang flicked out several blue light balls. The light balls turned into different curves, accurately locking onto and hitting the black puppet. A faint light flashed across the puppet's body, and it actually absorbed Sun Erlang's move. Boy, you haven't seen this before, have you? This move is called, using the enemy's own methods against them. As the skillful craftsman said this, strands of blue light lit up on the black puppet. Those blue light balls were actually reflected back. This is just a puppet. The advantage of this mass-produced type is in its quantity. Along with the skillful craftsman's words, dozens more puppets appeared in the test space in the blink of an eye. In the battle with them, Sun Erlang found that these puppets seemed to be a whole. Not only did they cooperate well, but they also faintly formed a formation. Moreover, any one of the puppets could concentrate and reflect the attacks absorbed by the whole. Even Sun Erlang, with his extraordinary strength, was somewhat overwhelmed in the face of more than 30 puppets without using killing moves. He called a halt to the experiment, and Sun Erlang returned to the skillful craftsman's side. Senior skillful craftsman, how many of these mass-produced puppets can be deployed at once? The skillful craftsman shrugged his shoulders. Boy, this is a secret of the Holy Dynasty. Even if you are the Holy Emperor's personal disciple, I can't tell you too much detail. Sun Erlang was speechless. The skillful craftsman laughed. I'm just teasing you. Open black lens bracket. Holy Army puppets. Close black lens bracket. 50 as a group, require the manipulation of special cultivators to exert their maximum combat power. It shouldn't be a problem to besiege and kill a transformation god cultivator. Hearing this, a gleam flashed in Sun Erlang's eyes. Is there an upper limit to the number of Holy Army puppets that can be manipulated? Upper limit? The skillful craftsman was slightly stunned, then understood. You want to try? Sun Erlang nodded. The skillful craftsman pondered for a moment and handed over a black jade disc. Don't push yourself. Sun Erlang took the disc, and thousands of black puppets, neatly arranged and standing straight, instantly appeared in his sea of consciousness. His thoughts were like a thread, connecting all these puppets. Each puppet seemed to have its own consciousness. After connecting, Sun Erlang's own divine soul seemed to be tied down by a heavy object, becoming somewhat heavy. But because of this, he was able to control the puppets as easily as his own limbs. Sun Erlang got used to the puppets' bodies, and with a thought, one of the puppets flew into the test field. It began to fly and attack in experiments. After a period of adaptation, Sun Erlang felt that the burden on his divine soul had become negligible. So he began connecting to other puppets. Next, the 3rd, the 10th, the 50th. In the skillful craftsman hermit's increasingly shocked gaze, the total number of puppets controlled by Sun Erlang actually exceeded 100. And looking at his expression, he still seemed to be at ease. You kid, that's possible. Craftsman Chaogong suddenly had a whimsical idea. If you were to control the Holy Army puppets alone, wouldn't the effect be even better? 1272. The sword points to the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Sun Erlang did not respond to Craftsman's words, because his limit was far more than that. 100, 200, 500. Until the number of black puppets emerging in the test field exceeded 1,000, Sun Erlang stopped continuing to summon, under Craftsman Hermit's astonished gaze. Thousands of black puppets fought each other, each with different fighting styles, making it impossible to tell that they were being controlled by one person. Having achieved such a feat, Sun Erlang still had the energy to chat with Craftsman. Senior is joking, I am the Holy Emperor's first disciple, and in the future, when conquering the myriad Immortals Alliance, I will be a commander, not a general. Moreover, although these puppets are very strong, I am not weak either. Sun Erlang's tone was full of confidence. Controlling these puppets can be left to my subordinates. I don't believe that the Holy Army puppets crafted by Senior can be more numerous than our Holy Dynasty's soldiers. Craftsman waved his hand, saying with a look of disgust, No, 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 you little brat have misunderstood. I'm not talking about these ordinary Holy Army puppets, but this kind. As he spoke, with flashes of black light, the thousands of puppets summoned by Sun Erlang disappeared from the test field one after another. A spatial rift replaced them, and a giant puppet, as radiant as the Hall of Valor in the Holy Dynasty's sky, descended here. A mysterious and majestic aura swept across the entire training ground. The surrounding seals creaked under the immense impact, as if they would shatter at any moment. The golden puppet's eyes gazed at Sun Erlang, like a god gazing at the world, indifferent and ruthless. Locked on by the other party, Sun Erlang actually had the illusion of facing his master. This is... Sun Erlang looked at Craftsman Hermit with some surprise. Craftsman said with a smug look, This is the powerful puppet that can represent my craftsman's highest skill. The Black Holy Army puppets just now are just mass-produced goods, consumables in war. You should think about it, how could I let you test the truly high-end stuff without any preparation? Sun Erlang felt a little embarrassed upon hearing this, but soon his attention returned to the golden puppet standing quietly before him. Senior, what is the strength of this puppet? Craftsman said proudly, I'm not trying to discourage you, son boy. Although you are the Holy Emperor's eldest disciple, if you really fought, I'm afraid you might not be a match for this puppet. Sun Erlang narrowed his eyes immediately, but did not retort. Craftsman continued, This puppet is different from the mass-produced ones. Each one is personally crafted by me, and by the Holy Emperor. Craftsman paused. Anyway, you just need to know that this golden puppet is extremely precious. Even with the power of the entire Holy Dynasty, no more than 10 could be created. Similarly, its control requirements are also greatly increased. I was still worried about where to find a suitable pilot. I didn't expect you little brat to have a hidden skill. You can control more than 1,000 mass-produced puppets at the same time, so controlling 5 golden puppets should not be a problem. Is the difference that big? Sun Erlang frowned. You'll know once you try. Craftsman inserted a golden sphere into Sun Erlang's sea of consciousness. Boom! The scene before his eyes shattered, as if he had instantly traveled from the test field to the endless dark sea of stars. Two huge, crimson gold spheres in front of him emitted heat and light. Sun Erlang was unknowingly attracted to them, and only when he got closer did he realize that these were the two eyes of the golden puppet. His mind was instantly absorbed, and when Sun Erlang came back to his senses, he stared blankly at his hands. He could no longer feel his original body. His current body had actually become that golden puppet. And Sun Erlang could clearly feel the surging, unknown power flowing and circulating within his body. This is. Just as he was stunned, Craftsman's voice came from his ear. I will teleport you to the outer void of the great Chi small world, to a special hunting ground. You can test this puppet body to your heart's content there. The surrounding space twisted, and Sun Erlang instantly arrived in a dark void. He could vaguely see the scene of the Holy Dynasty surrounded by many small worlds in the distance. Roar! A silver-scaled python, 10,000 feet long, suddenly emerged from nowhere, opening its bloody maw. It was about to swallow the golden puppet controlled by Sun Erlang in the next moment. However, Sun Erlang did not make any defenses, simply allowing the puppet's surface to emit a faint glow. The silver-scaled python was ignited by flames, turning into ashes amidst wails, dying in agony. The death of the python was like a stone thrown into a pond, stirring up ripples. Hundreds of unknown ferocious beasts emerged from the darkness, attacking Sun Erlang as if completely devoid of reason. Sun Erlang could clearly feel that each of these specially cultivated ferocious beasts of the Holy Dynasty had the strength of no less than a nascent soul-stage cultivator. But facing their siege, Sun Erlang stretched out his left hand, strumming it lightly as if plucking a zither. A ripple spread through space. The ferocious beasts, originally filled with baleful aura, still maintained their expressions from before they died. It was just that their bodies had been instantly dismembered into countless fragments, falling like rain. Law power. Space law. Sun Erlang quietly looked at his left hand, a surge of understanding welling up in his heart. At the same time as this epiphany, he seemed to see a figure hidden within his body. The soul of heaven and earth. Even after using a killing move, Sun Erlang, who was controlling the golden puppet, did not feel any fatigue. The energy contained within the puppet seemed inexhaustible. A puppet stronger than a Dao harmonization cultivator. Sun Erlang was certain that the seemingly effortless move just now was enough to severely injure a Dao harmonization cultivator in the Xuanwang world. And this was far from the limit of the golden puppet's capabilities. No wonder Senior Craftsman said that I am no match for it. While feeling shocked, Sun Erlang also felt a sense of loss in his heart. He, as the Holy Emperor's first disciple, enjoyed countless resources. He even had the fortuitous encounter of the Tian sect. In the end, he was not as good as a casually crafted puppet. Then what was the point of his cultivation? While he was lost in thought, the golden puppet flashed and returned to the test field. Sun Erlang also separated from the puppet's body and returned to his true self. Weak. The extreme contrast immediately emerged in Sun Erlang's heart. Hee, you little brat are feeling discouraged, right? There's really no need. The resources we spend on the golden puppets could be used to force a normal cultivator into the Dao harmonization stage. Craftsman patted Sun Erlang on the shoulder. I believe you have also felt it. Each puppet contains the power of a soul of heaven and earth. With such a soul of heaven and earth as its core, these puppets can fight in the Xuanwang world environment with ease, gaining nearly 1/3 of their combat power. Moreover, if the same person controls multiple puppets. Craftsman's tone suddenly became a little excited. The puppets can also borrow each other's law power of the souls of heaven and earth. The burst of combat power in a short time can be multiplied several times. Sun Erlang looked at the golden, majestic puppet standing in the test space like a god, and remained silent. There will inevitably be a war between the Holy Dynasty and the Myriad Immortals Alliance in the future. What truly determines the trend of the war is high-end combat power. How many Dao harmonization cultivators does the Myriad Immortals Alliance have? At least nearly 1,000. How many disciples does the Holy Emperor have? Furthermore, you are still too young after all. Compared to those veteran Dao harmonization cultivators of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, you may not be able to gain any advantages. The Holy Emperor can't possibly personally fight against these Dao harmonization cultivators, right? Craftsman Hermit said quietly. At the highest level, whoever reveals themselves first means revealing their flaws first. Boy, you have to be mentally prepared. In the future war, the Holy Emperor may not easily take action. Sun Erlang nodded. I understand this principle. With these golden puppets, we can greatly reverse the power gap between us. Sun Boy, do you want to give it a try? Craftsman asked. As long as you can control 3 at the same time, it will be easy to encircle and kill a Tao harmonization cultivator of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, Craftsman guaranteed. Sun Erlang slowly nodded. In the Holy Emperor's seat. The conversation between the eldest disciple and Craftsman naturally did not escape the Holy Emperor's ears. The golden puppet, with the essence of source power and the soul of heaven and earth of Xuanwang as its core, turned decay into magic. Using pure resources, it created a puppet that could crush the combat power of a Tao harmonization cultivator. Its inspiration naturally came from Tianyang. In fact, Tianyang's own strength, under the transformation of golden source power in Craftsman, had surpassed Tao harmonization and reached the realm of longevity. And he was not far from reaching the limit of mortals. But unfortunately, there seemed to be some kind of shackle in the dark. Tianyang's own experience of advancement was not applicable to other puppets. Even with the exact same crafting plan, the later puppets were weaker than Tianyang by an entire realm. In addition to Tianyang's own special factors as a puppet, Li Ping guessed that there were deeper principles hidden within. The first to step on the path exhausts its Tao. Just like proving the nameless true immortal, the Tao path does not allow others to interfere. This puppet is the same. It's just that the restrictions seem to be even more stringent. However, Li Ping was very satisfied with the help of Tianyang and the current golden puppets. War, to put it bluntly, is a comparison of whose trump cards are more numerous. The Myriad Immortals Alliance was indeed unfathomable, but the resources he could use were not few. Moreover, Craftsman guessed one thing wrong. The truly strong are not without weaknesses. But they are not afraid of others targeting their weaknesses. He would not hide behind in this war with the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of the name of Holy Emperor? Past the law, Li Ping sat quietly, but his gaze penetrated the sky and came to the outside of the Xuanwang world. In his hand, he played with a colorful crystal. Empty and clear flowing crystal. Through the induction and records of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, Li Ping had initially grasped the rainbow light escape technique of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. He decided to borrow the puppet body and go to the depths of the Star Sea before the war began. Not to start a war with Xuanfa in advance, but to comprehend the Tao in the Star Sea. In this battle, I will surely win. The belief in the Holy Emperor's heart had never wavered. Myriad Immortals Alliance. In the Yanfa space. Feeling the belief faintly transmitted from the clone, Li Fan couldn't help but nod slightly. Although his perception of the Holy Emperor was becoming weaker and weaker due to the Holy Emperor's increasingly profound strength. But the Holy Emperor's course of action was still steadily moving forward as planned. Coupled with some of the backhands he had left behind, Li Fan was not afraid that he would overturn the cart. Moreover, as long as he forced out Xuanfa's purpose, that would be enough. As for the others, one thought returns to truth, all is illusory. Sitting in the Yanfa space for so long, Li Fan himself had benefited a lot from the continuous insights of the Holy Emperor and the Holy Embryo. Especially touching the higher laws beyond the limits of Xuanwang at the other end of the Star Sea, Li Fan had even more thoughts about the path to the future. Although under the shackles of the new law, one can take a different approach. The Xuanfa system relies on the Xuanwang world itself. If one starts anew in the starry sky, it will not be restricted by it. However, doing so will not be able to obtain Xuanwang's help. There are advantages and disadvantages. Moreover, resources are scarce in the starry sky, and if one wants to truly achieve something, one may have to rely on the profound immortal boat. There is also the invisible high wall. It seems to be a power that is completely different from the dark star sea system. However, it can restrict the power of true immortals, so its power can be imagined. If one can refer to it, it may be used as a surprise move in the future battle with Xuanfa. The only concern is, Li Fan frowned slightly, Xuanfa and Tianyi left the Xuanwang world far earlier than I did. Their talents also surpass mine. They must have already discovered all of these insights that I have found so far. So the so-called advantage is not an advantage. Quote. It seems that one will only know the details after a real fight. It must be said that as the number of reincarnations increased, the mysterious veil on Xuanfa and Tianyi was gradually being lifted. Li Fan went from avoiding them at the beginning to wanting to test them more and more now. Perhaps the day when he truly defeats them is not far away. Li Fan then thought of the cat treasure that the Holy Emperor's clone had found. If there was anything he particularly cared about in this world, it was the treasure outside the high wall that he had not fished out before. The fisherman is also being fished. A strange light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. The special performance of all the Due sect members towards the cat treasure made Li Fan think of many things. However, it was just speculation at the moment. The Holy Emperor's clone also noticed this abnormality. The reason for going to the Yishi sect to collect the wind disaster and the remains of the Archmage was also due to this consideration. Just as Li Fan was thinking, the long quiet Yanfa Ju space was suddenly broken. It turned out that someone had come to visit. It was Sun Lu Yuan from the Sun family. Luer, good news, good news. After Sun Lu Yuan greeted the other two Dao harmonization cultivators guarding the place, he said to Li Fan. I know. Li Fan's performance made Sun Lu Yuan slightly stunned. How could I not know about the bloodline induction? How is Ningju? Li Fan asked, seemingly suppressing the smile on his lips. Sun Lu Yuan took a slight breath. Ningju has unfortunately passed away. However, fortunately, the fetus is unharmed. This is also the reason why I came to you so late, for fear that you would not be able to accept it. Sun Luan changed the subject. Do you know how extraordinary that little baby is? Born in harmony with the Tao. 1273, the threefold transformation of the cat treasure. Sun Lu Yuan spoke eloquently, while Li Fan seemed to be still recovering from the shock and grief of learning about the death of his beloved wife. Such is fate. No wonder I've been feeling uneasy lately. Trapped here, unable to see her one last time, Li Fan said with sorrow. Does my son have a name? Sun Lu Yuan said calmly, Sun Tianxi. Ninglu personally named him before she died. After a brief silence, Li Fan said with grief and a hint of relief, Tianxi, a good name. After discussing Sun Tianxi, Sun Lu Yuan's expression gradually turned serious, and he began to talk about important matters. Your uncle, Sun Luchang, is leaving. Sun Lu Yuan briefly recounted the appearance of the sword light in the sky, bringing news of the Xuancheng Immortal ship from beyond the stars. Li Fan was somewhat surprised. In that case, going far beyond the stars is not a good thing at all. Can we decline? Sun Lu Yuan shook his head. The current situation is that the upper-level families of the Immortal Alliance who know the details are avoiding it like the plague, while the lower-level Dao integration cultivators who are ignorant of the truth are vying to go. In order to have more scapegoats, they naturally won't tell them the truth. It's truly ironic. Although Uncle is a Dao integration cultivator, he has been used to comfort in recent years. I'm afraid, Li Fan said with some worry. If I weren't guarding this place and unable to leave, I would definitely go to the outer star realm in place of Uncle. Li Fan's words were resolute, which was very much in line with the image Sun Ang had previously portrayed. Sun Lu Yuan didn't suspect anything, but his eyes revealed a hint of displeasure. Our Sun family is too prominent. Guarding the Yanfa Jade and going far beyond the stars, it's hard to say that these arrangements don't have the deliberate suppression of the Immortal Alliance in them. Don't think too much, just live peacefully here. Without revealing the fact that the Sun family had already joined the Holy Dynasty Daki, Sun Lu Yuan only instructed Li Fan to prioritize stability in everything. I've already spoken to Elder Shu. Perhaps you can succeed and leave before serving the full 300 years. Before leaving, Sun Lu Yuan said this. The head of the family is too kind, Li Fan said with gratitude. By the way, I've been sitting here for several years, and I've summarized all that I've learned in my life, and I've gained something. The head of the family may as well pass this righteous law aspiration on to Tianxi for me. As he spoke, a seemingly ordinary text appeared in Sun Lu Yuan's mind. He glanced over it, and there was nothing special about it. It was just an ordinary method for refining the mind and clarifying one's aspirations. Sun Lu Yuan nodded and immediately agreed. Then he bid farewell and left. After Sun Lu Yuan's figure disappeared, Li Fan sneered in his heart, 100 years, it's questionable whether the Xuanwang realm can survive that long. However, he also knew that there was secret monitoring by the Myriad Immortals Alliance here, so he didn't think too much about it, and the thought merely flashed through his mind. As for that righteous law aspiration, it was to plant a seed for Sun Tianxi's future rise. Li Fan looked at the Yanfa Jade, which was once again somewhat lazy and pretending to slack off, and couldn't help but urge and admonish it to get up again. Holy Dynasty Daki, Holy Dynasty Secret Martial Arts Testing Ground. Li Ping and Chao Gong watched as Sun Erlang was doing his best to control the third Holy Punishment Divine Puppet. Holy Punishment Divine Puppet was the name Li Ping gave to the golden puppet, to distinguish it from ordinary Holy Army puppets. This kid Sun is indeed exceptionally talented, with an adaptability that's frighteningly strong. He's already mastered the third divine puppet. If he keeps going, he might be able to control all of our reserve divine puppets, Chao Gong praised. In comparison, the people in my Lingyuan sector all useless. Speaking of which, you've been in the Holy Dynasty all this time. Is everything alright with the Lingyuan sect in Jushan Prefecture? Li Ping asked casually, his eyes fixed on Sun Erlang in the testing ground, whose forehead was constantly dripping with sweat. Chao Gong waved his hand. In Jushan Prefecture, I have puppets guarding the place. Those fools cower and dare not look up every time they see me, so how could they distinguish the real from the fake? Speaking of this, Chao Gong paused, but calculating the time, that guy from the Myriad Immortals Alliance who collects taxes is probably coming soon. Perhaps I'll have to go back for a while then. Li Ping knew that Chao Gong's collection of a large amount of source power in Jushan Prefecture using the common people's Lingyuan art was permitted by the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The price was that he had to hand over a portion. A large portion. The Myriad Immortals Alliance shouldn't lack resources, so why are they so concerned about your little bit? Li Ping asked. Chao Gong didn't take it seriously, who knows? Perhaps they find this kind of immoral thing inconvenient to do openly themselves. But, Chao Gong seemed to remember something. Now that you mention it, I do recall. The previous Immortal Alliance envoy mentioned in passing that it seemed the Myriad Immortals Alliance had too large a deficit internally and could only increase revenue and reduce expenditure. I even joked with him at the time, saying that the Myriad Immortals Alliance looked rich but was actually a poor ghost. Li Ping fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Source power is just pure, unowned cultivation. Normal cultivators don't need it. Interesting. This time when the Immortal Alliance envoy comes, I'll go and meet him on your behalf, Li Ping decided. Good, good, good. Chao Gong, who couldn't spare the time, couldn't have wished for more. He immediately conveyed the details of the previous meetings to Li Ping. By the way, how is the puppet body I asked you to prepare? Chao Gong revealed a smug look and clapped his hands. Immediately, a faceless body appeared in front of Li Ping. Unlike the Holy Emperor's enormous size of 33 feet, this faceless body was only the size of a normal person. However, it could be seen as a scaled-down version of the Holy Emperor, and its appearance was almost no different from Li Ping's. If the Holy Emperor was too suspicious, he might even accuse Chao Gong of a great act of disrespect. But at this moment, he was just staring at the puppet body with great interest, somewhat surprised. It's actually a real flesh and blood body. Chao Gong nodded. Yes, didn't you say you wanted to use it to go to the stars? There are many dangers in the starry sea, and some strange things can only be sensed by a real flesh and blood body. I suffered a great loss before when I came to Xuanwang. A trace of heartache flashed in Chao Gong's eyes, and then he continued to introduce to the Holy Emperor, I referred to Tianyang's body as Tao and your precious disciple's flesh and blood cultivation technology. The cultivation aptitude of this flesh and blood puppet is not to be expected, but complete empathy is no problem. And like the Holy Army divine puppet, it can integrate the power of heaven and earth and the essence of source power into it. Although it is limited by its innate weak body, its strength will be discounted, but with Tao integration strength, as long as you are careful, self-protection in the starry sky should not be a big problem. As long as you don't encounter strange disasters in the void, Chao Gong said very cautiously. The Holy Emperor nodded. A point of gold flew out from his fingertip and poured into the flesh and blood puppet in front of him. A feeling of being like a clone, like an arm and finger, rose from his heart. The Holy Emperor carefully experienced the familiar and unfamiliar tastes, and some understanding surged into his heart. I'm taking this body. With a flash of golden light, the Holy Emperor and the flesh and blood puppet body disappeared together. Chao Gong refocused his attention on Sun Erlang in the testing ground. In the Holy Dynasty treasury, the Holy Emperor avoided Chao Gong and was modifying the puppet body. His trip to the stars was for enlightenment. He still had some requirements for the aptitude of the body he possessed. What Chao Gong couldn't do, didn't mean that he, the Holy Emperor, couldn't do it. He placed his hand on the top of the flesh and blood puppet's head, and the Xuanwang heavenly blessing slowly poured into it. Suddenly, the Holy Emperor actually felt some familiar feelings in his heart, and his hand movements paused slightly. After pondering for a moment, he suppressed this trace of anomaly. The originally somewhat stiff shell slowly became vivid. As one piece of natural treasure after another in the Holy Dynasty treasury was calcined into liquid by the essence of source power and integrated into the puppet body. This body became more and more crystal clear and fragrant. Even the sleeping cat treasure was attracted, suddenly woke up, and looked around. After discovering that the source of the fragrance was the body refined by Li Ping, a trace of disappointment flashed in its eyes. Just as it was about to go back to sleep, it received instructions from the Holy Emperor. Cat treasure shook its head somewhat unwillingly, but in the end, it couldn't resist the promise and temptation of the essence of source power, and lazily called out. Then it jumped up and turned into a blue, transparent glass cover. Covering the body refined by Li Ping. Strands of blue light were released from the container. After wandering for a moment, they drilled into the inside of the puppet body. At this moment, Li Ping actually had a trace of consciousness attached to the puppet body, so he could personally feel the specific changes that occurred after it was bathed in the blue light. Flesh reorganization, sublimation of life form. Even without cultivation, the strength of this body will surpass the nascent soul stage cultivator in the general sense of the Xuanwang realm. And, the Holy Emperor carefully sensed the difference between this body and his original body. He couldn't yet understand what consequences the difference would cause. But he was almost certain that these differences were created to deal with some special situation. While the blue light cover was constantly transforming, a trace of understanding flashed in Li Ping's mind. He could even use cat treasure's function to infuse the abilities of the creatures that cat treasure had previously absorbed and mimicked into this body, turning them into the body's innate divine powers. However, after all, it was an artificially created body, and doing so might cause incalculable changes to it. Currently, the divine powers that cat treasure possessed were all dispensable to Li Ping. With the stellar sea imminent, Li Ping didn't bother to do anything extra. He could try it slowly later. The blue light cover became more and more dim, and finally the light completely dissipated. Cat treasure looked as if it had fought a great battle for 3 days and 3 nights, its face was haggard, and even its originally glossy fur looked somewhat yellow. Li Ping fed it a large mouthful of golden essence of source power, and cat treasure fell into a deep sleep with satisfaction. Item replication, creature mimicry, this is cat treasure's third function. Yi Jing washes the marrow. It's really amazing, Li Ping exclaimed. The puppet body had already awakened from its sublimation, and Li Ping sensed that this body was even more suitable for his soul than his original body. Why not directly change bodies? A thought emerged uncontrollably from the depths of his mind, but it was forcibly suppressed by the Holy Emperor in an instant. Cat treasure's Yi Jing washing marrow function was not a one-time thing. The effect on the puppet body was so good, so it naturally wouldn't be much worse on the main body. There was still plenty of time, and there were plenty of opportunities. Li Ping concentrated his mind on the puppet body and began to adapt and try to control it. Half a month later. The puppet body hadn't had time to fly out of Xuanwang, but it first received a message from Chaogong reminding him. In the Lingyuan sect of Jushan Prefecture, the envoy of the Myriad Immortals Alliance was coming. A flash of golden light flashed on Li Ping's body, and he instantly transformed into the appearance of layman Chaogong. Silently, he appeared in the headquarters of the Lingyuan sect, waiting for the arrival of the Immortal Alliance envoy. And the puppet body left by Chaogong had already prepared a large amount of collected source power. Li Ping naturally looked down on these low-quality energy sources. Not to mention comparing them with the essence of source power, even compared with the source power formed by the people of the Holy Dynasty Daki practicing the Lingyuan art, they were far inferior. However, the envoy of the Myriad Immortals Alliance was overjoyed after inspecting it. The quality of this tribute seems to have improved a lot. The sect leader is attentive, the Immortal Alliance envoy praised, carefully putting away the light sphere containing the source power. Li Ping then imitated Chaogong's tone of speaking and replied with a smile, I recently learned a profound art that can invisibly eliminate the complicated thoughts of the disciples, allowing them to spend more time practicing the exercises. The Immortal Alliance envoy's eyes lit up, there is such a divine art. What, is the envoy also interested? Li Ping asked. The Immortal Alliance envoy was a little embarrassed, the Immortal Alliance's deficit has recently become even larger. If it is convenient for the sect leader. Li Ping waved his hand, it's nothing, just a small trick. If the envoy is interested, I will tell you about it. With no distractions, residing in one spirit, invulnerable to all laws, touching the mysterious. As Li Ping spoke, he chanted words, and actually directly revealed this profound art. The Immortal Alliance envoy was overjoyed and quickly concentrated on listening. But he did not realize that his mind was slowly falling into ruin as he gently chanted with the other party. When the Immortal Alliance envoy's eyes became empty and fell into a completely sluggish state, Li Ping smiled slightly, flicked his finger, and a point of gold flew into the other party's sea of consciousness. As expected, there was protection from the Immortal Alliance's restrictions. But under the silent lurking of the essence of source power, the defense line was made of paper, and it was silently penetrated. Soon, Li Ping found the information he wanted in his mind. The power of myriad cultivators, condensed into a piercing spear. Directly reaching deep within Xuanwang, the endless sea of darkness. Sure enough, previously, Li Ping had always been curious about how the Myriad Immortals Alliance found and maintained the entrance to the Sea of Darkness. Because according to the confession of the Yu clan, the tunnel excavated by the Myriad Immortals Alliance in the Sea of Darkness was significantly different from the tunnel opened by the Yu clan's traditional method. Perhaps it was because they didn't completely trust the Yu clan, or perhaps it was because the Myriad Immortals Alliance wanted to firmly control the tunnel to the Sea of Darkness in their own hands. In short, the Myriad Immortals Alliance came up with a method of directly opening the tunnel between the Xuanwang realm and the Sea of Darkness by using highly condensed source power. It is precisely because the Myriad Immortals Alliance is eyeing the Yu realm that the power of the Sea of Darkness is constantly shrinking. It seems that it is time to cut off some of their tentacles first. 1274. The origin of the Sea of Stars. Information regarding the Netherworld is a closely guarded secret of the Immortal Alliance, and even this envoy of the Myriad Immortals Alliance knows very little about it. To avoid alarming anyone, Li Ping didn't take any further action against him. After the Immortal Alliance envoy named Jia Su gradually woke up, he had no idea that the secrets in his mind had been completely read by the person in front of him. He even praised, "The Hierarch's divine skill is truly extraordinary. Even I, upon reading it, unknowingly fell into a state of self-forgetfulness." Li Ping chuckled and said, "If it can be helpful to the Immortal Alliance, that would be wonderful. However, can we discuss the proportion of origin power to be handed over each year?" Before he could finish speaking, the Immortal Alliance envoy's expression changed slightly, and he said earnestly, "Hierarch, everything is negotiable. Only the Immortal Alliance's affairs cannot be taken lightly." The envoy hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "To tell you the truth, the higher-ups were originally planning to collect even more this time." Seeing Li Ping's extremely unsightly expression, as if he would explode at any moment, the envoy quickly appeased him, "But Hierarch, you have made contributions now, haven't you? I'll try to talk to them and see if I can get some reduction." Without waiting for Li Ping to explode, the Immortal Alliance envoy quickly bid farewell and left. The Holy Emperor's anger slowly disappeared, replaced by utter calmness. Leaving the puppet behind to continue guarding the Spirit Origin sect members, Li Ping returned to the Holy Dynasty. The profound technique left for the Myriad Immortals Alliance was indeed a superior method for better developing the origin power within cultivators, and it did not contain any hidden tricks. After all, since it involved the Dark Sea, the Immortal Alliance could not help but treat it cautiously and verify it repeatedly. The reason why Li Ping passed this technique to the Myriad Immortals Alliance was simply because, as the creator of the technique, he could roughly sense the corresponding locations of the cultivators who practiced it. He could even sense the origin power cultivated by these cultivators under the blessing of this technique. The Dark Sea, endlessly dark, devours everything. Even the Nether race only operate within their familiar areas. To find the piercing spear that the Myriad Immortals Alliance had driven into the Dark Sea, a few tricks were naturally needed. However, it would still take some time for this technique to be promoted. Li Ping first continued his unfinished plan to comprehend the profound mysteries of the world with the puppet body made of Xuanwang Qi. After these days of final polishing, the puppet body already completely met the Holy Emperor's requirements. Even every time consciousness descended upon it, an instinctive urge to change bodies would surge out involuntarily, becoming increasingly strong. Therefore, Li Ping also reduced the frequency of experimenting with this puppet body. Moreover, the large amount of lucid flow crystals collected in the Hong's realm were enough for him to escape the pull of the immortal ruins and successfully fly out of Xuanwang. Without telling anyone, under the concealment of formations and the Xuanwang heavenly Tao's aura, a rainbow light flew silently towards the sky. In an instant, it arrived at the edge of the world. After losing Xuanwang's protection, the enormous pull from the immortal ruins caused Li Ping's expression to change slightly. Knowing about the power of true immortals and personally experiencing it were completely different things. Only when truly facing this vast and boundless true immortal divine might would one understand one's own insignificance. Even the Holy Emperor, who was already one of the strongest existences in the Xuanwang realm, was no exception. The road is difficult and long. The Holy Emperor sighed slightly in his heart, and successively released rainbow lights to counteract the pull of the immortal ruins. The puppet body flew rapidly in the opposite direction. The light of the Xuanwang realm gradually dimmed, and only darkness remained all around. Unlike the blackness of the dark sea, the starry sea was completely silent. And, even though there seemed to be nothing ahead, the Holy Emperor instinctively sensed that there seemed to be danger waiting for him there. So he decisively turned a corner and bypassed that area. On the subsequent journey, whenever there were rampaging remnants of immortal power in the dark sea that would pose a threat to him, he could foresee them and avoid them in advance. It was as if he was not stepping into this starry sea for the first time. The Holy Emperor's puppet body narrowed its eyes and continued to delve deeper into the dark sea, following the vague sense in the dark. He had already sensed the fact that the upper limit of the laws in the starry sea was higher than that of the Xuanwang realm. But his destination was not at the foot of the high wall mentioned in the swordlight message. But rather, it was the place in this dark starry sea where the new upper limit laws were being nurtured. There, the efficiency of enlightenment would be the highest. The rainbow light rapidly shuttled through, as if there was no concept of the passage of time. The Holy Emperor gradually got rid of the guidance of the premonitions in his heart, and instead changed the direction of his advance, following the mysterious rhythm that surged inexplicably in the dead starry sea. It was as if he was really in the sea, and had found the intense ocean current beneath the calm surface. The speed suddenly increased sharply, instantly traveling tens of millions of miles. The surrounding forces tore apart, and even the rainbow light protecting the body was torn to pieces under the pull of this unknown power. Li Ping was single-minded, regarding the crisis of death as nothing, and quietly comprehended the mysterious changes around him that he had never seen in the Xuanwang realm. Destruction and rebirth. People in the Xuanwang realm see this dead starry sky as the dark sea. But unbeknownst to anyone, vitality is also slowly reviving within it. However, it is still in the most primitive stage. And the whole process is too slow. Observing from the perspective of a human is destined to be extremely difficult to detect. This has nothing to do with comprehension. It is purely the difference that is bound to arise between different life forms under different scales. But, a peculiar rhythm slowly awakened on the Holy Emperor's puppet body. That was the unique aura of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. That's right, this time the Holy Emperor secretly sent the puppet body out of the Xuanwang realm to comprehend the Tao, without letting anyone in the Holy Dynasty know. But how could he hide it from the Xuanwang heavenly Tao? Under his insistence, with the determination to go and never return, he separated a wisp of consciousness and attached it to the puppet body. He left Xuanwang together and came to the depths of the starry sea. Unlike the purpose of several years ago, this time, the Xuanwang heavenly Tao also came to learn the Tao. Before its destruction, the upper limit laws of the Dark Star Sea were about to exceed those of Xuanwang. Although the Xuanwang realm has survived to this day, its own strength has not sublimated over the long period of time. Considering that it has swallowed many fragments of the immortal cultivation realm, although they have been occupied by cultivators, it is still slightly increased overall compared to before. However, the nascent Tao principles that are being nurtured in the Dark Star Sea are naturally one level higher than those of the Xuanwang realm. Admittedly, for the Xuanwang realm, observing these nascent bodies in the Dark Star Sea is also a great opportunity for him. Before, one was that there was no trustworthy candidate for a possessing cultivator, and the other was that there was no way to get rid of the pull of the immortal ruins. Therefore, even if the Xuanwang realm heavenly Tao had this intention, it could not be implemented concretely. But this time, with the existence of the heaven-sent Holy Emperor, everything became different. Li Ping also completely handed over the control of the puppet body to the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. He was just a bystander, feeling and comprehending. Just this simple point, it would be almost impossible for any other cultivator in the Xuanwang realm to do it. Like a child who has not been out for a long time, seeing amazing scenery. Li Ping felt joy and excitement from the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. And, the increasingly bright Dark Star Sea. It might be an exaggeration to say bright. It's just that occasionally, there are specks of light. But in this starry sea that was originally dark and dead, it was so conspicuous. The puppet body seemed to disappear, and the perspective suddenly zoomed in countless times. The center of the entire dark star sea, not the center, in the spatial sense, but the center in the life sense, appeared in front of Li Ping. Like a slightly beating heart, although weak, it undoubtedly represents life, represents hope, and represents the future. The Xuanwang Heavenly Tao and Li Ping came to the foot of the heart, greedily seizing and absorbing the power of revival of the starry sea that was emitted outwards because of the beating. In an instant, countless scenes flooded into his mind. There was the destruction of the world, the ups and downs of the starry sea. There were powerful creatures, who received the response of the heavens. There were also shadows like terrifying beasts, spying in the dark like black mist, ready to pounce at any time. In these countless complex changes and invariances, the dark star sea after destruction still stably and persistently tried to burst forth with vitality again. This was certainly the original Tao of this starry sea, but it was also a persistent intention that was enough to bring tears to one's eyes. Because it could not bear the vast and pure original Tao intent of the starry sea, the puppet body began to disintegrate inch by inch. But the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao consciousness and Holy Emperor Li Ping were not worried or afraid at this moment. Compared to the calamities suffered by the entire dark star sea, what is the disaster suffered by the Xuanwang realm? The starry sea can still recover from destruction, and the Xuanwang realm will certainly be able to do so as well. The two seized the last opportunity to memorize as much comprehension as possible. Li Ping also knew that the original Tao intent of the dark star sea was not something he could peek into at present. The current so-called comprehension was actually more like the blind touching an elephant. All that he saw and comprehended was only a trace of what he wanted to see and could feel. But even so, this part, which was insignificant to the entire starry sea, was of great significance to them. Just as the puppet body was about to completely disintegrate and disappear, the original reviving starry sea consciousness seemed to have sensed the existence of Li Ping and the Xuanwang realm Heavenly Tao. It cast down a ray of attention. But obviously, the fragile puppet body was simply not enough to bear this vast and unparalleled power anymore. It was annihilated in the vast power. However, before his consciousness disappeared, Li Ping, with the help of the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, saw a fleeting and blurred image. It appeared and disappeared too quickly, so that Li Ping could not be sure whether it was his illusion. The immortal Tao collapsed, the starry sea was destroyed, and disaster spread. There was a figure, whose face and details could not be seen clearly, becoming increasingly faint. It completely disappeared. Only his laughter echoed for a long time in this starry sea where calamity was about to spread. What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? Ha 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 ha. Boom. The Holy Emperor suddenly returned to reality. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. The sleeping cat treasure suddenly raised its head and flew at the speed of light to the floating blood. It directly swallowed the blood into its stomach. Meow, meow meow. Then, as if afraid of Li Ping's blame, Cat Treasure cried a few times to please him. Li Ping, circulating golden origin power and slowly repairing the injuries in his body, did not argue with Cat Treasure. All the thoughts in his mind were concentrated on the scene just now. That figure, the Holy Emperor's heart was full of solemnity. Being able to make this starry sea, which was reborn from destruction, unforgettable, was definitely not a simple person. The existence of merely staying in his mind for a little while caused a hidden crisis to emerge in the Holy Emperor's heart. He was immediately startled and slowly forced himself not to think about it anymore. But soon the Holy Emperor realized that he was overthinking. Because even if he did not control himself to forget, the memory of that figure was uncontrollably slowly fading. This situation, it has not yet reached the realm of the legendary, nameless true immortal, but it seems to be only one step away. The Holy Emperor carefully tasted the meaning that the nascent starry sea wanted to convey at that moment. If I'm not mistaken, the culprit who caused the many disasters in the starry sea is very likely this. The Holy Emperor frowned slightly, wanting to try his best to capture the memories that were about to disappear in his mind. In the end, a large number of details slowly faded away. What was left was only the 4 words, "What does it have to do with me?" What does it have to do with me, immortal? The Holy Emperor's expression was inexplicable. In the Holy Emperor's throne, Li Ping sat for a long time, silent and speechless. And Cat Treasure also seemed to have sensed something, its body lowered, its head looking around, in a hunting state. It seemed to be looking for the existence that made Li Ping extremely fearful. But in the end, it was all in vain. Cat Treasure became lazy again and fell asleep on Li Ping's shoulder. The Holy Emperor began to digest the gains of this trip to the depths of the Starry Sea. It was not just him. Even the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, because of this journey, began to undergo changes that had not occurred for a long time. Like the nascent dark star sea, silently and imperceptibly, it was not yet known to anyone. But it was indeed happening. There were only a few people in the world who could detect it. Da Qi, the stone slab, who was chatting with people in a tea house in the holy capital city, had a slight change in expression and looked into the distance. In the space of the longevity tortoise, Ruamu, who was pruning his dead branches, stared blankly at the new shoots sprouting from the withered yellow branches, stunned. 10,000 miles underground, the earth-vein ancient tree only felt that the rushing power from the Xuanwang realm was becoming more and more surging without warning, as if something was brewing. It made him both expectant and frightened. 1,000 sails pass by the sunken boat, and 10,000 trees bloom in front of the diseased tree. In the space of the jade of derivation, these two lines of poetry suddenly emerged in Li Fan's heart. So, only by borrowing the Xuanwang realm heavenly Tao to comprehend in the Starry Sea can one obtain the greatest gains. Because the perspective of people and the perspective of heaven and earth are different. Just like back then, when I borrowed the Kanghai Pearl to understand formless killing intent. Creating the Holy Emperor clone in this life to help the Xuanwang heavenly Tao was really a lucky hit. Li Fan was overjoyed in his heart, although the connection between him and the Holy Emperor was already very weak. But because the impact of the original Tao intent of the Starry Sea was too great, he also understood some of the comprehension of the Holy Emperor and the Xuanwang realm heavenly Tao. Most importantly, he mastered the method. As long as he grasped the method, he could replicate it again in the next life. 1275. Establish the Xuanwang orthodoxy. Star Sea origin Tao intent. Li Fan repeatedly savored the slight insights passed down from the Holy Emperor. At the same time, he also vaguely felt the current state of the Xuanwang realm, recovering from the inside out. If there were no new law cultivators devouring the land from within, and no immortal ruins from without, perhaps the Xuanwang realm could truly be reborn. It's just a pity, it's destined to be a temporary solution. While shaking his head slightly, a hint of doubt also floated in his heart. Logically speaking, the Xuanwang heavenly Tao couldn't be unaware of this. Instead of accumulating this bit of recovery power to erupt in the future decisive battle, it's eagerly evolving now. What is it for? HMPH, let me wait and see. The perspective returned to the Holy Dynasty Daqi. After sensing the changes in the Xuanwang realm, the stone slab immediately arrived at the Holy Emperor's seat. Seeing the Holy Emperor, who also had mysterious auras surging on his body, the stone slab was immediately taken aback. You are aware of what happened in the Xuanwang realm? Do not panic, it is beneficial and without harm, the Holy Emperor responded. The stone slab's expression eased slightly. I thought the Xuanwang realm was in dire straits, a final burst of glory before its demise. What you said is not wrong, this recovery power that erupted from a moment of enlightenment is destined not to last long. But for us, this may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After a brief silence, the Holy Emperor slowly said. You mean, the Xuanwang orthodoxy plan? The stone slab was slightly stunned, then quickly reacted. That's right. The Holy Emperor nodded, and a miniature image of the Xuanwang realm appeared before the two of them. The original existence of the Xuanwang realm was presented in a glowing yellow color. Since the collapse of the Immortal Tao, the local forces of the Xuanwang realm, the Xuantian sect, and the Immortal Tao 10 sects used the floating starry sky formation to capture the cave heavens and worlds, which appeared in a strange green color. After the calamity spread and the star sea was destroyed, the remains of other immortal cultivation realms forcibly stitched together by outsiders were presented in a deathly black color. This was information transmitted from the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. It can be seen that the yellow color only occupies about less than 1/30th of the entire miniature landscape of the Xuanwang realm. The green color occupies 1/10. As for the rest, it is all large swaths of pitch black. It looks like the Xuanwang's yellow is a kind of alien. But unlike the green and black colors, the glowing color representing the Xuanwang realm seems to have its own life consciousness, constantly overflowing and spreading towards the surrounding alien-colored areas as it flickers. From a direct visual perspective, it is that the green and black areas are not pure. They are mixed with specks of dark yellow color. However, over the past thousands of years, this erosion, in a sense, has become increasingly slow. There is even a tendency to be backfilled. But, With the recent sudden recovery of vitality in the Xuanwang realm, the effusion of the Xuanwang color has suddenly accelerated. Xuanwang orthodoxy. The stone slab pondered. Those areas that originally belonged to the Xuanwang realm naturally need not be said, everything that happens within them is recorded in detail by the creation stone slab. As for those green areas, the stone slab carefully distinguished, some are within the scope of the stone slab's records, and some are not. As for those black areas, they are purely blind spots. Holy Emperor Li Ping said, if we do nothing, the final outcome of the Xuanwang realm will be swallowed by those black areas that occupy an absolute advantage in number. As for the future, these black areas will probably evolve into other forms. Therefore, we need to take a step ahead and deeply inject the Xuanwang orthodoxy into these external remnant domains. The Holy Emperor's voice was low, but the determination in his words was evident. How to do it? The stone slab became interested. Observe the Tao of heaven, execute the actions of heaven. The Holy Emperor spoke slowly, the stone slab listened carefully, nodding from time to time. After explaining the method in detail, the Holy Emperor's tone became a bit solemn. When doing these things, you must be careful to prevent being discovered by the instigator. Although the Holy Emperor did not explicitly say who it was, the stone slab understood his meaning. The stone slab rarely showed a playful smile, the so-called silent moistening of things. This method is so secretive, and with the active cooperation and concealment of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao, even if that person has unparalleled cultivation, I don't think he can detect it. The Holy Emperor said seriously, do not be careless. Even if he is not in Xuanwang, we must guard against the various backhands he left behind. The stone slab nodded, indicating that he knew. The fewer people involved in this matter, the better. It should have been that Ruamu who did it, which would be the most efficient. After all, he is a congenital tree spirit, and his connection with the Xuanwang realm is closer. It's not that I don't trust him, but Ruamu's every move will be watched by other strong people in this world. As the acting party, he is too conspicuous. On the contrary, the world believes that you are deeply oppressed by the creation stone slab, and are in a state of oppression at all times, but will subconsciously ignore you. Perhaps because it was related to the future of Xuanwang, the Holy Emperor was very rarely long-winded. It seemed to be speaking to the stone slab, and also seemed to be speaking to Ruamu. This is the so-called blind spot under the light. The stone slab nodded in agreement. I have now lost the importance of the stone slab, and if I make another change, I guarantee that no one in this Xuanwang realm will associate me with my former image. Then wait a few days, until the moment when the power of recovery erupting from Xuanwang reaches its peak, and then take action. It can be twice the result with half the effort. The stone slab immediately agreed. He did not leave, but stood quietly in the Holy Emperor's throne hall, watching the miniature scene of Xuanwang transformed by the Holy Emperor. The light in the center of Xuanwang kept flickering. Like a beating heart, it transports strands of Xuanwang color to all parts of the Xuanwang realm, including those green and black areas. Even within them, there is a gradual trend of being assimilated. However, under the powerful recovery power that is constantly being transported, it can still temporarily maintain its original color unchanged. Slowly, finally, the outermost dark land of the Xuanwang realm has been stained with a faint, imperceptible Xuanwang. It's time to act, the faceless Holy Emperor said in a deep voice. The stone slab smiled slightly, his figure flashed, and in an instant, two completely identical bodies were separated from the Holy Emperor's seat. Then 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8, and 8 increased to 16. In the blink of an eye, countless densely packed, completely identical stone slab figures filled the hall. Change, 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 the stone slabs said in unison. In an instant, the stone slab clones transformed into all kinds of real, different people that exist in the Xuanwang realm. There are unrestrained white-clothed scholars, hunched woodcutters, beautiful and peerless women, and cynical old men. Everyone's appearance is extremely vivid, and it is impossible to see that they were transformed from the same person. I'm going. They saluted the Holy Emperor respectively, all with smiles on their faces, and their figures disappeared in the Holy Emperor's seat. At the same time, in various states of the Xuanwang realm, without anyone noticing, there were some special existences. When they were all gathered in the Holy Emperor's seat, they naturally seemed quite crowded. But when they were scattered throughout the Xuanwang realm, they would not stir up the slightest ripple. Observe the Tao of heaven, execute the actions of heaven. Heaven and man unite, all changes determine the foundation. They chanted in low voices, and their feet went to the urban areas where mortals gathered in each state. The Holy Emperor's plan is simple to say. In fact, it is to use human intention to determine the foundation of heaven. Using the stone slab's ability to disguise itself into any appearance, it divides into countless clones and sneaks into the mortal population. To subtly preach the existence of the Xuanwang realm to all mortal beings in Xuanwang. Today's mortals only know the corner of the land where they live. They do not have a special understanding of this world, the Xuanwang realm. The concept of the Xuanwang realm itself does not exist in their thinking. The first step in establishing the Xuanwang orthodoxy is to popularize the existence of the Xuanwang realm, where they live, to them first. Of course, this is not something that can be accomplished in a day, it requires several years, or even more than 10 years of dissemination. And in order to prevent anyone from detecting abnormalities, it is necessary to painstakingly integrate into the mortal population and use the method of oral transmission. However, with the stone slab's strength, even if it is divided into thousands of clones, it is not difficult to achieve. Hundreds, thousands of mortals are as small as ants, but if the mortals of the entire Xuanwang realm are added together, it is an absolute force that cannot be ignored. When the mortal population of the Xuanwang realm reaches a consensus, the second step of the plan can be carried out. Using the meaning of heaven and earth all spirits, the remaining consciousness of those foreign immortal cultivation remnant realms will be simultaneously counterattacked, besieged, and devoured. This step requires the help of Yin Shangren. As an existence of the nature of a world ghost, he has a very deep understanding of how to devour world consciousness. After cooperating with the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao to complete the encirclement and suppression of the immortal cultivation remnant realms, the final step is to help the remnant realms completely integrate into Xuanwang. In fact, most areas of the Xuanwang realm have already completed the superficial fusion. Only a few states are still weird and frequent due to improper fusion. This kind of existence, similar to purulent sores and rotten flesh, needs to be thoroughly cleaned up, broken and then established. If the first step and the second step can still be concealed, then the third step will definitely alarm the myriad Immortals Alliance, and even the celestial Venerable who transmits the Dharma outside the starry sky. At that time, there will inevitably be a war. However, according to the Holy Emperor, as long as the second step is completed, even if it ultimately fails, the general trend has been achieved, and no one can reverse it. Unless more immortal cultivation remnant realms are found, and nearly 10,000 years are spent on another round of dismemberment and reorganization. For the Holy Emperor's plan, the stone slab, which had not been excited about anything for a long time, was actually a little excited. In addition to being able to save the Xuanwang realm, if it succeeds, the benefits are self-evident. It will master more authority of heaven and earth and become an existence stronger than longevity. Regardless of the reason, the stone slab will not reject this plan. 10 years is just a blink of an eye for him. In the Holy Emperor's seat, Li Ping summoned Ruomu. A true wise man will not put all his eggs in one basket. He naturally would not entrust such an important task as establishing the Xuanwang orthodoxy to the stone slab alone. Even if the stone slab is trustworthy, even if the plan has a low risk. He said the same words as the stone slab, but with a different set of words. The main body for achieving the goal became Ruomu. And the heaven and earth all spirits that implanted the Xuanwang realm concept became the ordinary grass, trees, birds and animals of the Xuanwang realm. You are the ancestor of all living beings in the world, you should also be able to subtly influence them. Establish the meaning of Xuanwang realm. This matter is just a small matter for Ruomu. And the fact that the withered branches sprouted new buds also rejuvenated his spirit. He rarely became motivated and agreed readily. Ruomu, stone slab. Having them alone is not enough. In the end, I still need to go out myself. Triple insurance is the only way to be foolproof. The Holy Emperor's thoughts flowed slowly. Fighting the myriad Immortals Alliance is the battlefield on the surface. And this establishing the Xuanwang orthodoxy is the battle in the dark. In comparison, this battle in the dark is even more important. There is only one chance, losing is a complete loss. While the Holy Emperor was thinking, his forehead slowly bulged. In the expansion of flesh and blood, a sarcoma continued to grow larger. Li Ping seemed to be completely unaware, motionless. Until half a day later, the flesh and blood burst open, and a ball of Xuanwang qi jumped out from it. The Xuanwang qi was surrounded, and the internal image was hazy. It seemed a bit like Mr. Bai, and a bit like Li Ping himself. Cat treasure. The faceless Holy Emperor woke up the dozing cat treasure. He pinched the back of its neck before reluctantly using the copying function. I saw another ball of completely identical Xuanwangqi appeared in the Holy Emperor's seat. Go! The Holy Emperor shouted softly, and these two balls of Xuanwangqi cut through the void, left the Holy Dynasty's small world, and flew to different states in the Xuanwang realm. Did not directly integrate into the heavenly Tao, but secretly lurked down. The Holy Emperor coughed lightly. Even with his strength, he felt a little, short-term weakness at this time. The Xuanwang qi that separated from his body can be seen as the Xuanwang evil thoughts that he swallowed in the past in a sense. However, after being refined by himself, and mixed with the Holy Dynasty's luck of the Heavenly Emperor Qi Canon, it became an existence similar to the Xuanwang luck entity. If it weren't for this trip deep into the Star Sea, seeing the true meaning of the origin of the Star Sea, it would have been difficult for him to condense this group of entity luck. Each group of entity luck can integrate and manage about 3 states. Leaving aside the 5 Elders Association for the time being, covering the Myriad Immortals Alliance, with the help of Cat Treasure, it won't take long. After a few breaths, the Holy Emperor's aura returned to its strong peak state. But Li Ping knew that this was because of the support of the Holy Dynasty's luck reserves, and the feedback from his own enlightenment. If it is condensed too frequently, it will definitely not recover so quickly. Xuanwang luck integrates into the heaven and earth, which is equivalent to redeclaring sovereignty. Even if Ruamu and the stone slab fail, the Xuanwang orthodoxy is still firmly controlled. Of course, it would be better if they succeed. In Li Ping's deduction, it is best to fight the Myriad Immortals Alliance after completing the establishment of the Xuanwang orthodoxy. Because at that time, to deal with these heretics of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, he is equivalent to fighting on the home field, and every thought can ignore the spatial distance, mobilize the power of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao, and descend endless heavenly punishment. Winning can be done without spending a single soldier. 1276. The boundless glimpse of the cracked world. Of course, the world of cultivation ultimately respects the strong. The key is still the final battle with the preaching one. A wise man knows his own limitations. The Holy Emperor is well aware of his current strength, and there must still be a clear gap between him and the preaching one. After all, the other party has dominated Xuanwang for thousands of years and comprehended the Tao in the depths of the Star Sea. He is truly unfathomable, although the Holy Emperor has now barely reached the limit of the Xuanwang realm, and has even had the fortuitous encounter of the Star Sea's original Tao intent. He has not yet truly transformed this encounter into strength. I need more time. In the Holy Emperor's heart, a deep sense of urgency arose. Time waits for no one. Before going to the Star Sea, he didn't have this feeling. But since returning from the Star Sea, a faint premonition told him that the time left for him might not be much. The Sun family. Sun Luan circulated his spiritual power, resisting the bone-chilling cold around him, and slowly walked into the room. Looking at Sun Tianxi, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, not crying or fussing, but just quietly spacing out, a sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. Every family has its own problems. Outsiders only know that Sun Tianxi was born in harmony with the Tao and is domineering, but they don't know that this kid may have become very indifferent to outsiders because he witnessed the death of his biological mother at birth. He naturally releases the aura of resisting extreme cold, making it difficult for outsiders to approach him. If he hadn't been born with the cultivation of the Tao, he would have starved to death in a few days because no one took care of him. But no matter how extraordinary he is just a newborn baby who needs care. Several Tao harmonization experts from the Sun family can only take turns taking care of him. Tianxi, Sun Luan showed a kind smile and took out the prepared supreme-grade spiritual liquid. Would you like to eat something? Sun Tianxi just shook his head slightly, refusing. Sun Luan felt helpless in his heart. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said softly, I went to visit your father this time. He learned of your birth and personally created a method for you. Take a look. As he spoke, Sun Luan transmitted the divine sense of the open double-angle bracket upright and aspiring law-close double-angle bracket created by Li Fan to Sun Tianxi. Hearing that it was created for him by his father, whom he had not yet met, the icy intent around Sun Tianxi loosened slightly. He slowly read the words of open double-angle bracket upright and aspiring law-close double-angle bracket one by one, and he seemed to have realized something, closing his eyes. Noticing that the surrounding environment was returning to normal, Sun Luan was overjoyed. More importantly, Sun Tianxi's seemingly innate sense of sadness was also slowly fading away. What a great upright and aspiring law. Luer still has a way. Knowing that the other party was in a state of enlightenment, Sun Luan did not dare to disturb him. He just gently placed the spiritual liquid aside and quietly withdrew. After sealing the room with restrictions to prevent outsiders from disturbing him, he felt a little relieved. It's good that TNC has such a temperament. He doesn't leave the house and disappears from the public's view. In a few years, the world will forget his existence. During this period of great change, our Sun family should focus on lying low and preserving our strength. Thinking of this, Sun Luan couldn't help but recall the task assigned to him by the Holy Dynasty this time. Since joining the Holy Dynasty, it can be said that he has lived a very leisurely life. The Holy Dynasty has never issued any mandatory tasks. The previous plan to lure Fairy Kongyu to the Holy Dynasty to become Dao companions for the Holy Emperor's disciples was interrupted due to Shu Yuanxian's sudden request. Now, he can't contact the other party, so he can only put it on hold for the time being. This made Sun Luan, who had always wanted to make contributions and increase his own capital, feel a little depressed. This time, he finally waited for a task from the Holy Dynasty, but it was really troublesome and he couldn't find a chance to start. The Nether Prison, isn't it just a place to imprison serious criminals? What does the Holy Dynasty want to do by getting involved? Sun Luan muttered in his heart. It is not difficult to enter the Nether Prison. But it is really difficult to sneak into the Nether Prison and still be able to contact the outside world from time to time. The Nether Prison has its own system within the Immortal Alliance, and is alternately under the jurisdiction of the Preaching Ones. If you want to intervene. Although the task assigned by the Holy Dynasty this time did not specify the consequences of failure, Sun Luan knew that this was definitely a test from the Holy Dynasty. Sun Luan's mind was filled with faces, and he began to think about the list of people who could help him with this matter. After a long time, he still had no harvest. He habitually came to the underground secret room. His younger brother, Sun Luyao, who was the mirror spirit of Limitless, couldn't help but ask about the reason after seeing his expression. Brother, I found some information that might be useful. Sun Luan's tightly knitted brows relaxed after looking at the information sent by his younger brother. Maybe it's feasible, I'll go try. He was about to leave in a hurry when he suddenly heard Sun Luyao ask, by the way, brother, you promised before to take me out for some fresh air. When can we leave? Sun Luan paused, and responded vaguely, wait a little longer. The Sun family is still being watched by those people. If I take you out now, there is a chance that something similar to the last time we went to find the fragments and were besieged by the Chen family of the medicine hall will happen again. Let's wait until the storm passes. After saying that, he left in a hurry without waiting for Sun Luyao to speak. Okay, I understand, brother. Before leaving, he heard his younger brother say that. But his tone seemed a little strange. But Sun Luan didn't think much about it. The news that Sun Luyao gleaned from the Celestial Mystery Mirror showed that a serious criminal from the Immortal Alliance was about to be thrown into the Nether Prison. However, this person has a special identity. He is a direct descendant of the Preaching One, Sun. Originally, with such a background, he should not have been thrown into a place like the Nether Prison. But the crime he committed this time on the surface was really too great. As everyone knows, the Immortal Alliance is organizing the second seclusion Rainbow Light, flying to the depths of the Star Sea. And the empty clarity flowing crystal is the key material needed to achieve this goal. After the previous compromise of tacit consent, promising to evenly distribute the places to participate in this Rainbow Light to the Immortal Alliance Dao harmonization experts, regardless of background, the Immortal Alliance took advantage of this opportunity to reiterate the scarcity of the empty clarity flowing crystal with righteousness again. They began to use methods not limited to fishing law enforcement to recover the flowing crystal privately hidden by various major families. And the direct descendant of the Preaching One Sun, named Sun Wanyan, was caught red-handed for privately purchasing a large amount of empty clarity flowing crystal. The cultivator in charge of this arrest operation naturally knew Sun Wanyan's identity. But in full view of the public, they had to make a show. So they could only bite the bullet and arrest him. They originally thought of secretly releasing him afterwards, but someone was fanning the flames behind the scenes. In less than half a day, the news that Sun Wanyan was arrested by the Immortal Alliance with impartiality and without favoritism had quietly spread. Everyone also praised the Preaching One Sun for putting the Immortal Alliance's laws first and putting righteousness before family. With things developing to this point, the myriad Immortal Alliance couldn't possibly slap itself in the face again. Moreover, the empty clarity-flowing crystal was indeed too important, so Sun Wanyan was legally thrown into the nether prison. But after all, he is a direct descendant of the Preaching One, and no one knows when he will come out. So naturally, he has some privileges in the nether prison. This person should be a suitable breakthrough point. As long as I hand over the things given by the Holy Emperor to him in the name of visiting him. Sun Luan thought so and came to the place where Sun Wanyan was temporarily detained at the headquarters of the Immortal Alliance. After taking a look, he was immediately dumbfounded. It turned out that there were quite a few smart people who knew how to offer charcoal in the snow. The door was crowded with cultivators who came to visit him. It was extremely lively. One couldn't tell at all that this was the treatment of a serious criminal of the Immortal Alliance who was about to be thrown into the nether prison. This scene looked really ironic. Although they share the same surname Sun, Sun Luan has no blood relationship with the Preaching One Sun and this Sun Wanyan. They only had a few encounters. Sun Luan, the head of the Sun family, who has 5 Tao harmonization experts and is incomparably glorious in the eyes of outsiders, had to honestly line up in front of the door. At the same time, in the underground secret room of the Sun family, Li Fan's clone was mercilessly mocking Sun Luyao. I told you long ago that your brother wouldn't let you out. How about it? The reason I took you out before was because you went crazy from time to time and faced the risk of losing control of your body and the mirror. Now, with the help of this old man's conditioning, the source of the limitless mirror's riot, the slowly being removed wind disaster, is being slowly removed, and you are becoming more and more stable. Yukid is now a celestial artifact, and it is related to the hope of the Sun family's rise. How could your brother easily let you out? If something happens and you are taken away, what can be done? Sun Luyao listened to Li Fan's sarcasm, and said nothing. Only the figure in the mirror twisted from time to time, showing the injustice in his heart. Senior. After a long silence, he very wisely asked Li Fan for help. Sun Luyao knew that the mysterious being in front of him would definitely not say so much just to mock him a few words. Hee, you kid has become smarter. Li Fan laughed strangely. As he spoke, he transformed into a pair of large hands and grabbed towards the top of Sun Luyao's head. Sun Luyao was startled, but forcibly endured it and did not dodge. The dark giant hand enveloped him, and the limitless mirror suddenly shook violently. A phantom was grabbed out of Sun Luyao's body by Li Fan. Li Fan waved his hand gently, and the phantom floated out of the limitless mirror and began to merge with a pile of materials that appeared out of thin air in the secret room. Before long, another, limitless mirror, that looked exactly the same appeared in front of Sun Luyao. As the mirror spirit of the limitless mirror, Sun Luyao was naturally very familiar with this celestial artifact. But even he couldn't distinguish the difference between the object in front of him and the celestial artifact he possessed. With suspicion in his heart, Sun Luyao flew into the fake and found that it was just an empty shell, and then returned excitedly. Senior's methods are truly unpredictable. He can even imitate celestial artifacts, and so realistically. Sun Luyao flattered. HMPH, it's just a mere appearance. Li Fan said very coldly, you split off another wisp of divine sense and hide it in this mirror. With this old man's craftsmanship as the foundation, and your blessing, it will definitely be enough to fool your brother. Seeing that he was about to regain his freedom, Sun Luyao did not hesitate at all, and withstood the pain of his divine soul being cut off and separated a wisp of divine sense. When Sun Luyao's divine sense entered the fake limitless mirror, the forged artifact had no flaws. Because in a sense, it can already be regarded as a clone of the real limitless mirror. Don't look at the fact that it only has an empty shell. As long as the limitless mirror is still there, it can synchronize the information that the main body has detected at any time. Senior, can we sneak out now? Looking at the fake limitless mirror floating quietly in the air in place of him, Sun Luyao asked impatiently. Fool, what do you mean sneak out? This is called, the sea is wide for fish to leap, the sky is high for birds to fly. Li Fan's clone laughed strangely, wrapped the limitless mirror, turned into a black line, ignored the heavy restrictions personally laid down by Sun Luan, and left the Sun family in an instant. Seeing the blue sky above his head again, Sun Luyao was excited. Senior, where are we going? As said before, looking for the lost celestial artifacts of the Xuanwang realm. Even without a physical body, Sun Luyao still took a deep breath of the air of freedom, and then cautiously asked Li Fan. Celestial artifacts, not in a hurry. Li Fan just said that. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Sun Luyao didn't dare to ask any further. He could only be taken by the other party and quickly gallop all the way to the south of the Xuanwang realm. 7 days later, Sun Luyao suddenly perked up when he noticed the surging energy fluctuations ahead. That is, endless ocean, rapid currents converge towards a central point. The fierce wind howls and crackles. The violent wind and rain even tore through the space, arousing bursts of lightning. Beside the huge vortex that seemed to gather all the water in the world, there was a very eye-catching chain of islands resembling a long dragon. This very characteristic scene immediately made Sun Luyao know where he was at the moment. The Rift Realm Great Vortex. He blurted out, although he had already learned about this wonder of heaven and earth from the countless materials peeped from the celestial mystery mirror. But experiencing it in person is really a world of difference. Such a turbulent flow of water, such a crazy and violent wind. How can the light and shadow of information alone represent even 1/10,000th of it? Since he was young, he has been trapped in a small, dark mirror, unable to see the magnificent scenery of the world again. The magnificent scene of the world in front of him couldn't help but make Sun Luyao feel excited, and he seemed to have returned to the passionate youth of the past. Making a fuss, you really have no knowledge. Li Fan's tut-tut strange sound pulled Sun Luyao out of his repeated exclamations. After you're done sighing, let's get down to business. Pointing lightly towards the limitless mirror, Sun Luyao's phantom was immediately sucked into it. After a while, the mirror's surface uncontrollably released a faint light, aimed at the Rift Realm Great Vortex not far away. The limitless mirror shook gently, and countless pictures flashed inside like a waterfall. Li Fan just narrowed his eyes and waited quietly for the changes. Limitless, Hongmeng sees the square. With this great formation as the core, the limitless mirror should be able to analyze all the secrets of the world. Although it is now broken, it should not be difficult to use it to peep into the secrets of this Rift Realm. After all, the power of the Rift Realm back then was too great. After so long, the wounds left to the Xuanwang realm have not yet healed. While Li Fan was thinking, the limitless mirror seemed to have reached its limit. Cracks actually began to appear on the mirror's surface. 1277. The Xuanwang Island Theory. Senior, I don't think I can take it anymore. The pained voice of Sun Luyao, the spirit of the immeasurable mirror, faintly echoed from within the mirror. HMPH, you won't die. Li Fan acted as if he hadn't heard, not only not stopping the immeasurable mirror from probing but also casting a spell, controlling it to release a faint light towards the great rift whirlpool once more. As he finished speaking, many patterns instantly appeared on the surface of the immeasurable mirror, perfectly overlapping with the cracks on the mirror's surface, and in the faint blue light, these wounds were slowly healed. Sun Luyao's contradictory voice, both pained and refreshed, rang out. Li Fan merely narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the fragmented images that constantly flashed within the immeasurable mirror's profound light. Let me see what exactly happened here back then. In reality, the creation slate had records of the demon race's departure through the rift. However, after a powerful force, sufficient to destroy the heavens and earth, erupted from Mount Nanming, the Xuanwang slate lost its ability to monitor this area. Only after the energy's turbulence slowly subsided and the area returned to a visible state, the former sacred mountain of the demon race and the entire demon race had disappeared. All that remained was a terrifying empty wound that had not healed for thousands of years. Li Fan's use of the immeasurable mirror this time was, of course, to find out whether the demon race had successfully escaped through the rift back then, but more than that, it was an attempt to analyze the method of rifting. Space was pierced by an unimaginably powerful force, even breaking through the barrier of the high wall and connecting to the outer reaches of the star sea. In that instant, it was as if a seal was stamped in space-time, leaving behind a mark. Even as time passed and thousands of years flew by, this mark still remained within space-time itself, not yet dissipated. By studying and analyzing this rift mark, it might be possible to reproduce the Xuanwang realm's only 2 successful cases of escaping to the dark star sea. In the intermittent black and white images, like a signal cutting in and out, Li Fan vaguely saw Di revealing his true form, giving the final mobilization speech to the demon race. He also saw that there were still many demons watching from afar, not following along to leave. The giant python coiling around Mount Nanming let out a earth-shattering roar, wailing and writhing, its body emitting a scorching light, as if something was about to break out of its body. However, Di, the lord of 10,000 demons, watched this indifferently. It was not until the giant python weakly crashed onto the sea surface, stirring up monstrous waves, that Li Fan clearly saw what was inside its body. It was actually a key that had been magnified countless times. On De's main body, which was constantly wriggling and resembled a gray mass of flesh, layers of ripples suddenly spread out. After a moment, an indifferent face without any emotion emerged from his body. This face seemed to possess a magical power. Not only did the other heads and faces within De's main body, which were originally restless, instantly become obedient and still. The countless demons around Mount Nanming who had been watching earlier also couldn't help but lower their heads, avoiding eye contact. They dared not look directly at his face. Even Li Fan, who was peering at its image through the rift mark across the river of time thousands of years later, felt an instinctive sense of fear in his heart, as if directly facing a higher being, the moment he saw that face. This is, merely a body formed by a wisp of divine sense, under the pressure of the divine face, became somewhat unstable for a moment. After all, it was a phantom from thousands of years ago, and Li Fan's foundation was not comparable to ordinary people. After a brief period of adaptation, this invisible pressure quietly dissipated. In the rift mark, the subsequent scenes once again entered Li Fan's eyes. After De's true form revealed the divine face, the huge, bronze-colored metallic key instantly shrank in size. Then, under De's control, it flew straight towards the towering Mount Nanming. The top of the key was aimed at the peak of Mount Nanming. A dazzling point of light appeared at the point of contact. A uniform luster instantly spread from that small point throughout the key's main body in Mount Nanming. As if some kind of authentication had been achieved, after a moment, the key and the sacred mountain were bathed in light, becoming illusory and vaguely invisible. And around the sacred mountain, including De, the countless demons were also wrapped in bursts of white light, turning into strands of silk and flying into the bronze key Mount Nanming. And then, a terrifying light, like a cosmic explosion, erupted from it, obscuring all prying eyes. Even though Li Fan endured the stinging white light that hurt his soul and continued to peer, all he could see was endless white light. At this time, the immeasurable mirror had truly reached its limit. As if losing its spirituality in an instant, it could not even maintain levitation and fell from the sky. Sun Luyao, the spirit of the immeasurable mirror, also completely fainted, without any sound. Li Fan pondered, putting away the immeasurable mirror. In his mind, he constantly recalled the scene he had just seen. Previously, in the fallen immortal realm, De explained the principle of Mount Nanming's successful rifting, saying that this place was the edge of the sky and the corner of the sea, the end of the world. Therefore, it gathered a lot of energy that had been wandering and accumulating since the Xuanwang realm was opened. Now it seems that it is not as simple as he said. It is difficult to rift away relying solely on the power of the Xuanwang realm itself, let alone some wandering energy. The bronze key and that divine face should be the key to their successful rifting. Li Fan suddenly remembered the secret that the Holy Emperor had heard from the Crossing Calamity sect in this life. The Crossing Calamity sect found a mysterious power from the rift in the Heavenly Sword sect that could be used to monitor the Xuanwang realm, and once implanted, even the transmission of methods would be helpless. And here, the second rifting site, there also appeared a mysterious existence that transcended the Xuanwang realm itself. Even among the many immortal cultivation realms in ancient times, the Xuanwang realm is extremely special, and these two places seem to touch on the key. While pondering, Li Fan's figure flickered, taking the immeasurable mirror away from the great rift whirlpool. The principles of the world, no matter how they change, never deviate from their origin. Being able to specifically use the position of Xuanwang Great Heavenly Venerate to supervise and inspect the Xuanwang realm shows that the Xuanwang realm definitely has its unique value in the eyes of the immortal realm. Just like the thousands of islands in the Kongyan Sea, only those islands with special products will have cultivators sent by the Myriad Immortals Alliance to guard them and build large island protecting formations. Changing the way of thinking and simplifying things, the so-called Xuanwang Great Heavenly Venerate is equivalent to the Xuanwang Guardian. And the Xuanwang realm is equivalent to one of the islands in the lower realm Star Sea. And the mysterious power used by the Crossing Calamity sect to refine the Eye of Divine Observation, and the Mount Nanming opened by De with the Bronze Key, are probably part of the Xuanwang realm's island protecting formation. It is not a force from the Xuanwang realm itself, but built by the upper realm. It's just that with the occurrence of the Great Calamity in the immortal realm, this world protecting formation has also been affected to a certain extent. Back then, based on the numerous ancient texts he obtained in the Ascension Passage, King Xuantian deduced the open black lens bracket floating starry sky grand formation close black lens bracket. Perhaps it was also modified and constructed on the foundation of this world protecting grand formation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to imagine how, with just a half-immortal body and relying solely on the resources of the Xuanwang realm, he could build a celestial-level grand formation capable of crossing the high walls. Moreover, Li Fan's speed of flight became faster and faster, and the clues in the past mists instantly connected. The floating starry sky grand formation can span endless void and lock onto other cultivation realms deep within the distant starry sea. My level in formations, with the enhancement of the Doomsday Disintegration Disc, has already faintly reached the limit of mortality. Furthermore, I already know 3 of the Zhan Yuan Primal Spirit Grand Formations. Even if it is a celestial level formation, I have already grasped some of its fundamentals. Even so, I still cannot understand how the floating starry sky grand formation uses those golden chains to accurately lock onto targets in the endless starry sea. I previously thought that my formation skills were insufficient, causing the Doomsday Disintegration Disc to fail in its deductions every time. King Xuantian was a scholar of heaven and man, and his formation level was even above this wondrous object, the Doomsday Disintegration Disc. Now that I think about it, perhaps I have overlooked an important factor. A gleam of light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. What if the cultivation realms that are being locked onto in the Xuanwang realm all have certain common factors? Relying on the mutual sensing between them, the golden chains of the floating starry sky grand formation can accurately lock onto them one by one. That is, they all have the existence of a world-protecting grand formation. Bai Hua once said that even the original Xuanwang realm was already a behemoth among many cultivation realms. Her hometown, the myriad prosperity realm, was only the size of one province. Or comparing the Xuanwang realm to the islands of the Kongyan Sea, it is like the Luli Island I went to back then, a relatively large existence. And the other worlds and blessed lands it captured are the smaller existences in the Starry Sea. Perhaps later, as these worlds were slowly drawn towards the immortal ruins, the Xuanwang realm captured some more along the way. After the destruction of the 10 great immortal sects, the transmission of law and celestial medicine sects took over, patching and mending, and only then created the present prosperity of the Xuanwang realm. If my guess is correct, then the areas that were initially captured by the Xuanwang realm definitely had the existence of a world-protecting grand formation. Thinking of this, Li Fan seemed to realize something, and his thoughts paused slightly. In the beginning, the Xuanwang realm was simply capturing and annexing, rather than dismembering and reorganizing as it is now. So the areas that were initially swallowed should actually be on the periphery of the Xuanwang realm. The ends of the earth, the corners of the sea, the edge of the world. In addition, Di's words seemed to vaguely reveal that the Xuanwang demon beasts came from the outside world. So that's how it is. Li Fan suddenly understood. It seems that the ancient bronze key that Di used did not open the world-protecting grand formation that originally belonged to the Xuanwang realm itself. Li Fan's thoughts raced. In fact, there might be a simple way to verify his conjecture. In that small world where he discovered the golden skull and the open black lens bracket nothingness close black lens bracket word art, there was a clear memory of the golden chains of the floating starry sky grand formation breaking through the world and locking onto it. He just needs to explore it again. Thinking of this, Li Fan changed direction and headed straight towards his destination. Meanwhile, Sun Luyao also slowly woke up. "Senior, where are we going?" Without any complaints about Li Fan's previous exploitation of his extreme labor, Sun Luyao asked with some doubt. "Going to an interesting place. Take advantage of this gap to rest well. Next, I may still need your help," Li Fan said indifferently. Hearing this, the illusory figure in the mirror couldn't help but sway. "Senior, I feel very weak right now." After a moment of silence, Sun Luyao mustered his courage and said. Responding to him was a mass of thick golden substance. Sun Luyao's attention was immediately attracted, as if he had seen some peerless treasure. He knew that this was the magical substance that Li Fan had previously used to attract the annihilation storm from the boundless mirror. It had a fatal and irresistible instinctive attraction to him, and the intuition in his heart told him that this thing was a great tonic for him. So Sun Luyao immediately shut his mouth and devoured the essence of the source power. After a while, his spirit was shaken. The feeling of weakness disappeared. Recovering from the wonderful taste, Sun Luyao was still thinking of pleasing Li Fan and asking for more. But he was brought back to reality by the other party's cold snort. He didn't dare to make any more requests, only hoping that after completing the next task, he could get some reward. Not long after, passing through a long void passage, Li Fan finally came to that dead world full of ashes again. "Go, Under Li Fan's signal, the boundless mirror released bursts of faint light again. Compared to before at the Rift World Vortex, this time the exploration and analysis were undoubtedly much smoother. Very easily, the image and the faint light restored this place. A vibrant world, a great river, nurturing endless life. After the creatures die, they are reborn in the river, achieving a perfect cycle. Not these, go deeper. Just as Sun Luyao was immersed in the secondary scene, Li Fan's voice came. Sun Luyao's mind shook, and he increased the intensity of the boundless mirror's exploration. The vibrant scene became fragmented and illusory. The river also became like starlight, dreamlike and ethereal. Beneath all appearances, crisscrossing lines suddenly appeared in the boundless mirror. However, the moment he saw these lines, it was as if he had touched some kind of restriction. Sun Luyao only felt an unbearable burning sensation suddenly she lay. As if being roasted by flames, the boundless mirror seemed like it would melt at any moment. Senior, save me, Sun Luyao couldn't help but cry out. Li Fan, however, remained indifferent, pouring down the essence of the golden source power, allowing Sun Luyao to endure the severe pain and continue to explore. In Sun Luyao's screams, the foundation hidden beneath the ruins of the world began to slowly appear. Unlike the small world that had already turned into ruins, although these lines were intermittent and seemed to have suffered some kind of blow, covered with a layer of decaying aura. But they ultimately retained their original form. As more and more lines were explored, a rudimentary formation also emerged in Li Fan's mind. At the same time, within the derivation jade space, the Doomsday disintegration disk temporarily stopped all other tasks, recording and analyzing these fragmented formation lines. Save me. Unfortunately, the ruins of this formation were too vast, and the progress of the exploration was less than 1/10. Sun Luyao was already dying and about to perish. 1278. Steal the power of darkness. Li Fan had no choice but to temporarily stop driving the immeasurable mirror. He continued to throw out a ball of source power essence, saving the immeasurable mirror spirit from the brink of death. The power of Wish's essence stored on his body was generated by the 100 or so nether race people in the underground blood pool secret room of the Sun family, praying day and night during this period. Inducing the annihilation wind disaster lurking in the immeasurable mirror consumed a portion. Previously, some was used to repair the damage to the immeasurable mirror and Li Fan's clone itself. Not much is left. Li Fan estimated the consumption rate of the source power essence, just enough. No need to go back again. It's just. Li Fan inadvertently glanced at the center of this dead little world. It seemed that the appearance of the source power essence had attracted the attention of the golden head hidden there. A rather strange feeling, as if being stared at by a monster, surged into his heart. HMPH, even if you had some great background before you were alive, now you are just a skull. You still dare to act presumptuously in front of me. Li Fan stood with his hands behind his back, and with a slight movement of his mind, a trapping formation was instantly generated. Locking the space where the golden head was located, sealing it. I'll settle accounts with you in the next life. This time, Li Fan did not intend to explore the origin of this golden head. Determining the protective formation here, and then returning to the profound yellow realm, following the cause and seeking the effect, finding the traces of the hidden grand protective formation as the top priority. Under the soaking of the source power essence, Sun Luyao slowly woke up from his coma. Rest for a while, then continue. However, Li Fan's faint words struck him like a thunderbolt. But in his heart, he did not dare to disobey in the slightest. Because Sun Luyao knew that the survival of the immeasurable mirror was only within Li Fan's thought. Even erasing his mirror spirit directly and replacing it with the consciousness of other cultivators was not impossible. This time, although it is somewhat painful for you, it is more of a kind of tempering. The so-called 1,000-fold refinement makes iron, 10,000-fold refinement makes steel. You are just a mortal, who by chance became the immeasurable mirror spirit. You have also seen the performance of the immeasurable mirror now. Just analyzing something and it immediately wants to die, how can this be called a celestial artifact? Even though there is a reason for the damage to the immeasurable mirror, not being a complete body, more of it is caused by your weak mirror spirit, Li Fan said in a deep voice. Sun Luyao was ashamed by his words. This source power essence, even a longevity cultivator, can't get it. Using it on you can be completely called a waste of natural resources. But I still did it, Li Fan said faintly. There is great terror between life and death, and there are also great opportunities between life and death. You should understand it well. Saying that, Li Fan manipulated the immeasurable mirror again, analyzing the remnants of the formation hidden beneath the ruins of the world. Sun Luyao only felt himself weakening rapidly again, but with Li Fan's previous encouragement, he tried his best to cheer up and maintain his sanity as much as possible. I must not fail Senior's entrustment. Scenes from when he came into contact with Li Fan appeared in Sun Luyao's mind. Li Fan's help along the way was beyond doubt, but Sun Luyao himself had never been able to make any contribution. Now that he finally had the opportunity to repay, Sun Luyao made up his mind not to let Li Fan down. Moreover, Sun Luyao also knew that what Li Fan said was indeed true. In the life and death tempering again and again, his original consciousness was also constantly becoming stronger. The growth in these few days was better than the decades he had spent hiding in the secret room of the Sun family. Sun Luyao's mind was agitated, and the nether light that had been somewhat shaken originally became stable again. Li Fan saw it and couldn't help but nod slightly. Great Qi of the Holy Dynasty. Li Ping, sitting in the Holy Emperor's seat, had completed the replication and implantation of 10 groups of profound yellow heavenly Dao aura. However, because of the long-term uninterrupted work, Mao Bao's emotions were somewhat broken and had completely gone on strike. Even with more source power essence as bait, Mao Bao just pretended not to see it and slept soundly. The Holy Emperor had no choice but to pause for a while. He looked towards the direction of the central 4 continents of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Is the inter-realm rainbow light of the Myriad Immortals Alliance ready? Because of the harvest of the true meaning of the Star Sea origin before, the profound yellow realm's heavenly Tao consciousness, which had tasted the sweetness, became eager to move. It instinctively wanted to attach itself to it again and hitch a ride. But Li Ping dissuaded it. The premonition in the Holy Emperor's heart told him that the Myriad Immortals Alliance's trip would never be as smooth as his before. Besides the Holy Emperor's prescient prediction of the dangers along the way, which the Myriad Immortals Alliance could not imitate, the more important reason was that the members of the Star Sea exploration organized by the Immortal Alliance this time were all composed of Tao integration cultivators. But there was no strength to truly convince the public and suppress them. Although in the profound yellow realm, the Myriad Immortals Alliance spoke according to the level of their positions. But in the Star Sea, especially in desperate situations, it was hard to say who would listen to whom. Tao Origin Continent, Lan Yu. Flowing Light Continent, Jin Ri. The list of Tao integration cultivators going this time was not a secret. The Holy Emperor looked at these names one by one, and couldn't help but sigh slightly in his heart. The death of dozens of Tao integration cultivators is undoubtedly a good thing for the profound yellow heavenly Tao in the Holy Dynasty. It's just a pity. It was a pity, but the Holy Emperor would never be a woman of benevolence and stop this matter. Just waiting for them to leave. Moreover, maybe there were really those among them who had extraordinary luck. Could they survive in the Star Sea with many crises and eventually succeed in enlightenment? Even if the Holy Emperor stopped them, he would only be regarded as obstructing the path of others, and end up in an endless situation. 5 days later, a 7-colored rainbow light slowly flew out of the firmament under the gaze of all the Myriad Immortals Alliance cultivators. Compared to the last time, this time seemed to be much more familiar. Different colors separated in turn, and finally disappeared into a dark star sea. Li Ping watched them leave and mourned for them for a moment in his heart. 7 days later, the Holy Emperor's expression moved. He flashed to the secret space where the Nether race people lived. Now under the rule of the Holy Dynasty, the Nether race people can be roughly divided into 3 groups with different missions. Among them, the largest number were those who, from birth to death, the only thing they needed and had to do every day was to sing the praises of the Holy Emperor's grace. This group of people was cultivated by integrating alien beasts, and their lifespan and life gestation cycle were extremely short. They were truly like leeks, cut one after another, endlessly growing. And the second type, the Nether race people with a moderate number, their treatment was more than a notch better. They had plenty of rest time every day, and could even read different books. As native Nether race bodies, a part of them would be drawn out and participate in the ethnic group optimization experiment. As for the third category, they are the fewest in number and the most special. They can be considered the purest and most primitive Yuzu people, still worshipping the Great Dark Sea and maintaining their long-standing traditions. However, since they live under the rule of the Holy Dynasty Daki, they naturally have to obey Li Fan's orders. Even within the clan, a consensus has been reached on the question of who is greater, the Holy Emperor or the Dark Sea. The Holy Emperor is the incarnate will of the Dark Sea. The Holy Emperor, the Dark Sea, and the Yuzu High Ancestor are a trinity, inseparable. Although the theory is a bit rough, it really solved the potential conflict brought about by Li Ping's intervention, making the clan completely stable. "Greetings, Holy Emperor," the Yuzu Patriarch said, kneeling and kowtowing to Li Ping. Prior to this, because Li Ping had not made it a mandatory requirement, these Yuzu people did not need to kneel when they saw him. However, since the birth of the new theory, various standard etiquettes have emerged within the Yuzu community, which even the Patriarch must abide by. Li Ping simply let them do as they pleased. "Open the passage to the Yu realm," Li Ping commanded in a cold voice, looking at the Yuzu people kneeling on the ground below. The Yuzu people rose, and amidst mysterious and ancient chants, a door slowly opened. Li Ping took the lead and flew into it. Upon entering, he was instantly swallowed by endless darkness. But Li Ping did not hesitate at all, rushing in the direction of the sensed location. Silently, getting closer and closer. The object of the sensed location was naturally the profound art that could increase the source power output of cultivators, which he had previously revealed to the Myriad Immortals Alliance through his identity as the leader of the Lingyuan sect. In terms of exploitation, the efficiency of the Myriad Immortals Alliance was unexpectedly high. Li Ping could already sense a large amount of marked source power, in a condensed and compressed state, impacting into this dark sea. However, counterintuitively, such vast and terrifying energy could not stir up the slightest energy ripple here. It was unknown whether the dark sea itself was too vast, or whether something within it was silently devouring these ripples. The distance was very close, and Li Ping could not help but slow down. Even though he had absolute confidence in his own strength, he was still cautious. Concealing his aura, he sneaked closer. Dong, dong. Within the dark sea, where sound could not travel and should have been silent, there was a rhythmic, intermittent muffled sound. It was like the sound of a large drum being struck violently, causing the Holy Emperor's heart to tremble along with it. Li Ping became serious. His whole body's energy and blood were now as one with nature. Even an attack from the longevity realm might not be able to shake him. Now, however, it was surging because of this simple muffled sound. It's not caused by external forces. It's the rhythm of the dark sea itself. Soon, the Holy Emperor made a judgment. Without resisting the muffled sound, Li Ping stood still for a moment, perfectly aligning the sound of his heartbeat with the rhythm of the dark sea. As if completely integrated into the darkness, his discomfort also disappeared. Only then did Li Ping continue forward. Soon, he saw the source of the muffled sound. Or rather, sensed it. Like a punctured balloon, or like the great vortex of the realm dividing in the Xuanwang realm. A small opening appeared in the dark sea ahead. The surging compressed source power poured in violently from this opening. Under the natural repulsion of the dark sea's own power, some dark power was absorbed along the channel formed by the confrontation between the two forces. Li Ping stopped far away to watch, his heart becoming even more solemn. What a coincidence! After a long while, he gave such an evaluation. The power of the dark sea and the compressed jet of source power formed a perfect state of equilibrium. The source power was not able to truly invade the dark sea. Similarly, the dark sea's counterattack was not fully stimulated. In the strange balance, a call between the source power and the dark power was achieved. It should be known that the dark sea fluctuates constantly. This meant that the output of source power from the Myriad Immortals Alliance had to change and adjust accordingly. If the equilibrium was broken, it would instantly usher in a stormy backlash from the dark sea. The Myriad Immortals Alliance must have maintained this device for quite some time. It seemed that their research on the dark sea had also reached a consummate level. The Myriad Immortals Alliance has capable people, Li Ping couldn't help but sigh. After all, having such trump cards was not surprising, given that they had ruled half of the Xuanwang realm for thousands of years. Compared to the dark power that overflows to various parts of the Xuanwang realm under normal circumstances, these extracted dark powers are more peaceful and easier to use. After watching for a while longer, Li Ping also noticed the clues. It's just unknown what the Myriad Immortals Alliance is going to do with extracting this peaceful dark power at such great expense. But the unknown did not hinder Li Ping's actions. As the dark sea that maintains the stability of the Xuanwang realm, the Myriad Immortals Alliance's extraction of its power was definitely an act against the heavens. Li Ping was the incarnation of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao, so naturally he could not stand idly by. But he did not act rashly either. One reason was that this perfect state of equilibrium, if broken rashly, might cause even greater turbulence in the Dark Sea. Secondly, simply stopping this extraction behavior would only be a temporary solution. What Li Ping wanted was a once-and-for-all method to prevent the myriad Immortals' alliance's thieving behavior. The Holy Emperor was very patient. After observing here for more than a month, he first returned to the Holy Dynasty. He brought nearly 100 of the primordial Yuzu people to this place. Bastard! What blasphemy! The Holy Emperor could see the anger in the Yuzu Patriarch's heart from his gesticulating performance. The other beastmen, seeing their worshipped Great Dark Sea being stolen, were also extremely hateful. If it weren't for Li Ping's concealment, such violent emotional fluctuations would have caused them to go berserk long ago. The purpose of this visit is to resolve this matter. Blasphemers must be executed. Li Ping's thoughts were conveyed to the minds of the Yuzu people. These Yuzu people instantly knelt on the ground again, their faces full of unwavering determination to sacrifice their lives. In a corner unnoticed by the myriad Immortals Alliance, this group of Yuzu people began an ancient ritual. It was a method passed down from ancient times to communicate with the Dark Sea. What Li Ping wanted them to do was to arouse the attention of the origin of this Dark Sea. Don't look at the commotion here, but in fact, relative to the vast Dark Sea, it was just a small hole poked in its body. Under the condition that the equilibrium was not broken, it would not pay attention at all. Therefore, the myriad Immortals Alliance could continuously steal the dark power. But if there was a Yuzu ritual as a guide, everything would be different. Even if it did not immediately expel the myriad Immortals Alliance, the sudden change in repulsive force would be enough to break the equilibrium. And because it was a change in the Dark Sea itself, with this behemoth as the foundation, even a slight turbulence would not be a problem. As the ritual progressed, Li Ping felt the Dark Sea stirring with faint ripples. He instinctively concealed his aura as much as possible and hid himself. 1279. Meet the real Immortal again. As the Dark Sea stirred, the Yu tribe members kneeling on the ground seemed to sense something, their expressions becoming increasingly frenzied and devout. Like a gust of wind, it blew from all directions of the Dark Sea, focusing on the small hole pierced by the myriad Immortals Alliance. The pressure increased sharply, and invisible ripples spread from the opening. Under the accumulation of layers of great power, the stable state at the opening was instantly broken in Li Ping's perception. The condensed and compressed source power retreated rapidly, seemingly about to be completely driven out of this Dark Sea. However, at this moment, Li Ping actually saw that this lightless sea was actually lighting up. It was not the illusion caused by the rhythm of the Dark Sea itself, but indeed, light was born here. The golden abacus stabilized the collapsing source power of the myriad Immortals Alliance. The beads fluctuated, the output of source power suddenly increased, and the two were maintained in a balanced state again. The Dark Sea surged, stirring up waves. But each time, it was perfectly resolved by the golden abacus's derivation, deployment, and adjustment. What surprised Li Ping, who was observing in the dark, even more was that what the golden abacus was doing was not just the regulation of source power. More importantly, wisps of golden light spread around with the continuous fluctuation of the abacus beads. Although it didn't fly out for long before being completely swallowed by the darkness, the raging waves of the Dark Sea were slowly calmed down by the effect of these golden lights. The unknown existence that was awakening fell back into slumber under the comfort of the golden light of the abacus. At the same time as the change occurred, an eyeball also quietly descended above the opening of the Dark Sea. Or rather, it was born from the golden abacus, incomparably strange. The eyeball gave the abacus life, carefully searching for the anomalies in the Dark Sea. The eyes were cold, without any emotion. They rotated and patrolled, seemingly to find the cause of the imbalance in the dark energy extraction device. The Holy Emperor's heart tightened, concealing and protecting himself and hundreds of Yu tribe members. The eyes patrolled a few times, but did not find any suspicious existence, and finally slowly disappeared. During this period, under the golden abacus's reluctant repair, the Dark Sea had returned to a state of balance and tranquility. Li Ping stood not far from the opening, pondered for a while, and finally postponed the plan to defeat the myriad Immortals Alliance's device here. It was not that Li Ping was afraid of a direct conflict with the myriad Immortals Alliance at this moment, but that he sensed a familiar aura from the suddenly appearing eyeball. The aura of a cultivator who, theoretically speaking, had completely disappeared from the Xuanwang realm. It was out of this doubt that the Holy Emperor temporarily changed his decision. If it's just the same aura, that's fine. If he is still alive and hiding inside the myriad Immortals alliance, helping them steal the power of the Dark Sea. A trace of doubt flashed in the Holy Emperor's heart. But before figuring out this matter, it's better to avoid the limelight for now. Thinking like this in his heart, Li Ping led the Yu tribe back to Daki. After contacting the stone tablet with his divine sense, he began to browse the information recorded in the creation stone tablet. King Xuantian, completely unreasonable, scenes appeared before Li Ping's eyes. King Xuantian went from being an ordinary cultivator to a series of lucky encounters, eventually becoming the last ascendant of the Xuanwang realm. Not long after breaking through the air and becoming part of the eternal legend of the Xuanwang realm, he reappeared, shaking the world. Then came the establishment of the Xuantian sect, and finally the joint suppression by the 10 sects. The pictures were intermittent, and at certain key nodes, they seemed to have been forcibly erased. But even this incomplete personal growth history book is enough to be full of ups and downs and exciting. Judging from the sensory memory synchronized from the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao and the records of the Creation Stone Tablet, the eyeball that appeared in the Dark Sea has almost a 100% similarity to King Xuantian. The strange thing is here. The Xuanwang Heavenly Tao personally certified that King Xuantian had fallen. Where did the Myriad Immortals Alliance find his eyes? The specific records of the Immortal Tao 10 sects, Siege of the Xuantian sect are also blurred. Those who can obscure the power of the Xuanwang realm's origin must at least be of equal strength. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. This savior of the Xuanwang realm on the surface is shrouded in too many mysteries. Most importantly, his cultivation realm is there. A half-immortal body, disappearing as soon as it disappears. It's really hard to believe. Especially now that Li Ping himself has faintly reached the limit of the Xuanwang realm, he can understand its power even more. Only existences at the true immortal level or above can silently erase King Xuantian. But if such an existence really appeared in the world, it would inevitably be earth-shattering, and even the Xuanwang realm would be affected and buried with it. However, in the memory of the Xuanwang realm's heavenly Tao, such a thing did not happen. Perhaps that true immortal deliberately concealed his aura when acting. Then the question arises again. In the eyes of true immortals, mortals are like ants. Even if King Xuantian is a half-immortal, he cannot avoid this. Why would a true immortal need to cover up his actions when killing him? Perhaps some clues can be found from the few surviving Xuantian sect Dharma kings. The faceless Holy Emperor flipped through the Creation Stone Tablet, trying to find some clues. At the same time, Li Fan's clone, far away in the Ash Small World, frowned slightly. Since personally experiencing the difficulty of the Xuantian sect Dharma King, in order to avoid more twists and turns in this life, he specifically unilaterally shielded the Holy Emperor's memory of Mo Ruben. He never expected that, under various coincidences, the Holy Emperor would once again show signs of becoming entangled with Mo Ruben. Since the Myriad Immortals Alliance can lock onto Mo Ruben's sleeping place from various clues, the Holy Emperor should be able to do the same. This is interesting. The Myriad Immortals Alliance's eyeball can't possibly be King Xuantian himself. Otherwise, after Mo Ruben occupied the body of the Dharma transmitter and learned all the Immortal Alliance's secrets, he should have already discovered this. Li Fan pondered while urging the immeasurable mirror to analyze the Guardian Array. However, referring to his subsequent death in the Dark Sea, perhaps it can be guessed that the eyeball must have some inexplicable connection with King Xuantian. Or perhaps, it is part of King Xuantian's authority. Mo Ruben discovered the existence of this Immortal Alliance eyeball and realized its connection with the Dark Sea, so he went deep into the dangerous place and eventually his body was never found. Authority: Xuanwang Great Heavenly Venerate, Guardian Array. A flash of light flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and a light spot suddenly burst out in the incomplete array model deduced by the Annihilation Discus. Even though he still couldn't see its full appearance, Li Fan instantly knew the meaning represented by this light spot. Like the profound origin beginning spirit great array, this unknown guardian array is also composed of several different lower-level arrays. Each array has its own separate control core center. This light spot is where this core is located. In the analysis of the immeasurable dark light, the lines of the array relics hidden in the deep layer of the Ash Small World finally revealed the corresponding core location. It's just that the place that should have been the array's central hub and where the lines were the most dense is now empty. It's like it was directly dug away. Just as the immeasurable mirror wanted to continue peeking into that void core area, a sense of crisis suddenly surged into Li Fan's heart, making him instantly stop the immeasurable mirror's actions. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at that void place. A similar yet different, creepy aura lurked within. It's not that nothing exists, but its existence exceeds the scope that ordinary people can sense. True, immortal, seal, characters. Li Fan said word by word in his heart, while raising his vigilance to the highest level. Unlike the open black lens bracket hunger close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket loss close black lens bracket, and open black lens bracket chaos close black lens bracket that Li Fan had previously encountered, and not entirely the same as the remaining power in the Dark Star Sea. It doesn't even exist in the records of the profound immortal boat. A new, unknown, not attacking other things, but only targeting the core of the Guardian Array, mysterious and strange power. Having completed their goal at this moment, they are quietly lying on the central corpse of the Guardian Array. 1280. The power of the invalid immortal. It was just like the first time he encountered the hunger word charm. The moment the true immortal seal character in the center of this Guardian Array appeared in Li Fan's sea of consciousness, he understood its meaning. Return. Unlike curses like mockery and chaos, it was more like an edict. A complete true immortal seal character. While Li Fan's mind was shaken, he had already quietly memorized the appearance of this returned character. Return. Return to where? Or return to its original state? Li Fan narrowed his eyes, carefully savoring this mysterious power. On the Wuliang Mirror Spirit's side, the exploration of the area except for the core hub of the Guardian Array was also completed. Senior, there, Sun Luyao stared blankly at that void. An invisible connection was instantly formed, as if linking the returned character with the Wuliang Mirror. Li Fan could clearly feel the fear and confusion that suddenly arose in Sun Luyao's heart. Even the main body of the immortal artifact Wuliang Mirror trembled slightly without warning. Amidst the intensifying shaking, Sun Luyao, as the artifact spirit, was even showing a tendency to be thrown out of the Wuliang Mirror. Senior, save me, Sun Luyao shouted subconsciously. Li Fan naturally noticed the changes in the Wuliang Mirror immediately. Without directly confronting the power of the returned word charm, merely being affected and locked onto by the overflowing part, the boundless, Hanmeng square array that Li Fan had painstakingly repaired in the mirror showed signs of slowly collapsing. Not only that, but the immortal artifact Wuliang Mirror itself began to gradually disintegrate. In Li Fan's perception, the entire Wuliang Mirror was like a piece of paper being ignited, the disappearance of its essential components inevitably leading to its fading. And those ignited parts, that is, the components affected by the returned word charm, drifted away like wisps of green smoke, not knowing where they were going. Li Fan's heart sank, wanting to try to stop the dissolution of the Wuliang Mirror. But even his main body could not contend with the power of the true immortal seal character. Not to mention this wisp of his divine sense. With a bit of regret, he watched as the Wuliang Mirror became smaller and smaller amidst Sun Luyao's constant wailing. Just when Li Fan thought that this immortal artifact that had helped him a lot was about to disappear completely, an unexpected situation occurred. Those green smoke that had been summoned away by the returned word charm and did not know where they were going actually returned. As if a time reversal technique had occurred on the Wuliang Mirror, which was only the size of a thumb, suddenly became full again in front of Li Fan. Sun Luyao, who was wailing and thought that his end was near, became weaker and weaker. Finally, he stared dumbfounded at the restored Wuliang Mirror, not knowing what was going on. Li Fan was also stunned for a moment, looking at the Hanmeng square array that spontaneously completed its reconstruction from the void. What had just happened was like a dream. After a slight daze, Li Fan woke up and looked at the returned word charm again. It seemed that because it had already received an edict once, the Wuliang Mirror after its reappearance could ignore the existence of the return word charm. And the return word charm also chose to ignore the Wuliang Mirror, continuing to lie quietly in the void core of the array. Both were fine. What's going on? Nowhere to return. The scene that happened in front of him really made Li Fan a little confused. However, from the meaning of the word return itself, and the changes before and after the Wuliang Mirror, he could guess a thing or two. The guardian arrays of the lower realms are all created by the immortal realm and are also subject to the immortal realm's control. And the Wuliang Mirror is an immortal artifact, and it must also be subject to the immortal realm's restrictions. If we regard them as elite soldiers and generals of the immortal realm, then this return word charm is equivalent to having the power to mobilize troops. It is not yet known whether this is the special power of the return word charm itself, or a common situation in the immortal realm. Under normal circumstances, those who are summoned by the return word charm should disarm and return. But now, the destruction of the Immortal realm has affected the execution of the edict. It seems that this return word charm is fundamentally different from the other true Immortal seal characters. It may even be a part of the operating cornerstone of the former Immortal realm's power system. Li Fan pondered. However, there is an inevitable problem with such speculation. Since the return word charm is already in a semi-invalid state, where have these core hubs of the Guardian arrays gone? Li Fan stared at the return word charm lying quietly in the core area. Several possibilities had already emerged in his mind. The return word charm was written by a certain existence with a splash of ink and flew to the core of the arrays in various realms. However, when it arrived at the set location, it found that the target had disappeared. So it has been hovering here, waiting for the target to appear. Or perhaps, the return word charm successfully acted on the core of the array, and the cores of the lower realms successively disappeared and returned to the Immortal realm. The Immortal realm was destroyed, and the cores would reappear. At this time, they were intercepted by an unknown existence and the cores were taken away. There are too few conditions at present. The truth cannot be determined. If the scope of the return word charm is limited to the original power of the Immortal realm, although it is a true Immortal seal character, its effect on me is limited. Li Fan couldn't help but shake his head slightly. However, this return word charm can shake the Immortal artifact. I wonder if it will be useful to the Tianquan mirror. Even if it doesn't cause substantial damage to the Tianquan mirror, if it can make it crash for a period of time, it can play a great role at a critical moment. It must be known that the current system of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, especially the defense measures of the Immortal Alliance headquarters, are all inextricably linked to the Tianquan mirror. Once the Tianquan mirror malfunctions, the impregnable Myriad Immortals Alliance will be full of flaws in an instant. Li Fan's main body has the origin of the Tianquan mirror, so it may not mean much to him. But it is completely different on Saint Emperor Li Ping's side. Instantly reversing the battlefield situation, its power can be equivalent to dozens of Dao integration cultivators. After the main body used the faint sense in the dark to transmit the content of the return word charm to Saint Emperor Li Ping. The divine sense of the Ash Small World also began the next action. The return word charm was a pleasant surprise. The purpose of his coming here was to verify his previous guess. By analogy, there should also be Guardian arrays in the Xuanwang world. Moreover, the Guardian array was left by the Immortal realm and only exists in the original Xuanwang world. After setting up an array at will to seal off the Ash Small World to prevent anyone from accidentally entering and coming into contact with the return word charm, Li Fan's divine sense returned to the Xuanwang world with the Wuliang mirror. He came to the central 4 states where the Myriad Immortals Alliance was located. The miniature image of the Xuanwang world appeared in his mind, but it was the shadow of the original Xuanwang. Lines of horizontal and vertical lines appeared on the model, which were the Guardian arrays deduced by Li Fan. Even if there are some errors, it can roughly lock its position. Then use the Wuliang mirror's authority, spend a little time, and you can find the hidden core hub area of the Guardian array in the Xuanwang world. The only thing to worry about is that the movement is too big and will be noticed by the Myriad Immortals Alliance. I'm sorry for the inconvenience of coding these days when I'm out.